Hey, it's Uba from Team Navi.
大家好，我是实习战队的小鬼。
I'm Vex and I play for FaZe Clan.
大家好，我是 PUBG 战队的 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 的。
I can't imagine the game without fans.
粉丝们以各种方式支持我们，和我们站在一起。
I've imagined what it'd feel like to have skins representing our team in the game.
It would be like we are actually in the Battlegrounds ourselves in the game.
兄弟们，现在登录游戏就能看到我们精心设计的皮肤了。
We designed the skins in the way we've always imagined, wanted, and thought that would be cool.
现在设计好的皮肤已经在游戏中上架了。
If I encountered a player wearing our skins in the game, I would feel like proud to see that.
然后也是希望大家能够期待一下我们这款皮肤吧。
也请大家持续关注我们。
Please stay tuned for our involvement in the project.
Hello players, I'm 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗. Welcome to our new series, 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗, where we'll be addressing some of your thoughts and updating you on the latest changes we've brought to the game based on your feedback. Speaking of changes, today we'd like to discuss the recent changes made to normal matches. Over the past years, we've heard your feedback about the early phase of normal matches feeling too long or not being able to find enough items to loot. So, we've decided to implement significant changes to the normal matches rule set starting from update 23.1. First off, the playtime from phases 1 to 3 has been greatly reduced to match the early gameplay time of ranked mode. With this, we hope you'll be able to enjoy a faster paced match right from the start. Secondly, we've generally increased the number of weapons, items, and vehicles that spawn throughout the Battlegrounds, making it easier for you to find everything you'll need. Finally, other settings such as the plane route and last circle location have been adjusted to match the settings of ranked mode as well. These changes have been made based on your feedback and our analysis of player data over the years. Our aim is to reduce the discomfort and difficulty that players may face when jumping from normal match to ranked. If you haven't tried out the updated normal match just yet, head over to the Battlegrounds and let us know what you think. We always appreciate your feedback and take them into account when creating the optimal PUBG Battlegrounds experience. Well, thank you for watching, and we'll see you next time with more exciting updates.
Now we can be in the game to play PUBG ourselves.
我们设计了我们脑海中一直想要很炫酷的皮肤。
兄弟们，现在登录游戏就能看到我们精心设计的皮肤了。
If I encountered a player wearing our skins in the game, I would feel like proud to see that.
PUBG e스포츠가 오랫동안 고민해왔던 지점 중에 하나가 팀들에게 실질적인 혜택과 더불어서 동반 성장하는 모델을 만들고자 하는 것이었습니다. 그러한 맥락에서 글로벌 파트너 팀 프로젝트를 시작하게 되었습니다. 그 시작으로 GPT 스킨을 제작을 하게 되었습니다. 이번 스킨은 팀에서 원화를 직접 제작을 해주셨는데요. 그 퀄리티가 정말 예상보다 훨씬 좋아서 깜짝 놀랐습니다. 팬분들께도 응원하는 팀에서 직접 제작을 해주셨기 때문에 더욱더 의미가 클 것이라 생각이 되는데요. 자신이 응원하는 팀에 대해서 오랫동안 응원해온 보람이 있구나 느끼실 수 있는 계기가 될 수 있을 것 같습니다.
I have imagined what it would feel like to have skins representing our team. It would be like we are actually in the battlegrounds ourselves in the game. Now we can be in the game to play PUBG ourselves.
We designed the skins in the way we've always imagined, wanted, and thought that would be cool. I hope our fans really love the skins. I think they look really cool, so I think the fans will enjoy them as well.
Well, the big challenge is to create something that represents the brand and it has to look cool so the fan has a desire for it. So you need to find the right elements and colors with meaning.
I'm thrilled that GPT skins will help our fans be united with our team. It's always exciting because you only create these things in the digital world, and it's a great joy to see our fans who will win in our skin.
希望这些皮肤能代表我们17战队，并向大家展示我们战队的文化和精神含义，这样才能确保皮肤能够被广大玩家喜爱和接受。
对我来说挺激动的，能在 PUBG 里看到代表我们17战队的皮肤视频，这个过程让我想要拿出更好、更有说服力的表现，来更好的在电竞领域定位我自己和队伍。
这对于选手来说，在游戏里就拥有自己的那种专属道具啊，或者皮肤，就是非常有意义的一件事。然后希望以后这种合作也能够越来越多吧。
I believe there will be more opportunities communicating with our fans, expanding the global partner team program.
안녕하세요. 저는 PCC 캐릭터 팀의 이준호입니다. 캐릭터가 입는 의상, 총기, 그리고 탈 것들을 제작하고 있습니다. 팀별로 그런 색깔이나 특성이 있는 디자인이라고 생각했고 일반 옷으로 생각해도 굉장히 멋스러운 디자인이라고 생각했습니다. 팬들이 보았을 때 가장 중요하다고 생각되는 부분들 그런 부분에 중점을 둬 작업을 했고요. 팬분들이나 이제 유저분들이 보았을 때 우리 팀의 이 유니폼을 입고 실제로 경기를 할 수 있겠구나 하면서 약간 그런 것들에 대한 만족을 위해서 생각을 하면서 작업을 했습니다.
And I want to thank every fan for your support. It means a lot for us.
I cannot imagine the world without fans.
期待一下我们这款皮肤吧。
所以说，你们的支持对于我们非常重要，也希望大家多多支持17战队，谢谢大家。
Hey, it's Uba from Team Navi.
大家好，我是17战队的小鬼。
I'm Vex and I play for FaZe Clan.
大家好，我是 PUBG 战队的 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 的。
I can't imagine the game without fans.
粉丝们以各种方式支持我们，和我们站在一起。
imagined what it'd feel like to have skins representing our team in the game.
It would be like we are actually in the Battlegrounds ourselves in the game.
兄弟们，现在登录游戏就能看到我们精心设计的皮肤了。
We designed the skins in the way we've always imagined, wanted, and thought that would be cool.
现在设计好的皮肤已经在云中上架了。
If I encountered a player wearing our skins in the game, I would feel like proud to see that.
然后也是希望大家能够期待一下我们这款皮肤吧。
也请大家持续关注我们。
Please stay tuned for our involvement in the project.
Hello players, I'm 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗. Welcome to our new series, 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗, where we'll be addressing some of your thoughts and updating you on the latest changes we've brought to the game based on your feedback. Speaking of changes, today we'd like to discuss the recent changes made to normal matches. Over the past years, we've heard your feedback about the early phase of normal matches feeling too long or not being able to find enough items to loot. So, we've decided to implement significant changes to the normal matches rule set starting from update 23.1. First off, the playtime from phases 1 to 3 has been greatly reduced to match the early gameplay time of ranked mode. With this, we hope you'll be able to enjoy a faster paced match right from the start. Secondly, we've generally increased the number of weapons, items, and vehicles that spawn throughout the Battlegrounds, making it easier for you to find everything you'll need. Finally, other settings such as the plane route and last circle location have been adjusted to match the settings of ranked mode as well. These changes have been made based on your feedback and our analysis of player data over the years. Our aim is to reduce the discomfort and difficulty that players may face when jumping from normal match to ranked. If you haven't tried out the updated normal match just yet, head over to the Battlegrounds and let us know what you think. We always appreciate your feedback and take them into account when creating the optimal PUBG Battlegrounds experience. Well, thank you for watching, and we'll see you next time with more exciting updates.
Now we can be in the game to play PUBG ourselves.
我们设计了我们脑海中一直想要、很炫酷的皮肤。
兄弟们，现在登录游戏就能看到我们精心设计的皮肤了。
If I encountered a player wearing our skins in the game, I would feel like proud to see that.
PUBG e스포츠가 오랫동안 고민해왔던 지점 중에 하나가 팀들에게 실질적인 혜택과 더불어서 동반 성장하는 모델을 만들고자 하는 것이었습니다. 그러한 맥락에서 글로벌 파트너 팀 프로젝트를 시작하게 되었습니다. 그 시작으로 GPT 스킨을 제작을 하게 되었습니다. 이번 스킨은 팀에서 원화를 직접 제작을 해주셨는데요. 그 퀄리티가 정말 예상보다 훨씬 좋아서 깜짝 놀랐습니다. 팬분들께도 응원하는 팀에서 직접 제작을 해주셨기 때문에 더욱더 의미가 클 것이라 생각이 되는데요. 자신이 응원하는 팀에 대해서 오랫동안 응원해온 보람이 있구나 느끼실 수 있는 계기가 될 수 있을 것 같습니다.
I have imagined what it would feel like to have skins representing our team. It would be like we are actually in the Battlegrounds ourselves in the game. Now we can be in the game to play PUBG ourselves.
We designed the skins in the way we've always imagined, wanted, and thought that would be cool. I hope our fans really love the skins. I think they look really cool, so I think the fans will enjoy them as well.
Well, the big challenge is to create something that represents the brand and it has to look cool so the fan has a desire for it. So you need to find the right elements and colors with meaning.
I'm thrilled that GPT skins will help our fans be united with our team. It's always exciting because you only create these things in the digital world, and it's a great joy to see our fans who will win in our skin.
希望这些皮肤能代表我们17战队，并向大家展示我们战队的文化和精神含义，这样才能确保皮肤能够被广大玩家喜爱和接受。
对我来说挺激动的，能在 PUBG 里看到代表我们17战队的皮肤视频，这个过程让我想要拿出更好、更有说服力的表现，来更好的在电竞领域定位我自己和队伍。
就对于选手来说，在游戏里就拥有自己的那种专属道具啊，或者皮肤，就是非常有意义的一件事。然后希望以后这种合作也能够越来越多吧。
I believe there will be more opportunities communicating with our fans, expanding the global partner team program.
안녕하세요. 저는 PGS 캐릭터 팀의 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗입니다. 캐릭터가 입는 의상, 총기, 그리고 탈 것들을 제작하고 있습니다. 팀별로 그런 색깔이나 특성이 있는 디자인이라고 생각했고 일반 옷으로 생각해도 굉장히 멋스러운 디자인이라고 생각했습니다. 팬들이 보았을 때 가장 중요하다고 생각되는 부분들, 그런 부분에 중점을 둬 작업을 했고요. 팬분들이나 이제 유저분들이 보았을 때 우리 팀의 이 유니폼을 입고 실제로 경기를 할 수 있겠구나 하면서 약간 그런 것들에 대한 만족을 위해서 생각을 하면서 작업을 했습니다.
And I want to thank every fan for your support. It means a lot for us.
I cannot imagine the world without fans.
期待一下我们这款皮肤吧。
所以说，你们的支持对于我们非常重要，也希望大家多多支持17战队，谢谢大家。
Here I am, I'm ready for love. Tell me when you're ready, 'cause I'm already ready.
To all the PUBG players, this year instead of the PCS series, we have a brand new offline tournament, the PUBG Global Series. As the first PUBG Esports global event of the year, PGS 1 will kick off on April 27th in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. During the 2-week-long competition, 24 professional teams will chase a $500,000 prize pool. Our 24 teams will come from all over the world to represent their regions, including all 8 PUBG global partner teams of 2023. And they will be competing on 2 classic maps. The teams will be split into 3 groups, Group A, B, and C. They will compete with each other over 3 days in the group stage. Then the top 16 teams will advance to the winner's bracket, and the bottom 8 teams will fall into the loser's bracket. From there, the top 8 teams of the winner bracket will claim a spot in the grand finals. The remaining 8 teams will join the rest of the group stage teams in the loser's bracket, leaving us with a new pool of 16 teams with one last opportunity at punching their ticket to the grand finals. In the loser's bracket, 8 teams will rise above the rest, filling out our grand final spots. In the grand finals, the 16 best teams from PGS 1 will battle it out in 18 matches over 3 days. On the final day, only one team may stand and claim the grand prize of $80,000 along with the title of PGS 1 champions. But that's not all. The top 4 teams with the highest point totals from PGS 1 and 2 will qualify directly for PGC 2023. Meanwhile, don't forget to go to 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 to pick your dream team, predict the winners of PGS 1, and earn a chance to grab a bunch of G coins. This year, PGS will become a new frontier in the world of PUBG Esports. Stay tuned to find out who will be the first to plant their flag in the land of the new era.
Excellent, the blue is going to get the knock. Attack is gone. That's going to finish it off. Here we go. It's their first international title. 그냥 찍어버리기. 네, 던져 그렇죠.
They've got shotguns in hand. They just roam around. H1 connects with one. They're looking around. He knows where the other one goes for the spray. H1 is the key to success right now.
剩最后一个了，吴迪这边的，前面踩上来，露头盔，洗头，明明。Bill's already his way, using the nade actually goes out towards it. Try and go for the flag, please, the map! He is able to get it!
Maybe they can find some assault. E1, Rella lines up.
เอ็กซ์คลูซีฟโดนแฟนน็อกไปและยังไม่จบตรงนี้เบลมอสยังคงช่วยแฟนอยู่
9 คิวท่านผู้ชมเดท
trăm diện tích của vòng bo. Vòng bo tiếp theo có sở một mình trước những số tiền mới.
Wow!
Đẹp quá rồi.
他这么被动，其实就是恭喜吃鸡的队伍。そして上から一方的にムクに対しても。
Can and Goose are silent, not able to do so though. Can this is their first.
Freedom, both teams are landing right in the warehouse. Fire with the shotgun.
Gets this animation cancelled as well to get the gun up quickly. One seen, one taken down. Spiro, that was Ada with the AK in hand, reloaded, but able to take him down. More shotgun is in play as Battle finds the second as well. Pentagram folded in seconds, and there they go!
As the big ones, and now FaZe are trying to get involved. They're swinging on in. This was a hardship to the northwest, so having a big send towards the middle might not be that big of a surprise. They don't seem to be going so far, but up the steps. Fox doesn't check the right angle. It's all under Risky B. Has to go for something big. Does not succeed.
3
players go down, they know that New Epi's fighting STK. This is great recognition. But they weren't ready for Hikari's position at the tree. They're out on the road. Hikari finds the perfect time to strike. Takes 2 down. Grenade in hand here for Soul. But he's nowhere near this. He can't get a grenade there. Now he's out in the open. What a spray from Hikari! Only saw 1 or 2 more smokes in his hand there, so that's not far enough to cross that field. Leo, though, spotted Lin Shu just barely, and the repeat is going to get the knock through the smoke. Now he sees 2 by the rock. That's information. That should be everything GEX needs to get the job done. Long Skirt knocked as well. Leo, only 1 more player to go here. 7-7 wraps to the back.
Don't even need to get the revive on Xenon. They already have the man advantage here, but look at Savior pushing on in with the grenade, trying to confirm every single person that they can. 7-7, last one up. What can he do? 1 versus 3. His position has been compromised.
Here comes Yuri looking to finish the job. 7-7 though, able to at least find the knock. Leo trying to get there to prevent the point.
Claimed high ground in an area that they had no rights to claim whatsoever.
Aldana was going to get backstabbed here by the AWM. Yeah, that's the easiest AWM shot of your life. He's going to be able to flush kick there. Heaven, though, I'm not sure if you can get to that res before Petrichor Road decides to lock the grenades in and finish the job.
Teams have joined the Pantheon here for the winners bracket as over the past 3 days we witnessed as they tried to go through the gauntlet that was at the group stage, and now they find themselves with an opportunity to qualify for the grand final. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to PGS 1 here as we are in the Battle Arena Malaysia in the Jaya Shopping Center here to be able to bring you everything that is going to be going down. Joining me to my left-hand side, I have the Toffees to break things down. I'm looking quite Sith, you're looking quite Jedi.
Thank you.
We've got a good contrast going on here.
I know. We're excited. We brought a little bit of flavor because teams are bringing flavor right out of the gate. I'm used to hot drops stopping when we get to this stage, but apparently they're not. And we'll talk more about that in a little while.
Yes, we will. Let's take a look at the schedule. We've already blasted through that group stage. It actually didn't really feel like 3 days, but here we are into the winners for 2 days. Then we will have that losers bracket and then a day off where you can go and do whatever you may please. And then we have 3 days of that grand final to crown our PGS 1 champion. Excited to get there considering I feel there's so many great contenders for the 500,000 prize pool.
Phenomenal contenders, and the ones who are in the winners bracket have an advantage because this is kind of a preview for what we're going to see as they battle for that $80,000 in the grand final. With the exception of maybe 3 teams, I think this is it, and we're going to learn a lot watching these guys.
Yeah, they're definitely so. It's going to be very, very important here. Here is the format as a whole. We already started with that group stage. We now find ourselves in that double elimination, and we say it time and time again for this kind of stuff, but the fact that we have double elimination gives people these different roads, different opportunities, multiple opportunities to get to the grand final.
It does. it's a long road, but a team like, say, 17, who feels like maybe they're jaded about being treated badly on the second day by Sonics, has a chance to fight back because of the format.
Yes, they may. Yes, they may. They didn't find themselves in the winners bracket, but here we are for that. This is the participating teams that have made it through to the winners bracket. What a lineup here, Toffees.
It is an insane lineup. This is the best and brightest that the world has to offer when it comes to PUBG. And honestly, if you went home and made your fantasy teams, it was difficult because of how many good players there are as options. This is the best mechanics, the best macro in the world, and I am excited to see them take the field again.
Definitely so. So we have, I think one thing that I really want to focus on, to be a little bit specific here, is the regional representation.
Yes.
And, you know, oftentimes I stand up here, Toffees, and I give you guys a hard time.
You do.
However, I can't really give you a hard time right now.
You know, in the past, it's been deserved. A lot of our favorites have come out and not performed at the International. We were watching Luminosity. This was a team that you may recognize. They used to be called E-United at PGC. Yeah. They performed very well there, but they've often felt like they were in the shadow of the Sonics when it came to recognition. This is their event to break out. They were on fire throughout the whole group stages. I expect them to continue to do that here.
Lest we forget how good China was able to play, though, in this group stage. As we look at Ming and Ike's left, two players that, I mean, well, especially for New Happy and 4AM, we finished with them by the day 3 come around. So they weren't exactly fresh in our minds coming into today, but they still performed extremely well in the group stage, and they're a force to be reckoned with.
Well, this head-to-head's fascinating. New Happy's going into this winners bracket with 0 chicken dinners from the group stages. They're going to want to change that going forward. Yeah. And 𝗟𝗡𝗗 is going to be hot-dropping, or so we hear, for this entire bracket.
So we hear. We will find out here throughout the games as we take a look at the teams to watch. And you know what, actually? Kudos, because I could have picked 3 better teams. Luminosity, Danawa, 𝗟𝗓𝗓. 𝗟𝗓𝗓 especially, I love their meteoric rise to be able to take these spots.
Absolutely. They are the sort of, they're not underdogs, they're the quiet killers is what I would call them. Because we talked about Danawa, we talked about Luminosity, these teams with big chicken dinner counts, massive plays, huge end games. But the whole time, 𝗟𝗓𝗓 was the 3-headed dog, and they've got that much fight. The fight of 3 dogs. They never let off. If they get a bad position, they walk away with kills. They're aggressive, and 𝗟𝗓𝗓 is insane right now.
Yeah, quite apt. You've got, of course, 𝗟𝗓𝗓. You've got 𝗟𝗏𝗗 there. You've got Duckmai to a degree as kind of that 3 heads, and then support from there on. Just looking spectacular here throughout the roster. Very, very deep indeed. But as we take a look at kind of what is going on here in the highlights as a whole, you're seeing Danawa constantly showing up here. You saw it in multiple moments here. It's those 3 teams going back-to-back, head-to-head against one another in the final moments of these games constantly.
In the final moments is why they're so valuable for your fantasy leagues, because you're never going to lose the minus. You don't get that -3 with those teams because they go deep every single time, and they get you those 5 points for the win and those 2 points for the kill.
And here are the fantasy league picks in terms of the top ones so far, and not too much surprise that we're seeing Kickstar and Soul as maybe 1 and 2 picked right now, although actually looking at it, it seems like Ming is also very much picked. Just heavy hitters across the board.
Yeah, because you can only pick 1 from each team. It actually speaks volumes that Kickstar and Snakers are on here, because that means they're being picked incredibly across the board. Snakers, maybe you could argue a better value just because it allows you to spend a little more somewhere else. That's why I went ahead and picked him up, because I was able to get 𝗟𝗓𝗓, Snakers, Soul, and 𝗟𝗓𝗓, which I think is just going to be 𝗟𝗓𝗓 is a phenomenal team.
Yeah, I had 𝗟𝗓𝗓 in the first day, and he didn't disappoint, because if 4AM is doing well, 𝗟𝗓𝗓 is going to be able to get points. So for the 17,300 that he is, I think it is a great pick. Here are the casters' picks. Interesting. And that's that.
To put it in perspective, I asked Paper and Cameron why they picked 𝗟𝗓𝗓, and they said he has a good mustache. So that's perhaps why they're struggling to put points on the board, is they're picking based on how things look.
That's fair, but unless you're a desk host or on the desk, you're probably not having that best of time here, Toffees.
That's true. I will say, that 463 was built on the back of Kickstar. Yesterday, he was wild. It didn't matter if it was match 1 on Erangel or match 2 on Miramar or any match in between. He was just racking up kills, and I expect him to do the same thing today.
I mean, most people don't know me as a humble person, but I was surprised I was 70 points ahead. That's ridiculous. That shouldn't be a thing, but it is. But we have 6 games coming at you today, and we reverse the order a little bit. It will be not me for this one. So Erangel Miramar, and then Erangel Miramar for 6 games to round things out. I will say, whilst we kind of address the fact that the schedule was there for a moment, 6 games gets quite long in a high-pressure situation. Sometimes online, especially when we see that 6-game roll around, it's absolute clown land.
Absolutely.
People are doing crazy stuff. So you've got fortitude that's going to be tested here as well.
I think that's absolutely true. I know most of the regions scrim 6, and by the time you get to 6, the running joke is sort of 6 scrims and sort of how clowny they can get.
Yeah.
But I think that comes down to how difficult it can be. So it's important for our teams to win early and win fast, because you want to come out of this very quickly, look for those early chickens, because when things do get a little crazy on the back end of the day, you want to be ahead.
I do want to ask before we actually go on to the first game here, though, Toffees, who have you got your eyes on? Of course, there's the big names, but who are you looking at?
So Sonics accomplished their goal. They knocked 17 down to the losers bracket, which means they are uncontested Pachinki Picado today. So let's see if they can utilize that. We saw 17 try yesterday. They couldn't do anything with it. Let's see what Sonics can do. And I'm also watching Petrichor and Twisted Minds, because they have said, I asked both captains, are you sticking to this? Yes, they are saying that they are hot dropping and fighting every single map, every single game. So my eye is on 4am, because 4am goes to school and means that they can come right over the top of that hill and try to get Pix and Razak to start their game strong.
Who have pushed Twisted Minds off of that location anyway. So yeah, well, thank you very much, Toffees, here for that breakdown, as we are now ready to get into the games. Let's do it here. It is the winners bracket of PGS 1.
I would say just relaxed and I guess easy.
可以用轻松来形容吧。开局直接吃了2击，然后心里就没有那么大压力了。
Em nghĩ là bọn em chưa bung hết sức, tại vì bọn em bắn để giữ sức vào giành thắng. Nói chung là bắn team em nói chung là ok, tầm 1.
저희 팀의 문제점은 그냥 서로 간의 소통만 신경 쓰면 될 것 같아요.
I think Danawa is going to be pretty good this year, all year round. I think they're going to be one of the good teams up there with us for sure.
Just work, but it's an off angle. And Onyx hold this one. It should be yours, but it takes it down on Danawa.
Yeah, I mean, we just hope to see Danawa in grand finals. I think we're pretty close friends, so it'll be a fun rivalry.
이번 승자조에서 딱히 견제되는 팀은 없고 저희가 다 이겨낼 수 있을 거라 생각합니다.
就是前几名的队伍都挺厉害的，就比如 CES 他们枪法比较猛，然后配合也还不错。
Em nghĩ là đội Hâu, tại vì đội đó là đội nhảy tranh khu với bọn em. Clear hoàn toàn Hâu eo để vào chung kết, chỉ cần clear thôi là bọn em sẽ vào.
저희는 승자조에서 팀원 간의 소통만 제일 집중을 할 거고 그거 외에는 저희가 무대를 즐기기만 하면 될 것 같습니다.
这次胜者组虽然强队很多，但是我们也有信心能够直接进入决赛。
We're just gonna have fun in winners and try to play our game to the best of the ability.
Winners bracket day 1. Exciting teams that have made their way here from the group stage. And while some teams are going to be waiting for losers, we have some amazing squads that are going to continue to show their fantastic firepower here. And especially for the top 3 teams, Luminosity, Cerberus, and Danawa, I am just expecting them to continue that run. And to hear Cerberus specifically say that they feel like they can perform even better makes me that much more excited here.
Exactly. Tobias called them the quiet killer. I'll say they've been all but quiet. They've been out there taking fights to anyone, and I love the fact that we heard them say this now as well. We need to get better at taking those fights on with Howl, because they want to lock down their loot spots early on. And that goes into another thing that Des was talking about, hot drops. We thought it was going to potentially be over in group stage. Nah, not so much. We're bringing it into the winners and potentially losers bracket as well.
Yeah, and that's exciting for some, perhaps a little frustrating for the players themselves, where we have 12 games where it's going to be, unless a team backs away, a hot drops for every single time. I'm looking at Petrichor Road and Twisted Minds being one of them, and then of course there is that Howl versus Cerberus there.
EXO as well against Faceover and El Poso. Not really a clear definition on that one yet, unless if maybe you have something to say, Cam?
I think FaZe might be leaving that one.
Wouldn't be the worst decision ever.
Yeah, I know.
They did get decimated in Arena in the first attempt they had there, so I hope that they will think better of it.
Yeah, look at them studying the maps, being good students here.
I'm only laughing now because James sitting going, oh yes, of course, this is what we're gonna do. I don't think that's a very James thing to do, so I think he knew there was a camera stood next to him and we wanted to look extra ready for this one.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is about time to enter map number 1. We are starting on 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 this time around. Game 1 of the winner's bracket. Who is going to start dominating? Can they continue it? Or are we going to see a lot more teams really begin to step up? Because again, we have 3 front leaders if you're looking at groups.
And not only that, but we are headed into a plane path which is very, very, very vertical, meaning straight north to south and somewhat western skewed as well. A lot of teams in this lobby like loading on the eastern side of the map. So winners bracket game 1 might already see teams forced to go for those alternate drop spots early on.
Still, not the worst plane path.
Could be worse.
Once we get a shot to look at it, it's not so far off the side. Those eastern teams like LG at Melt to Power, anyone that's going Novo, they might have to float a little bit or land early for vehicles, but we've seen so much worse plane paths. It really isn't that bad.
Our eyes early will take us down towards 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗, 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗, and Twisted Minds. If everything is going, I won't say according to plan, but according to the rumors that we've heard, that should be where the first fight will go down. 2 teams with a whole hell of a lot to gain by making their way straight to the grand finals. It seems to me, Cam, like there's going to be a battle in 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 once more.
Yeah, that's actually going to be 𝗟𝗡𝗗 Road and Twisted Minds as we see a bunch of other teams all float around each other. STK, 𝗟𝗚, 4am now going to school. But you can see on that mini-map, 2 blue teams, not the same. It's 2 separate squads, Twisted Minds and 𝗟𝗟𝗗 Road. This has been a very interesting hot drop to watch.
Yeah.
𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 is one of those cities that it's popular enough that you will get this every once in a while, but it's not going to be a mainstay.
Nope.
For the here, guns already in hands. I'm liking the angles that Lu and Battlegrounds have across 𝗟𝗟𝗗 Road, but this also means that the 4-man squad could isolate them and Perfectix already taken down.
Exactly, Perfectix first one to fall. AC able to get that one confirmed. I like the way they were landing. 𝗟𝗟𝗗𝗗 landing 2-2, very well confirmed, whereas the Twisted Minds trying to kind of spread around and see if they could pin them in. Not really working out the way they wanted to right off the bat. Perfectix, of course, not getting a chance to play in his previous days of games. The tap was there subbing him in, but now back on the battlefield. Unfortunately for him, though, not for very long.
Yeah, you can see Lu running away from that high ground warehouse position, and his position is being filled by Mill and 𝗟𝗚𝗏. So Twisted Minds, they could still try and post up and really get some crossfire lines to try and trade back, or honestly, maybe consider leaving at this point. They're just trying to run to the eastern side. Spyro almost caught out, able to get inside just in time, though the door is blown open.
Yeah, Chewy knows exactly where he is, and that building only has 2 exits, so going to be very hard for Spyro to get out of there without at least a few bullets being fired in his direction. We'll see, though. 𝗟𝗟𝗗𝗗, do they opt to aggress here, knowing that they have Twisted Minds to layer down below towards the east, or do they stick around? But we are seeing a bit of a push up towards the north. 𝗟𝗟𝗗𝗏's, Mill, and 𝗟𝗚𝗏 starting the wraparound.
Yeah, Lu has just been running away from this duo for the past few moments here. Weapons are being picked up. We're seeing a couple more rifles, a couple more fully automatic ones, to say the least, because I think there was an M16 in play for a brief moment here. Now a 4X on a barrel. I mean, these players are good, but that's still going to have a lot of kick.
Oh yeah, definitely. We've seen him do it, though. 3x, 4x, 6x, you name it, he will hit those shots. 𝗟𝗚𝗏, an absolute beast, regardless of weaponry. And here we see this upcoming in Perfectix. Yes, he's on the server, or so he was. Now, though, a little bit of retaliation coming through as Spiro finds Mill. So 3v3. And again, I don't see this one coming to an end before one of these 2 teams are dead.
Yeah, that was a very, very confident push from 𝗟𝗚𝗏 and Mill, and I know that they're going to try and finish this fight because this is actually not that far from the center of the circle, so they want to get this fight taken care of before another team starts to perhaps try and third party, maybe coming in from the bridges across the river. We do have a few teams in the north, or maybe even just to get out of it and find a center spot before it's taken by another team like 𝗟𝗚 and 4am. But unfortunately, they do lose a player because of perhaps that sense of rush, that sense of urgency. But the shotgun in hand, 𝗟𝗏𝗏 is going to try and take this building. Spyro, I believe, might have just been inside this one, but they're pushing forward bit by bit, piece by piece. And Twisted Minds have stopped a little bit. Lu is still going to be on that beach, perhaps looking for an angle to catch another 𝗟𝗟𝗗𝗏 Road player off guard.
Now, it's the smallest thing, and I know it's warm in this arena, but I did just see in the webcam there that Battlegrounds was kind of, you know, drying his hands in his shirt. So a little bit of sweaty palms, maybe a little nervous as well. Not usually a sign we see from Battlegrounds. He is Mr. Confidence himself, but of course, group stage, I don't want to say not necessarily going their way, because as we were talking to him about it in the start of today, they weren't really looking for a ton of points. They just wanted to secure the drop spots, and well, they didn't secure them then.
And that's why we're seeing this continue to be the story.
Chiamba right now, here in South George. 7-7 is not here. 7-7 is actually already in the zone, hugging the north side of that river. So going on a little bit of scouting mission, clearing that first area. Perhaps one of the players to actually even come across this engagement here in 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗.
I mean, it's unfortunately for 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗, but not really an angle at which they can really approach unless if they commit to the city too, which I would be surprised to see them want to do. 𝗏 up on the roof. Does he get a good angle on one? Should be able to see Batulans eventually, but of course the X-ray can bait us a bit. As he's looking around, red dot on the M4. Not going to be the easiest spray at max distance, but then again, these pros, we've seen them hit insane shots before, so don't take it away from them.
XO, another team that's been very, very exciting to watch. Not a lot of expectations on that squad, but the performance is up there. Still, you know, they're not going to be world beaters just yet, but who knows how much more development they can go through.
I'll be honest and say, I did not expect to see them in winners. I did not expect to see them here, not only because they have had very limited results in the past in terms of what you can go back and look into, but just the team as a whole, knowing what they're going up against. But they came into day one, regardless of limited to no land experience, and said, we're playing with confidence. We do not care. Full-on Aussie mentality of we can beat the best of the best. Brought it here, and they've been playing confident from start to finish, making their way to winners. It's huge for them.
Similar statement could be made for 𝗟𝗓𝗏.
Definitely.
If you're being honest there. I think the European region in particular is one that's very interesting to see the scores from the qualifiers here. And, you know, some would say the region is deep. Other would say that the region is very inconsistent. But to see a team like 𝗟𝗏 make their way into winners bracket, granted, by the skin of their teeth, but still here to have another opportunity to continue to show that they are a strong team and they deserve to have qualified in the first place.
I will say this, regardless of what region you follow and support, if you haven't already gone back and seen the very last game of the PEC qualifiers, go back and see it, because 𝗟𝗏 had a crazy game. And let's take a look in and listen in to 𝗟𝗏𝗏 from 𝗟𝗏.
Oyunlar ilerledikçe seviyeler daha da zor olacak ve biz bu zorluğa hazırız. Çalıştık, başarmayı düşünüyoruz. Son maç kafamızda birçok plan vardı. İkinci alanı görene kadar. İkinci alanı gördüğümüzde kafamızda olan planı uyguladık. Açıkçası son ana kadar heyecan vericiydi ama şunu söyleyebilirim. Sanki bu maç bana bir şeyleri hatırlattı.
I mean, I love the way they're sending that one off. 1 point is what got them in to the winners bracket here, and 1 point was their qualifier. Spoiler alert, sorry everyone out there, but it was so insanely close, and by the last second as well. Again, can't advocate it enough. If you haven't gone back and watched the last BC qualifier game, go back and see it, because it was as close as their performance ended up being yesterday.
I mean, we'll see. They might have to pull out a miracle this time around as well, or who knows? Maybe they can put themselves in a better position and not have to go for such dramatic plays. We have a lot of games ahead of us. We perhaps don't want to, you know, get a little too ahead of ourselves. We still have action waiting for us. We had 2 kills at the start, and that's been it for the 7.5 minutes. And I know that this one doesn't have as many hot drops as perhaps we've seen. This is still a very, very quiet start.
I mean, it's also a start that I was hoping and expecting to see now that all teams have been on the, playing. There's info to go off of. There's VODs to be seen from all teams now within this tournament. So the teams that do play better later off of info they've acquired throughout the tournament are now starting to use that info. So what we saw in Group Day 1, Groups Day 2, where teams randomly run into each other because they literally had no chance of knowing the rotations the opponents were going to do, those things are now being avoided. And that's why, even more so with a very simple first circle, we're not seeing too much commotion, too many teams bouncing back and forth into one another.
Maybe some more commotion can happen here in 𝗟𝗏𝗏𝗏. A grenade was played out, still didn't find anything. And now Twisted Minds here, I'm still looking at 𝗏 to really be that playmaker. The footsteps are heard. Push into Spyro's building, holds the SMG, but this is a shotgun. We all know how dangerous that can be. The shot does come out, though, and that's going to be a warning to perhaps go out the window. But Spyro, he delayed his drop, able to get the knock, fully run away from that, down to such low HP. But this is a moment to perhaps finish that kill, especially with the frag grenade in hand.
1 HP to work with, and what a survival. I love the fact that he sits in the window, because the shotgun comes through in the chest, but the nade finds the second as well. Joey goes down. Spyro, because he sits in the window, that shot hits the feet and not the chest. Such a smart off-angle position from Spyro to play from now. It's just a set left alive. Finds one though, Spyro goes down, Batulans need to fortify. 𝗏 needs to go so as well. XO in the nearby vicinity could potentially third party this fight.
Grenade misses, Spyro can still get revived. You can see Batulan and 𝗏 rushing forward because they lose one, that's bad, but fine. Losing 2 could be disastrous for them, and Lou is able to finally find that angle with the flank. Gets a couple of shots, doesn't have HP, and it looks like Battlegrounds has a line on the opposite side. 1 frag grenade should be all that it takes, but empty?
Yep.
Where did empty come from? Where did Exo come from? That is going to be a confirm onto Spyro. It is going to be Twisted Minds down to a duo, but at the very least, they have taken out Petrichor Road.
All the way from North, George, they rotated. They heard the commotion in Rostock, and they thought, you know what, let's take a peek. Let's see what's going to happen down here. And for Exo, a team, again, I'll say it time and time again, with very limited to no LAN experience prior to this tournament, coming in a winner's bracket, I don't expect maybe be surprised to be in, but at least that I'm surprised to see them in. Getting these 3 points early, getting the ball rolling early with little to no risk involved for yourself is huge for them in terms of building up courage and momentum.
We're starting to see a bunch of other teams outside of Rozak start to engage with each other. That was Day Trade and New Happy that we just saw get close. Danawa and Tiamba also crossing paths, and this circle is going to be a shift down towards the south, which means that this fight could be a good one because it's also GEX as well. This is 3 teams in the same area. But New Happy looks like they're going to be backing away. They actually have a priority line to get into a strong, solid spot in this circle. GEX want to pull. They don't want to fight over this one. They have way too good of a position to capitalize on this shift.
They also, exactly, they all saw the circle shift and they went, guys, why are we fighting on the west side when we could literally take all the prime real estate in the center? Hard swing down towards the south. They know there's a majority of the teams coming in from the north because they couldn't make their way east early on. So let's take some good real estate. In the meantime, fights will be had. Howell Schofield falls as alo finds the first.
Oh, and it's Schofield's own grenade to confirm that one as well, taken with the pin pulled. Always a really unfortunate development there, but nice return grenade from Ruin is going to get the trade on to Alo. Behind hard cover, can still get revived, but the Mad is on the push.
Narrow angle to lob that nade upstairs. Smart play as well. Vegas now underhand out the window. Mad jumping in place. That ain't going to help you. That vehicle is blocking his exit, but no, just exactly. Able to get out of that one alive somehow. Able to stay put.
And now even peeking outside the window is Vegas just to make sure that a push is gonna fully stop. Penta as well, also on the backside, holding the line. And this is Purdy Curdy there, the flanking player, finally finding an angle with the tree, with the vehicle, and it's going to be Ruin, also knocked down by Penta. So this push by STK, it's not perfect. They're getting knocks against them, but they are making it work time and time again, but Apocalypse with a very, very good return knock on Kurt.
Nice double headshot coming through, gets the flush instantly as well. Molly should take out Ruin. We'll see if the man can do anything. No, Alo able to find the first. Apocalypse not in the position to cover him at all. Vegas now spots the second down to have HP. They know the connection was there. Push for it, aggress for it, get the final kill down. Slow HP, no! Apocalypse prevails and Empt is starting to join the fight as well. Once again, Exo in here playing spoiler. Third-party business, ruining other teams' dreams.
It's all onto Penta right now. Vegas has crawled into a safe position. Alo as well, so they are not down just yet, but Alo is found by Apocalypse. That's another kill confirmed for Howl. That is at least 2 points for them, but Apocalypse is not wanting to give up more. There's a chance to get the 1v1 against Penta, and that's going to be a full team wipe. And can the Mad get revived as well? There's a lot on the line here because this position, who knows at what point it will get crashed. Exo, we already saw, are looking at this area.
Yeah, exactly, man. The team's aware of exactly what's going on here. Apocalypse crawls for input. Let's go for the flush. Yes, he does. Again, first game of the series. It's only 12 matches total. You want to optimize the amount of points you can get here. Penta, Nate lopped on out, doesn't find the first man. Able to stay alive. Penta, though, taken down. Peaks the second time around. Apocalypse hears him. And that is going to be him down and out alongside the rest of STK.
Man, Apocalypse had the read on Penta, peeking the other angle, having the grenade, and able to take advantage of that. That's going to be a revive on to the Mad. Now let's look at Dynamo right now, because I think one reason why Exo didn't push that third party further is because of the approach from the Korean squad from the north side. And honestly, if there's any team that approaches you like Dynamo, you're going to put all your attention towards them.
Oh yeah, definitely. Akita did go down, a powerhouse player, and played phenomenally throughout the group stage, and Exo, of course, not happy to lose him this early on here in match number 1. We're just a couple of seconds away to see where Circle 3 will take us. A lot of teams currently set up in the center in the open area, and they might as well stick around because we're headed center once more.
Tulin on the move does get taken out. Lou as well, the last surviving member for Twisted Minds. 4 kills, 4 points, not the worst thing, especially considering they coming in from a hot drop. But can Lou try and farm out anymore? Caught by Summer. it's going to be a pretty easy enough spray down for him. And that's going to be 𝗟𝗏 controlling this road. And this road is actually the center of the zone. That position that 4AM are at is the center of the zone. 𝗟𝗏 now coming on into this exact same angle. This dirt road can be a very, very chaotic place to hang around, and 𝗟𝗏 has the lineup on the duck mine.
Issue with this circle is that playing the north side is practically impossible. South is all compounds. North is an open field facing into the compound where Howl is currently sat. 𝗟𝗏 now falls as well. Example to get the knock. 𝗟𝗏 to steal the point away from him. So all of these teams trying to find some sort of cover in the open, but these positions are already taken.
And look at that cover from 𝗟𝗏. 𝗟𝗏 with the follow-up to capitalize off onto that, but it's going to have to be more covering fire from the teams under the distance. A really good grenade from Xenon is going to drop 𝗟𝗏 out of this. And it's Leo and Yuri. How much more damage can they do to 4AM?
A lot, hopefully. Just them two sat down below. 0 confirmed so far. Could potentially run in to try and take out 𝗟𝗏, but they want to commit to the rest and Xenon first, understandably. So it does manage to get... No, actually, Himas from the other side able to take out Leo. So they get the first up instantly just to lose the second.
You pointed out the open area on the north side, and that just means that there's so many angles for a third party, potentially fourth, fifth, and so forth, to really take advantage of this and pick up a lot of kill points and make sure that GEX cannot slot themselves into this spot for free. Xenon almost dropped by a grenade from Crazy. He's going to go for another to even finish the kill and get Yuri down.
Wow, I mean, credit where credit's due. 4AM doing everything they possibly can to keep their in-game leader alive, and Crazy might just be able to get inside here and get the rest on through, applying so much pressure, using so much utility, and because of that, they're able to get 𝗟𝗏 back up alive. As I say that, wait, did that nade bounce through both windows?
Yeah.
What?
Yes, it did.
What?
Looking back on the replay, Xenon's going to be a little disappointed at that one. And now that 𝗟𝗏 is here on the off angle, being completely surrounded, trying to rush into the shack, is able to get one knock there. That's going to be all it is for GEX. They are eliminated in 13th place, and 4AM, for all of this chaos, are able to stay 4 up. But look at 𝗟𝗏, still keeping these Shack players pinned down. It's only 2, and it's only Himas, it's only 𝗟𝗏 on this side, because the other members were eliminated on their approach.
Well, 𝗟𝗏 is moving close, and Kickstart is set just to the east of 𝗟𝗏 as well. 4AM know that they're pinned in, but they have to buy themselves some more time. We did see 5 smokes on 𝗟𝗏, so they should be able to set up a path. Question is, when do they move? And if so, does 𝗟𝗏 just start spraying that shack door, taking them out, or are they allowed away? I think 𝗟𝗏, knowing that they've spent too much time looking towards the shack, we could potentially have threats coming in from the north. Now we got the circle as well. We cannot tunnel vision that shack.
Circle does shift towards the west. This is a really, honestly, I'll say it, really bad position for 𝗟𝗏. It's in the center, but that means everyone's going to be gunning for their spot. You saw how open it was. Looking to the north, 𝗟𝗏 had to choose, does he want to give his back to 𝗟𝗏 or give his back to 4AM? You can't block the line of sight from both. 𝗟𝗏, though, from the east side, have to figure out how they're going to approach this hilltop.
A lot of these edge teams now having to figure out how do we make our way on in. Salute goes down as Linshu finds the first. We'll see as 𝗟𝗏 drives on forward if they can find a second. Not quite so, but off the first knock, not opting too aggressive. Of course, they are outside the circle, down to where that is, so not too eager to take a 4v3, even though they got the numbers advantage, because that terrain won't really be worth nothing in just a minute's time.
Yeah, where did 𝗟𝗏 go? They're going to have to push through Howl, same angle that 𝗟𝗏 are going to go through. Either that or just send it into the dead center, and everyone knows this. Everyone knows this spot. There's not a lot of cover here on the north side especially. So we're probably just going to be playing in from edge. Phase as well, edge approach. It's going to be not just 4AM who are already taking the shots, but then 𝗟𝗏 on a little bit of lower ground. So a strong showing is going to have to come out from FaZe Clan here. Effects going for the shots, not quite landing them. And now they got to figure out, do they just continue to push forward or shift a different direction?
FaZe is taking shots far. I'm not sure if Luminosity was fully aware of their position prior to Fex shooting. Now at least they know how to get themselves a crate as well for their efforts. So always convenient with some level 3 again, a potential gun coming into the latter stages of the game. AUG as well, nifty weaponry to be equipped with, as they have not yet made ground loot on esports servers.
Given the level 3 to the raid boss Fex himself, we've seen a couple of knocks, a couple of kills in the kill feed, and this is one of those knocks onto Apocalypse. And 𝗟𝗏 are going to take this opportunity to push forward, and the Mad
smartly, yeah, is going to back away from this. As a solo, don't want to be holding that. No way to win a 1 versus 4, reasonably at least.
It can be hard to keep track of kill feeds when everything's popping off, but how the STK fight happened with nothing else was going on. So once they see that knock 𝗟𝗗, they go, great, that's a team that only had 1 alive. Let's just full speed send it. So smarter for the Mad as well to leave that position knowing that there's no way he was going to be able to hold all of them out.
Ooh, 𝗟𝗗 and the rest of 𝗟𝗔𝗡 do spot that approach from the Mad, but the Mad is just barely able to prone behind another vehicle that was left out there in the open.
It's really a weird situation, a weird area to have so many players alive, and we'll see now EXO with M knocked on the roof, Rain is here holding on by himself, but 𝗟𝗗 might have an AWP angle on the north side.
Yeah, 𝗟𝗗 actually is going to be on the flank.
He could catch them off guard. I don't think Anonix has any clue. Neither does Slut. None of them are looking towards the north here.
This is the player that Rain is waiting to make the moves, though. Rain is just pinned down, almost trying to be a distraction. Hike is going to go forward, has the lineup. The spray is going to come out, knocks 1, but unable to get any more than that. The blue right at the edge of the zone. We're hitting phase 5, and there is time for 𝗟𝗗 to get the revives, and the circle continues to go west, not too far from this compound, but Sonics continuing to hold a really nice high ground position, overlooking a lot of this zone. 𝗟𝗔𝗡 also that center spot still inside, and now that the Mad was removed, they have a little bit of freedom, but again, we're going to see more and more teams have no other option but to go into that open central area.
FaZe were able to wrap north around Luminosity, so they'll be well aware they have a team in front of them. Now the issue for them becomes, how do we avoid getting pinned in here? We need to take the fight to one of these two teams, but we need to execute it fast enough that the other team doesn't have a chance to third party. You can see they're eyeing their options down towards 𝗟𝗡, and 𝗟𝗡 are actually backing off. They have the ball on the southwest side. They're inside the circle on that edge too, so they're saying we don't need to over-aggress, we don't need to play it hard here, let's just fall back, hold the line, and let really Luminosity decide where to go from.
But they have to hold the line from multiple teams. There's also Happy down to the south side. And then, of course, FaZe to the north, 𝗟𝗗 also approaching in. So for AM, there is a little bit of having to back away and perhaps hope that these teams hit each other. But Happy is certainly going to be the biggest threat, as well as Luminosity.
Sure, there's 𝗟𝗗 trying to make their way on forward. But as we said before, these rocks, these trees and the vehicles as well, only granting you cover from so many angles. 𝗟𝗗 losing to a Salute, and Loki folds. Soul and Anonix trying to make their way in from behind, but limited to no space available for them to maneuver.
Look at FaZe, they want the center, they want that shack, they're going to be coming across the duo of 𝗟𝗔𝗡. A nice grenade is going to take out 𝗟𝗗. It's all in Hamas and taken down. Hard to put up a fight in this position. And now 3 kills on FaZe, they have a nice shack.
Exactly, not only the shack, but the vehicles there for cover as well, making it more of a small compound to play around. Nice positioning taken over for them, denailing a team as well. And now Navi's 𝗟𝗚 finds the double push, just runs over himself in the end of it. And just like that, they trade off the board.
And 𝗟𝗗 now, they have to push in, and it's not even pushing into the zone. They just running into 𝗟𝗗 on this angle, on this line, because they couldn't push into the Sonics. And with this hillside, it's a high ground for 𝗟𝗗, but they lost Loki. That is actually going to be stolen by Mime. And now Linshu with the knock. No, it's not even Linshu. It's 𝗟𝗓 with the knock. Yeah, so no one can even find a nice isolated engagement here. Sonics are really putting damage across this entire field.
There's no place at which 𝗟𝗗 can find full cover any longer. Soul, nice double headshot buddy shot, I should say, to follow. As he gets the knock onto 𝗟𝗗. Will he get the flush confirmed? Yes, he will. Point in the bank for 𝗟𝗗. But 𝗟𝗏 hearing these shots both from him and Anonix, knowing there's Anonix and it's just on the other side. That nade though should bounce far. Yes, no damage done.
Anonix flashes back, but no time to go for a medkit just yet. 𝗟𝗏 running out in the open. Anonix going to be spotting that.
Soul able to get the knock from behind as well. Such an icon. Like the duo of Anonix and Soul, they're so incredibly deadly, always holding one another's back in pretty much any given situation.
Yeah, but now you can see even LG are trying to take part in this fight.
Again, I mean, 𝗟𝗗 are playing not even with the backs against the wall because there is no wall to piggyback up against. They're just playing in the open, trying to shoot at everyone, trying to force them all back. But as you can see, not exactly easy to maneuver around. Very rare that we're in a Rankle force everyone out away from vehicles in phase 3, but that's been the case in this area of the map.
Oh, grenade finds the rock, but doesn't find the damage. It's actually shots from the Sonics that forces Anonix right back down in a prone position. Those two solos on that northeast side, they're trying to find each other, and it's actually going to be 7-7 with the final kill there. 𝗟𝗗 are eliminated in 8th place, but how much further reasonably could 7-7 go with LG and Sonics overlooking that angle?
And while all the other teams have been fighting, LG has still yet to fully commit to a push here. 4AM in the meantime, though, committing to one of their own. New Happy being taken down by 4AM by the second None, and HS still both alive. 𝗟𝗗 though falls down, but instantly the trade comes through from Crazy, taking him down to the rest. Should be able to come to fruition.
New Happy are eliminated, but that's not the fighting that that's not all the fighting that we're seeing here. FaZe push onto LG when they were distracted by those pairs in the north, and now grenades galore coming in.
good stuff right on the money. Flush and Snaker's flood goes down as well. Kickstart, only player left alive, thrown down, trying to stay alive, and I think FaZe is well aware that they need to deal with the threat now. But as I say that, Shrimsy finds one, Kickstart finds the other. FaZe in trouble as 𝗟𝗗𝗗 now makes the push on forward, and there he falls. Kickstart goes down.
Yeah, 7-7 there on the side. It was only going to be a matter of time, but still Kickstart doing some heavy damage to FaZe to make them less powerful in this center spot. They only have 2 remaining with 5 teams up, and we still have the 4 of Na'Vi. We still have the 4 of Sonics. We still have the 4 of 4AM.
We said that this game started out quiet. There's been a non-stop battle going on the east side of Potato Mountain for the last 10 minutes, and it ain't gonna stop anytime soon. 7-7 homing missile sent to Corexia as he falls. Nothing that James will be able to do to get him back on his feet.
Already 3 kills. That's likely going to be a 4th as a solo player. 7-7 has been showing up huge to pick the kills where he can. Grab those points, scavenge anything that is possible, not just giving yourself up to the blue and trying to make, not a miracle, because the win is likely not going to occur, but still make it really, really difficult and have a great start for 𝗟𝗗𝗗.
And stay alive for one more second with the amount of shots being fired. Currently, you don't know if that's placement points coming through. Unfortunately, over 7-7, not going to happen. Almost 600 damage and 4 kills. Great game for 𝗟𝗗𝗗 as they fall in 5th.
4v4v4 v1. Let's see what James can do. We've seen James pull out some good solo maneuvers previously, so you cannot count him out just yet, but it is 4 strong powerhouse squads that are on the hunt for this first chicken dinner.
Now, it's easier to play Sneaky Snake when you're on the edge of the map, when you're not in the one shack left in the circle. But James currently sat in the middle of everything, so there might just be a chance for him to... I don't see anything but 4th here.
The advantage that James has is that no team can push that compound without getting shot by another one. So really, there is a big chance that all of the squads involved will be wounded somewhat by the time he is forced to defend his position. And just spraying down 2 people, that is possible for any player in this lobby.
This circle, hard shifting down towards 4AM. Na'Vi will be happy with the southern shift as well, so it's going to be on Sonics to make that first play. Do they hard crash James? They should be aware, if they've been keeping track of the leaderboard, or the kill feed, I should say, that there is only 1 FaZe player alive in that area of the map. You can see shots still being fired from Mime down towards James here. So do they just collapse on James? James is actually in a vehicle now, realizing that my position is going to be taken. So get the car over on the other side of the compound.
Na'Vi, 4AM, with this circle shift, they know that they need to really fight each other. There's no comfortable way for them to try and defend from the Sonics without getting shot in the side by each other. And that could give Sonics the opportunity with the high ground to find an opening where you saw a few pieces of damage, but it's going to be a vehicle send coming out from Tickleton and 𝗟𝗗𝗗. It looks to be the 4AM angle is the one. Mime finds James, so that's going to be the shack made available as well. That is a really good find. Good timing because the blue is just now about to start to close.
I like the play. 2 of them sent the vehicles further down towards the shack. James forced to try and make a reaction play. 𝗟𝗗𝗗 do something, and that's when Mime sits there ready with the Orm in hand, finds the headshot, and now 3 teams left alive. Everyone's been battling throughout this one, except really for the majority of these teams. 4AM, they want to fight in the east. Na'Vi fighting onto the compound in the south, and Sonics slowly and schematically have made their way down from the north.
Mel has a little bit of a shack that hard cover could be useful, or rather, not a shack, it's going to be a full-on tower there, but it could be useful for finding the information, for finding the angles, and just making sure that no one from 4AM can really rush their spot. But these 3 corners, this triangle between the 3 teams, I imagine it's likely going to stay put for the next minute or so while Phase 7 closes, because there's not a lot to really play for confidently.
Na'Vi is fully, 4AM is fully committed to this one. They had a chance to pick and choose. Do we sit tight on the east side? Do we allow for the fight to happen to the SQ and potentially Na'Vi as well? I think with 𝗟𝗗𝗗 and Summer wrapping south right now, you can see that they're slowly creeping around that southern edge. They're forcing the fight here. They're wanting to take the fight to Na'Vi because they know if Na'Vi wants to fight them in return, Sonics will shoot them in the back. Nice setup, nice push here from 4AM.
Yeah, and they're swinging down the south side as well to keep themselves separated from potential angles from the Sonics. They want to make this fight as clean as possible. Crazy is here just to cause a distraction, cause some attention, make sure everyone is looking in his direction. Mel is actually leaving that shack just for a moment to throw more grenades. They seem to be completely unaware of the potential for this flank, and now the Molotovs are coming out. They're going to be landing in the shack.
Yep. Somehow, though, not spreading all the way through. I don't know what that wooden floor is made of, but apparently immune to fire altogether. Summer, shots coming through from one side. Nate doing damage as well, but Summer forced back, able to stay put though, as 𝗟𝗗𝗗 dodges and weaves, and also somehow still alive.
Na'Vi barely survive. 4am barely survive, but Sonic's now taking an opportunity to push forward because Phase 8 is going to be somewhat centered up, but still favoring the south, southeast, marginally so. And 𝗟𝗔𝗡 with the Groza in hand is looking forward, smoke at the ready to try and block the lines of sight to perhaps try and isolate 𝗟𝗔𝗡 with a push. You see Mime there with the just thirsting for a head to click here.
Yep. 𝗟𝗔𝗡 just cannot peek up 𝗟𝗔𝗡 with the MK14 Groza combo, as disgusting as they come, and they have an Orm as well. Crates galore for Sonics. We'll see if that's going to be enough for them to win the game.
𝗟𝗔𝗡, I think that was his last frag grenade there. 𝗟𝗔𝗡 is going to answer back. The rest of 4am have already reclaimed their position on the southeast side. Molotovs, they cut off some area, but it's going to be the spray from 𝗟𝗔𝗡 to drop 𝗟𝗔𝗡. That's going to be the Groza taken out of play, at least momentarily.
Huge, absolutely huge. No way they're going to get him back on his feet either. Nope, not going to happen. He's going to fall 9 kills and counting for 4am as they try and continue the onslaught. Currently, Sonic's in arguably the better position, but the flex down from 𝗟𝗔𝗡, them falling here, that angle is going to be very hard for Sonics to maintain control of now.
Na'Vi aren't reacting off it, however. They're still staying put, and I think that just shows how open and...
It's such a... When you make that push, you have to fully commit. And they are like only seeing one knock in the feet. They're not wanting to fully commit yet. Had there been knocks on both sides, I think you would have seen more of a reaction from Na'Vi, but they're not wanting to. So look at the hill they have to run up here if they want to try and make a play.
It's more so, what would they even be sending it for? An open spot on a dirt road?
Yeah.
This is going to be people being forced in by the blue. No other option. These teams are so... hoping to find a shot, to find an opening knock, and Mel is going to have to drop that smoke before leaving the shack as the blue is overtaking that position. We know where the game is going to end. We only have a few more seconds before they are forced to go out from the few pieces of cover that they've had.
This is such a weird position because everyone is in a really good spot, but only if they stay. And now 𝗟𝗡 finding the knock onto Millman. He was going to have to leave that building eventually. 𝗟𝗡 fully committing to the angle for the better part of the last minute, so well deserved that he finds the knock there too. But you can see 𝗟𝗡, as he makes the wrap around here, so concerned about Sonic's peeking over from the north. Again, everyone, once they make the move on forward, they are out in the open and exposed to a position.
Once again, 𝗟𝗡 just can't get the knock when the opportunity presents itself, and 𝗟𝗡 with a nice grenade drops Crazy out. Summer with a nice angle, they actually rush forward to find this shack. It's a small little piece of cover, and Sonic on the north side still aren't able to be finding the knocks they want. 𝗟𝗏𝗡 is actually going to go down. In the meantime, 3v3v2 remains.
I mean, 𝗟𝗡 is playing the east side contain, and he's doing a phenomenal job. 1v1 against 𝗟𝗔𝗡. Takes down 𝗟𝗏𝗡 now as well. Solo holding off Sonics here, but Na'Vi's utility is proving lethal against 4am as they try and stay alive. 𝗟𝗔𝗡 down to low HP. 𝗟𝗡 again, for the third time, finds the Sonics member.
What can Mime do now with the and the M4 in hand? But everyone's getting wounded across the board. It's 2 solos remain, and not the other team that are actually staying the healthiest right now. 3 up. Example is looking for the final member of Sonics and cannot quite spot the killing suit. Example is there for the follow-up.
See, 2v1. Can he get it? Can he stay alive? On his own, 𝗟𝗡, the sub coming in for 4am. He's under fire. He finds one somehow on the backside of the vehicle, able to take out the first. Now, Example up against 𝗟𝗡. He's brooded. He's down to low HP. He's going to be fully flashed as well, but no lethal utility. As I say, that 3 mollies. Throw them, Example. Waiting for it. Tax Blue once. Tax Blue twice. Can't find it. Goes down to the blue. Na'Vi out. Victorious in game number 1.
This was a nail-biter of a finish, but it was Na'Vi that held the line, that held on, that were just able to win that war of attrition. There was not a single team there at the end that had a strong position to try and defend from or even go aggressive through. It really just came down to who could land the shots, and this game, it was Na'Vi.
This game was so even. It's very rare that we have that 33% chance across the board. None of them could make a move. They were all sitting countering each other, but being weak to the other. No one wanted to commit, and therefore, once the fight unfolded, it wasn't a third party. It was just 1v1 across the board. Great fight to finish up game number 1.
It's rare that you see a finish like that on Aaron.
For sure.
That really felt more like it was a Miramar fight going in towards the end.
I mean, 𝗟𝗏 for a short while too. Everyone running around in the open from phase 3. I mean, fighting in the open, no vehicles used whatsoever. It's not very often, if not never, that we see that unfold on the east side of Potato.
Well, Na'Vi, they're a team that, coming from group stage, perhaps not looking the strongest compared to some of their peers, but they have been contested in some situations. They're not a team that are necessarily looking bad per se.
I mean, I think for Na'Vi, they started off really strong in group stage. But then they started to fall off, which is kind of the complete opposite to what we normally see in EMEA from Na'Vi. They tend to be the slow starters, to then just come fragging out in the end. But now, of course, a couple of days, 12 games in the bag, now starting off strong here. Curious to see what that will mean for the team in yellow going forward from today.
mean, we have 11 more games though, so who really knows? Who knows what adjustments are going to be made? The fact that we saw so many teams enter the late game with 4 up, I think is a really strong sense that it's going to be good performances across the board. And then none of those 3 teams were the 3 teams that we were really having the most eyes on, being 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗, 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗, and Dynamo, who of course they played good games themselves, but the fact that this end game is 3 other teams shows that there is perhaps more parity than an average viewer might have expected seeing the group stage games.
I don't know what it is, but we're looking at Na'Vi right now, and they don't seem too happy, but we know what's on the line, they know what's on the line as well. Let's take a look at the highlights here from match number 1.
Here at PGS 1, it is the world champions that are able to get themselves the first win on the board for the winners bracket. That's going to sit them in good stead here. But we also saw murmurs of this kind of brewing in the group stage. Not necessarily an amazing performance by them in the group stage, but somebody like 𝗟𝗚 was definitely back, running and gunning, and oh boy did he just now.
So I'm not saying that 𝗟𝗚 hasn't been on top of his game. He's been playing very well for the last couple of years, but this is like the legend of 𝗟𝗚 has returned. He's playing out of his mind. He's making plays that are just perfect every time. And when you couple that with Example and the rest of the team, they're starting to feel very, very unstoppable. So I love the look of this team. But the other one for me, 4AM. These guys held a very small amount of space and just managed to keep ballooning it and got themselves into second place with just a ridiculous amount of kills.
Yeah, very, very impressive stuff here by the top teams that were able to come out in this first game. And for Na'Vi, it's good to see them kind of get a victory here because it is kind of a home turf circle, right? Effectively, if they're not in a weird hot drop or something like that, this is an area where they're very familiar with. They're going to be able to move up to that road quite quickly. And they know this terrain well enough to be able to play it out, even if they're in what was a dicey situation with 4AM barraging them.
I mean, there's something to be said for, I feel like if xiaohai had hit that shot that he had at one point to take out, I think it was Mel in the back, they might have had their chance, but they missed, and this is how the top four breaks down. Na'Vi, 8 kills, 2,000 damage. What a game for them.
But 4AM as well, 13 as you mentioned before, with the 2,200 damage and 74 coming in. They had a day off, and apparently they did not let up here. 4AM is out for absolute blood. Wait a minute. 37 smokes used by 4AM in that game. Oh my God.
That is absolutely wild. But they needed it. That's where they were able to survive in such a difficult position there. That road is not a great place to survive. They went ahead and sat there and managed to make it work. Sonics also came down the potato. I'm a little disappointed. I thought Sonics was going to be able to put this one in the bag. Not only did they have the top of potato to work off of, they got the chance. There were so many cars there when they moved forward and eliminated FaZe and the other teams. Something we don't talk about very often. Teams are now using the vehicles. Remember, you can put items in the vehicles. So if you wipe a team and they have their cars there, generally there's a full reload on armor, there's extra utility in those vehicles now, and more ways to pack up for the next fight.
The fact that they were uncontested coming down, as you can see the transition there, and Shrimzy took way too wide of an angle to try and hold 4AM back when that was going on. That initial wound alone was enough to cause them just apprehension, slow down, probably needed to put some pressure on towards Na'Vi, but weren't quite able to get there, so it was a little bit rough for some.
We call that 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 confidence.
𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗.
He had the 𝗟𝗔𝗡 and he thought maybe this is going to be an easy spray for me. He just didn't get the... He saw him, but just not in time. He goes down. Then we get to the end game here where you see 𝗟𝗚 sort of lead the charge forward, and 4AM tries to make a stand. He gets down to this 1v1, but at this point, he's just out of utility, out of health, and out of time.
Yeah, and not surprising when they used 37 smokes during this game.
Right?
Anyway, we take a look closer at Na'Vi here. Once again, it is 𝗟𝗚 leading the charge. Example coming in second when it comes to overall damage done, but Alia getting the big conversions on kills as well. But as you say, 𝗟𝗚, if this had been any less a precarious spot that they were in, easy would have been in that 1K club. It would have been silly.
Without a problem. And they, and they did. They played smart. They kept Mel sort of in that shack the entire time. They made sure they locked off the anchor. Navi's playing a very cerebral game, in addition to just the brutality of 𝗟𝗚 and the way that he's playing right now. I do feel like they're off the chain a bit. In phase 2, both these teams were willing to get a little aggressive, take some fights, and I was actually very impressed with phase 2 while we're on that topic.
Sure. I mean, I had question marks around Na'Vi, especially yesterday, when we were seeing them in a odd hot drop scenario versus GEX. I can't peg exactly why that was happening, but I do think maybe they've brought a different mentality here to the winners bracket to get things going. Even though, again, as I say, it was kind of a home circle, so we'll give that as a given.
Yeah, and I think them being away from the hot drops is going to really allow them to sort of unleash themselves. Even with hot drops in the group stages, they're still putting up north of 35 points a day. So these guys... Yeah. Which, I mean, you think about the other teams that hot dropped, 17, Sonics. I mean, those days that they fought each other, they put up, I think, a total of 10 to 17 each.
Yeah,
so the fact that Na'Vi can do that no matter what, it speaks volumes for where they're going.
Definitely does, and they were just overshadowed by the insane performances by other teams. But it will be 4AM getting the 19 points, Na'Vi with 18, Sonics with the 13. So quite top-heavy to get things going to start things off. FaZe, again, actually a little bit of a shift as well, I want to say, from them. They were able to come in quite nicely from this east side, take a few scalps along the way, and a 9 points is a nice position to be in compared to the average that we were seeing from them in the group stage.
And I'm willing to bet if we looked at FaZe's damage breakdown on that one too, you'd see it significantly higher than the kills sort of represent, because FaZe was out there putting in a lot of work in a very tough area. That coming down from potato to road is not a lot of cover, not a lot of options. I think we saw that when Howl tried to make a relocation. There was just nowhere to go if you weren't one of the early teams into that position.
Definitely so, as we're getting ready to get into our next game. Here is New Happy, who got caught on the edge of this south of this circle here, and when you're trying to boulder up against where you're seeing 4AM at, etc., and teams like that, not exactly easy. My eyes, but
I don't know how he
yeah, it wasn't easy for New Happy in this game.
And then we see 𝗟𝗏. This is the team that I expect to continue to blow up throughout the day. They started very strong in this match, and then they didn't get the circle, and as we said, it was hard to make that in. So they got the points that they could on their way there. STK, head in hands, Purdy right now. They had a tough day one. They said they were not prepared for the way that this lobby was playing. They said there was a lot of rotation planning from other teams that were camping on rotation, and they weren't prepared for that. So they did say second day, they came up 16 points on their second day of play, and that they figured out what was wrong. I don't know if I totally buy it, but I'm hoping that they're right and that we'll see them make those fixes today.
Fair. We'll see if they can here. Of course, 4AM looking as unbelievably as aggressive as ever here. Do you think they're going to continue it throughout the day?
4AM has historically served up a win and served up chicken like they made it themselves, and they will continue to do so. They were unstoppable in group stages. They will be here today.
Let's get to it then. Game number 2 on the way. It's going to be Miramar as we head over to Toby and Cameron.
Hi, that's Toby. I'm Cameron. We're here at Miramar. Just as James said. Yeah, so very exciting game 1. We almost got a tease of what Miramar games usually feel like into the end game. Gonna get that here because it actually is Miramar.
One thing that I absolutely loved about the previous game, just kind of completely round that one off as we take to Miramar, is it's always interesting how we, both as casters and viewers, I think as well, look at those edge circles, the really tough hard shifts as being, whoa, they're the brutal ones. Thinking about this previous game, very center on the map, very, very easily accessible, that to me is a much harder circle to play from the early to mid game than a lot of edge circles can be. Because you're out in the open right from the start. It's an area of the map that you're pretty much never forced to fight in for 6 circles straight, and especially with so many teams alive in the same vicinity. We saw it with so many teams, so difficult to maneuver because you're constantly being shot at.
Yeah, here we can see the plane path. This one is a lot worse than we saw in game number 1 here. Hard shifted to the right. The teams that are going towards El Pozo are going to have to fly really far difference. And in fact, you already see EXO pulling away from that one, just dropping on the north side. But will Twisted Minds and Petrichor Road continue their hot drop shenanigans and go towards Power Grid? It looks to be the case, just finding that, again, big blob of blue.
Yeah, well, the big blob of blue wants to fly a bit further because none of them can reach Power Grid with these parachutes, that's for sure. This is going to be the fight for almost Power Grid, as they're all going to land in the compound down below. Honestly, at this point, Petrichor, you're too far behind. Go away. You're not going to land in that concrete building fast enough.
Looks
there you go. He swings.
That's the call. That's the call. I was gonna say, at what point do we call it like a lukewarm drop, considering the speed that they're falling into this one? But circle number 1, far to the northeast. This is really, really good for Cerberus and really good for EXO as well.
Very big and going to be very difficult for a lot of the other teams. Not too many transition points up here towards the northeast. And can we just confirm off of what we just saw here? EMEA better at parachuting than China?
I mean, sure,
we haven't had a lot of wins so far. We did just win the previous game.
You just won the previous round. Calm down. You're starting to get greedy.
EMEA, they want too much. Fair enough. But better parachutes, at least this time around. I like it. Unofficially, the victors of Power Grid, because they'll be the only ones there.
The big question that I have, while we see a couple of these other teams likely continue to drive very, very far to find their loot spots, because again, that plane path, Petrichor Road pulling off, and now smack dab in Death Valley, surrounded by teams like Sonics, like Na'Vi here, like even Danawal, though. What is Salute doing?
I mean, he saw him land. He saw a parachute coming in and went, you know what, we know Mime tends to flex out in this direction. Let me see if I can get a freebie. This is prep work. This is research, saying Mime tends to, when they get this for free, flex out and see if he can get stuff somewhere else. If he knows that he starts looting the northern building and knows that he, after X seconds or minutes, transitions down towards the southern one, if he can sit there in that transition, the points don't come more free than that.
We saw how willing Danawal were to punish Third Eye dropping close to them. The fact that they still want to push even more.
Mime has no clue. Salute is playing this very smart. He's slowly making his way up towards the close building. Again, this is prep work that we usually see teams do in regions, where they get to fight the same teams over and over again. This is done off of homework. Salute is playing this one so smart, lucky that he gets himself a full automatic AR here. Not going to swap over to it, though. Sticks with the M16, and again, Mime, no clue what's about to happen.
Ooh, timing. Looked like Mime actually could have caught Salute off guard, swapping to that weapon. Oh, this is really, really precarious here.
Salute can't move now, though, because now, pretty much no matter what he does, Mime is going to go, wait, there's no way I just heard a footstep, right?
Yeah.
He has to just sit tight now and wait for him to get the angle.
You can see this little slow moving, half a step at a time, is the way that you can make some ground without making any noise.
Just very...
But yeah, the second there is an actual audible footstep, even if it is crouch slow walking, Mime's ears likely will be picking that one up.
Mime has looted the entire southern side of that building now, though. The question is, will Salute ever get the angle? Where does Mime jump out of the building? Oh, if it jumps on the southern side. Nope, jumps on the eastern, doesn't have the angle. Oh no, Salute opts to not go for the shot now as Mime is running at the same time himself. It's going to be hard to get the call in. He has fed the info across, though. Soul is slowly pulling up to the north. This is a assassin attempt, and they're committing so much effort to it. Mime saw something. He saw something.
Yeah, Mime spotted this. A frag grenade immediately at the ready. If he didn't know that Soul was on the flank, he now knows that Danawal is here. Salute, however, does get the knock, but Tickleton is already on the move. Stalls a little short. I think Mime is not going to be revivable here as Salute does rush forward to confirm that kill.
You know what? When you commit 3 minutes of your loot phase to get one kill, I feel like you deserve it. When you're that patient, Salute deserves that kill. So there you go, Danawal. Take a freebie. And for Sonics now as well, we talked about it just before you mentioned it, Cam, with Petrichor landing north of them, this is usually a rotation path that Sonic has pretty easily towards that northeast that they're now headed towards, but it ain't going to be that easy this time around.
Ooh, speaking of rotations being dangerous, Hamas had an angle, wasn't able to get the knock, and now that his position is known, Gustav is going to have those heat-seeking missiles of frag grenades falling into that spot. Falls a little too short, bounces off of that hillside.
Yep, him as... Oh, I think kind of conceding this position, spotting too many opponents around him. 💡🗓 is down below, though. He is currently healing as he was able to get out of the first engagement, but 𝗟𝗓 might just end up being visible to him.
Yeah, he might be able to give some really good information as the rest of FaZe pushed onto this one, but 𝗟𝗓 with a disgusting piece of damage just removed from that player of FaZe. But it looks like 𝗟𝗓 don't want to overcommit onto this spot. We know how greedy or how willing they are to fight in the early game. They have so many kills and compared to their placements, compared to their peers on the leaderboard. But with a lot of other teams, I think that was a couple of shots coming in from Luminosity. 𝗟𝗓 are getting a little close to this one as well. 4AM being the center of the zone, they know that they're likely going to get third-partied at some point. But here is that Sonics versus Petrichor Road sort of entanglement that teased doesn't seem to actually be coming to anything. Petrichor Road might have just not felt confident to camp this because of loot concerns.
Yeah, we weren't really in a position fast enough to do a whole lot about it either. So not a whole lot, if anything really at all, it's going to come off it. And for True and the gang and Petrichor, get looted on up, get those vehicles, and get towards the northeast. I mean, honestly, this shift, of course, depending on where the next one takes us, we could see circles, similar to what was on the previous games, go to areas of the map that we rarely ever go to. If this one shifts north, especially if it goes northeast to any extent at all, 𝗟𝗓, not somewhere we end up having parties too often.
GEX finding a spot in the zone, though 𝗟𝗓 are not far behind them. It could be an engagement there on that road, on that east side highway. New Happy also rotating in just south of Howl, and Ruin is, well, here in those vehicles and getting back into his own to pull away from this one.
Exactly, 𝗟𝗓 GX now pretty much on top of each other in the east side rotation. We're hopping over to them here as we speak. Leo heard the vehicles. I think they're going to try and transition away from the coastline where 𝗟𝗓 is rotating underneath. So smart that, yes, we could shoot at them, but we only 2 people sat here. Our cavalry wouldn't be able to arrive should we get one knocked. So no reason to risk it. It's just 12 games. So bait is within reach, especially if we don't make any stupid mistakes.
Was this a bike flip gone awry there for Day Trade?
No one knows. The camera wasn't there. No one knows.
Looking at where the bike was, I have to imagine that's what happened.
There might have been a flip of a bike. We'll have to imagine how that one came through, unless if the observers caught it and shows to us in a replay. They tend to do that. Observers tend to be really good at just reading, okay, I guess this vehicle is about to flip, and then we get in the replay at some point.
If someone's on a bike, you want to be able to follow them. That's the rule of observing.
Both for crashes and backflips.
Yeah,
I feel like we're not seeing enough backflips in competitive.
I know. Let's get some style points in the format here.
I mean, we see them do it on the streams all the time. It's pretty easy to do if you get enough air, but no one dares to do it. A little disappointing.
I know. It's almost like there is money and pride on the line.
Oh yeah, I know, that's right.
Yeah. Twisted Minds here, uncontested at Power Grid as we saw earlier, and in fact, I think I saw Perfectix even peering down across Picado, almost like he wanted to try and get involved into the Sonics in the same way that 𝗟𝗓 did, but nothing came from that one, and now they're all just rotating in. We still have a few teams to get inside the zone, but 4AM, they're just, they're pushing even closer towards.
I mean, it is. It's a lot of red teams up on that northern side. Exo sat on one side, FaZe on the other. Now, 4AM making their presence known in here as well. They are kind of in between an Exo split. 𝗟𝗓 and 𝗟𝗓 down on the southern side of them, but up towards their north sits Rain and 𝗟𝗓, but far away from really being able to have much of an effect. So a lot of these teams try and wrap in from from the north side, and that's of course because, as we saw the circle shift into hard north, a lot of teams knew ain't going to be no one up there. Issue is, a lot of teams thought that, and now they are.
Soul here from 𝗟𝗓. Just behind Twisted Minds in front of them. The last 2 teams that need to make their way in, as well as, I believe that's STK there on the far south. So they're, again, the little footsie game that we saw around 𝗟𝗓 between 𝗟𝗓 and FaZe, and then 4AM maybe getting a little close to EXO. It's just sort of a teasing game. No one's really committed to a relationship just yet. Petrichor Road now coming in to just barely on the edge into Minas General. This could be a good injection of loot depending on how much is left behind by the previous teams here. And now Sonics actually with the wrapping rotation, not going through Death Valley, or at least not going through far enough to hit that Minas angle, coming in from Cruz de Valle, 𝗟𝗓 northern side.
It's wild thinking back at the speed of the group stages. I know there was hot drops galore, but 10 minutes in now, 1 casualty.
Yeah.
I'm loving the pacing that we're setting now for the winners bracket. They know how much is on the line. Do not take unnecessary risks with just 12 games to play.
That being said, that's usually how stages start. We might start to see more action as the points are starting to get settled in certain directions, and teams go for, well, one, teams at the bottoms need to go for big plays to try and catch up, or teams at the top have a little bit of padding room and they can go for more aggressive plays without getting punished as much as they would be in, as you say, these first couple of rounds. Circle number 2. Pretty far shift down towards the south. This is great for LG. You already see them rotating around. Good for Howl and good for Petrichor Road. Again, who are, you know, perhaps needing a little bit of a handout considering their early game.
I mean, exactly. We were saying it just before. A lot of teams opting to make that northern rotate. Now they have 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 to worry about. Now they have the valley to the west of 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 to worry about. How do we transition all the way down south? Because as you can see on the map as well, it is all completely occupied already.
Ooh, FaZe. James finally gets back with the rest of the team, but this hill that they want, held by Na'Vi, and Na'Vi is not going to let them take a single inch. So instead, they're relegated back onto the low ground, back into 𝗟𝗛𝗡𝗗. It looks like where a couple of teams are realizing that might be their only option, even though it's only phase 2. Mel with the shots in, dealing some damage, can't quite get the knock just yet.
I like the SKS, but 10 bullets without that extended mag, the SKS, a little, you gotta hit your shots proper, and it ain't gonna be that easy from a distance. On the other side of the hills, got Sonics trying to spray on through 2 in the vehicle, but somehow 𝗟𝗏 doesn't hit a single bullet. The vehicle does take a lot of damage, but both 𝗟𝗏 and his teammate in that vehicle sitting just fine. As I say that though, Grace is down to low HP in the vehicle again. The tires was all that needed to be popped. One knock, the flush comes through as 𝗟𝗏 confirms.
Gonna steal that kill away from Cerberus. Cerberus is not gonna be happy about that one, and they're gonna continue to let those bullets fly over towards 𝗟𝗏, who with just the horsepower on that car could not continue to make it up that very, very steep hill. The rest of 4AM has continued to charge ahead, but now they're getting dangerously close to another team in terms of day trade.
Yep, day trade shooting across the valley, forcing 𝗟𝗏 and Srimsy back the other direction. So 4AM down 1 early on, but again, only 2 casuals in as we hit the 12-minute mark. The pace of this game completely different than what we've seen so far during this tournament in the group stage.
A little bit of a low bowl that Day Trade are currently hiding in, so not exactly with the pressure to be able to apply a lot of damage towards the 4AM angle. Wang Zai has been running around, and they should know that there's going to be someone in this compound.
Oh, yes.
Puchos is actually running outside trying to find an angle, but it's going to be Belmoth with a knock onto Sonics towards the north side that should be revived for them. And now looking at EXO, Akita, quite far separated. They've just been slowly bounding in bit by bit, piece by piece, finding some extra space on the edge, not going for a fight. Again, that's a team that likes to play it slow, not super hyper, not super aggressive.
Meantime now, towards the far west we go. Stanoa slowly make their way on forward. They're never really in much of a hurry in these early circles. They tend to kind of make their scent a little later on in the game. They're now right next to Petrichor, a team that I don't think necessarily anticipating to be.
Wait. What's this here? GEX almost... They opened their team positioning up as a net, and now they're closing it onto Tiamba. Leo with the surprise angle. Pau, no clue that was going to happen there. They saw the players ahead of them. They saw Savior and perhaps even Xenon. You turned around, and then the trap got closed, and it's only 1 kill, but still, those points come. You're going to take them where you can and deal some damage to your opponents.
3 points are the best points. They ain't going to be too dissatisfied with that. And also, they saw them earlier. They allowed them through, funneling them into their own destruction.
Let's look at phase number 3, as 𝗟𝗏 did separate themselves from that situation, thankfully, but the circle is going to pull away from them, continuing to favor Howl around Junkyard, and then LG here, and here comes FaZe, rushing on in, unsure what the information they have, but the shots are already coming on through. Rello, the door actually opens up to block the line of sight from him. What? 𝗟𝗏 is still going aggressive, and that's going to give Rello the opportunity for the knock with the Molotov for the full kill, and Kickstart is continuing to keep everyone else kept inside that double building.
Doing as much as he can to buy time for his teammates to come down and help out. Not quite there just yet, as there's still crossing over in the valley, but again, Kickstart able to find one, forcing Vex to go for the rest. 𝗟𝗏 has been down and confirmed, and now Snakers and Flood has arrived.
It's a 1-3 split here, Crossfire for Luminosity. FaZe cannot move from this building. The revive did come through, but a nice follow-up Molotov, forcing Vex into a corner, forced to jump onto the countertop. And that is actually in the distance. 4AM could be overlooking this fight, but I think they're engaged in a combat elsewhere, so this is isolated at least for now.
Yep, Na'Vi now overlooking this position as well. It's going to force LG to play on the western side of this building if they don't want to get shot at by the winners of the previous game. Snakers up close in the building. They don't want to fully commit to it. They don't want to hop in just yet, knowing that around every corner there's probably going to be a shotgun waiting for them.
I mean, FaZe invented the shotgun meta, really. So, of course, they're going to know that these guys are going to have those shotguns in play. Gustav just waiting for someone to peek around the corner. Utility wasn't finding a re-knock in terms of LG just yet. Finding the angles there and they get information. You can tell that the squeeze, the noose is tightening, but it still hasn't quite locked on in.
But it's also discomforting for Luminosity taking this much time on it. They know it's a pretty prio position. They know it's very easily overlooked from many other positions. So dangerous for them to stay outside for too long. They want to get in there. They want to get the knock. Issue is Kickstart is the first one to fall, and that was the isolated player.
Yeah, that's huge for them. What can FaZe do to follow on up? Teams up with a north side, running out onto the balcony. He's able to get a second for them. Relo dodging the bullets. James Force back inside, dropped down to 50 HP. And now Stakers is prone down, waiting for the push. Is able to answer back.
Able to find the first one. Gustav goes down, so they can't commit to the flush just yet. But Spots fixed with the Spax turn, finds the second one as well. And now Na'Vi, as they see Nox go both ways, push on in.
They saw an opportunity and they're taking it. It's all under Stakers right now to stay alive for Luminosity, just as it is for James, for FaZe, and Na'Vi are taking full control of this position. 𝗟𝗏 not worried at all, but down to 17 HP. Oh, James had an opportunity to catch 𝗟𝗏 off guard, but it is going to go down. FaZe in 16th place. Can Stakers stay alive? No, running from a grenade, nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. And Na'Vi are able to take this spot from two very, very strong rival threats.
Amazing timing from Na'Vi. Very similar fashion to how they came up victorious in the previous one. Hold your fire, wait for the perfect time to pounce. And when they saw Nox on both sides, that one said, now we go. Full speed forward. Alia stayed on the backside covering their flanks, and the rest of them went full speed in. Great execution from Na'Vi.
Looking over here, Sonics, they are wounded down to 2, unable to make that push through 𝗟𝗏. And it looks like EXO Clan, knowingly or not, are taking this lead ahead of them on the bikes, on their vehicles to try and get to the zone, because it's a little bit northwest, but still some distance to go for those teams on that north side. Cerberus going to be holding that angle in a very, very strong way. And now looking once again at Na'Vi, northeast edge. How much more work can they do from this position? They got a couple of kills. They're still solidly in first place.
I mean, for Na'Vi right now, the way that they have to play this one out is sit tight in that compound, wait until you know for a fact. You might even let blue hit you if the next circle shifts west. Allow for that to happen. Make sure that you're the last team in, and then just play edge. And it's very much catered to the Na'Vi playstyle already.
And now GEX trying to rotate in, but 𝗟𝗏 also, who love to play the edge, trying to deal some damage to them, trying to take some players out. And 𝗟𝗏 and GEX still driving across each other. I mean, yes, they're coming in from similar edges, but it also shows just how far, how much these teams are having to continue to move here in round number 2. Howl right now finally able to really show their value, show their worth here. They've been holding out in the castle in the center. Schofield with a nice knock on a Linshu. Doesn't look like 𝗟𝗏 really want to stop for the revive on this. The long Skur seems to be a little more willing, but yeah, the shots coming in. It's actually from 𝗟𝗏 that steal that one.
Yep, HS. Shots fired up over the top as well. Long Skur drifting around trying to find cover. Maybe Linshu had a gun or some utility that he wanted for himself, but HS at least is going to take a tire out.
As you can still tell, 𝗟𝗏 aren't exactly confident with the way that this has been playing out for them. They're unable to find a spot that really is a comfortable holding position, especially with the big threats of Na'Vi just to their east. But Sonics and EXO also coming in from this northeast angle. Day trade, they're smelling the blood in the water. They're going to try and push up this high ground, perhaps catching 𝗟𝗏 off guard.
Yeah, he knows he's in a really tricky position here. Sat in between multiple teams. Just 2 Sonics players left alive here as well, wanting to make their way out of it. 𝗟𝗏 can't quite find the angle. Thought maybe the smokes were going to be baiting that he would have run off stream. So does get the angle onto 𝗟𝗏, but of audible cues, shots fired in return. Tiggleton falls as well. Now it's just 𝗟𝗏 left alive.
Yeah, you almost all tried to run away from EXO and then realized, wait a second, that's Day Trade on the opposite side. That's where my teammate Tiggleton went. So 𝗟𝗏 gonna have to pull out something huge here to stay alive, because EXO and Day Trade both very, very healthy, both 4-man up.
Ooh.
That's a good grenade from Pero looking across on the opposite side of this zone up against 𝗟𝗏.
Yep, given 𝗟𝗏 didn't have a whole lot to loot to go with early on. 𝗟𝗏 going to confirm one more with the vehicle, and that's going to be 𝗟𝗏 down and out in 14th as 𝗟𝗏 finds the last. 𝗟𝗏 now running further forward. Even if they don't land together, 𝗟𝗏 and Twisted Minds will find a way to meet each other later down the line.
They are fated, locked in the stars, this engagement here. 𝗟𝗏 taking some damage from the blue, and now 𝗟𝗏 as well, also pushing in very, very late, able to get a knock onto Empty. Still trying to deal some damage to EXO, but the revive should be coming on in, especially with the delay that Sonic's 𝗟𝗏 needs to make with the first aid kit.
Yeah, hopefully he can find the nade, find something. Wait, oh, I thought there was Tulins for a second. Halo, they're going to be the ones to find AC. Just 𝗟𝗏 left alive now for 𝗟𝗏 to try to make the way further forward. Rain does find one. 𝗟𝗏 to fall. Secondly, as Vegas finds him. 𝗟𝗏, Sonics, both out as we find ourselves with 11 teams left alive.
Yeah, when 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 are unable to make it through that crossfire between Twisted Minds and Shoot to Kill, but the next circle has gone to the northeast away from that position. We're looking at 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 with a strong spot. We're looking at 4AM with a strong spot, but Twisted Minds, 2 kills. Coming into the late game, certainly going to be a threat in the back of a lot of other teams' minds.
Exactly, and you know what? Twisted Minds coming off of like how they usually perform in EMEA, they don't mind giving up kills early on. They don't need more than 2 kills early because they know the points are to be accumulated late if we can keep our players alive until then. So in similar fashion to Na'Vi playing the east and sweeping that, Twisted Minds playing down this hillside from the west, they are perfectly in their natural habitat to go out and have a great performance here.
Where can Twisted Minds send it to? Where can you happy send it to? All these positions that are the best in this spot are already being held. Howl being one of those, though there is GEX on the left and New Happy on the right. So perhaps Howl, can they defend from this number of teams? That is assuming, however, that those 2 teams on the south don't fight each other out. 𝗟𝗏 also pushing on the northeast side. Na'Vi going to be holding to defend this.
Exactly, and while the south is kind of just sitting up shop and Junkyard, the north is still very much on fire. 𝗟𝗏𝗗𝗗 trying to drive on forward. Rain wants to lob a smoke, maybe give them some sort of control. Forced to stop the vehicle, though, as they're now constantly being shot at by Na'Vi and by teams further down towards the south. Rain falls, so nowhere for him to run.
4AM just keeps stealing kills here. 4AM putting a lot of pressure on the northeast side. So even these teams that are trying to take fights against each other aren't able to do it in a clean way. Rain has been confirmed. Na'Vi now on the push to try and take 𝗟𝗏 out of this situation, out of this position. They're in one singular spot. One grenade could do the trick. One lineup spread out could do the trick. Mel is going to let it loose. It's actually going to be New Happy that forces them away.
I like them giving up the angle instantly. Even before he got tagged, he started running back down the hill. I have my spray, I have my chance. I need to hop back down that hill to reload. Fortunately for Mailman, couldn't quite find the knock that he so much would have desired. In the meantime, now 𝗟𝗏 trying to stay put. 4AM, IGL here, finding kills on STK. 𝗟𝗏 around the side he goes. Underhand flash comes around the corner. Not really going to connect with anything. And now 𝗟𝗏 in trouble. That smoke is all he's really got for cover from the backside.
Vegas able to crawl inside the shack for the revive. But 𝗟𝗏's not exactly comfortable, and that's going to be a Molotov forced to run out in the open when Flash blinded. It's got to be 𝗟𝗏 with the kill there. STK are annihilated by 4AM. 6 kills, another strong game.
4 kills for 𝗟𝗏. You hear them screaming in their booth as well. They know the importance of winning that fight. Because look at the amount of space they now have on the west side of the map. Huge that 𝗟𝗏 stands strong against the entirety of STK there.
And now looking at the Howl's position. Howl's position there on the south side. Circle's going to pull away from them. Circle is going to pull towards Na'Vi, pull towards 𝗟𝗏, and this is going to be Daytrade, who a couple of members have been knocked, but they've been able to get the revives, and Twisted Minds as well have a position, but it's going to be 4AM pushing up into their spot. Battlegrounds is overlooking Summer, going to be making sure to take out those tires to eliminate the potential of that rotation.
Very curious to see how or if they trade up to try and third party this. They have a circle position towards the north, but do they want the potential extra points available out here on the western side once this battle starts?
They're focused on Summer. Julian knows 𝗟𝗏's position. The grenade is at the ready. This could catch Julian off guard, but no, the information does favor Twisted Minds running away from grenades, get back behind cover, back behind rocks. Now that they have the information, the mental map has been updated. They're going to drop some smokes in order to have some better lines of approach here.
Huge that loose spot 𝗟𝗏 behind the shack further down as well, because he's really the eye in the sky right now. The overhead protector that could do damage, that could feed info across. So if Lou can play, contain, and make sure to control 𝗟𝗏, the 3v3 up close, the 3v2 up close to make that should be in Twisted Minds' favor.
You can see Battlegrounds still holding that angle down towards the south, but again, the grenades coming out, going to go for a second barrage, expecting 4AM to have re-push back up close, and it's not exactly the worst call here. And off the back of that, they're going to push forward, and 𝗟𝗏 needs to go big right now on the angle, almost spots Blue, but it's going to be 𝗟𝗏 going down to Battlegrounds. Belmont as well, Daytrade want to get involved.
What a smart play by Twisted Minds. They saw 𝗟𝗏 on the backside. Look at the smokes down there. They isolated him. They separated him from his teammates, made an aggressive play forward, and took full control.
But now GEX is pushing into Howl's position. New Happy had left this spot. This is going to be a 4 versus 4. Savior with a nice knock, actually against himself, unfortunately, and that's going to give Leo the attention to push forward, holding strong. Corner not checked. Howl are falling apart. GEX could get the revive, but that's going to be the Mad off on the angle, going to get removed.
Just one left alive. Ruin, the one that got them into the winner's bracket altogether, finds himself in a 1v2. Potentially more opponents alive. Should they be able to get the reses on through? Yuri will commit to the first one, and Ruin, there's nowhere else he can go. He has to commit to this fight. Lou peeks out the flash as he does. Ruin able to potentially dodge and weave and get his way out of this one, but from one battle to another, he's going to be running straight into Na'Vi if he tries to leave this.
And GEX are getting all the revives. Get back up to 4. A nice peek is going to redrop, trying to go for the second, but the damage is just not there. However, that knock and that damage is going to slow down GEX even further with the blue closing. That could ruin their game right now. And now Daytrade focused on Twisted Minds.
We questioned whether Daytrade were going to aggress on this, having the circle secure up towards the north already, and they wanted it. They've done damage as well. Lou has fallen. Spiro is knocked, confirmed, as well as Norens finds another. They want to pressure this. They want to clear the entire northwest side. Daytrade out for fire here as they find a second.
And Na'Vi as well. Once again, into the top 4. Can they get a second when they are looking at all of these spots to try and pick up the kills? And they're really not being pressured by any team. Same thing for Daytrade. Those are the two teams with the best positions here in the circle. GEX now blue at their back. Bullets right in their face. Twisted Minds go out. Can GEX survive this storm? Can perhaps 𝗟𝗚 actually, with the attention towards Daytrade, give a little bit of not a distraction, but a change of focus to allow GEX to find an approach?
It is so impressive that Daytrade has been able to deal with not only 4AM but also Twisted Minds, but while in doing so, they've contained Na'Vi down by the compound. They've made sure that they've made no landfall, they've made no progress towards the west, while also taking out heavy hitters up towards the northwest side. Very impressive in their 2-2 split, 10 kills already. This could look to be a very, very good game, potentially a win for Daytrade.
Hello, Yuri? Yuri's still not down. Leo at least goes down, so that's a little bit of damage, but the potential for the revive and even a pickup, I think, to get behind cover. So GEX still into this one. They're just reviving out in the open. There's no real option. They want to try to be as healthy as possible, and they're still not in the zone. But while this is happening, Daytrade is the team that is pushing forward. Mel is overlooking that, but now Na'Vi need to get on the move here.
Yep, go for the rest, pray for the best, hope that 𝗟𝗚, unlike what he usually does, misses a couple of shots there. Daytrade now falls back. Said Na'Vi hadn't been given any space. Now they get some, but look where they're going again. Daytrade forcing a Na'Vi to alter, forcing them down towards the south, forcing them to take the fight to GEX. This is playing perfectly into Daytrade's favor.
With the spot onto GEX, with the high ground.
They have to get off that hill, though. I mean, not right now. The last circle, the next one to pop, could go southwest.
Norens rushing forward to pit below. I wonder if Daytrade, they should know GEX position for sure, but Norens seems to be focused surely on Na'Vi.
There's no way. I mean, to be honest, he has 3 players set north of him holding that angle. If anyone peeks, you can see where they are.
Yeah.
They're essentially playing whack-a-mole right now. If anyone from GEX peeks towards the north, Norens is covered by his entire team.
But 𝗟𝗏 is the most crucial player for that vision.
True.
He is not inside the zone. The boost
getting shot at.
And now that Leo's looking in that direction, the rest of GEX, 𝗟𝗏 could be taken out here. That could be still alive, just barely.
One first aid for Leo, no utility. All of these teams, maybe someone with the exception of Na'Vi, have been fighting in the open for so long. They're battered, they're bruised, they're down on utility and Kevlar. Let's see who comes out victorious here.
The flash is out because GEX want to upset the pitted player. They heard the vehicle. They should know that Norens is right below them, but they cannot overpeak because of the rest of Daytrade, and Norens is now going aggressive off the back of this. 𝗟𝗏 is ready, takes a lot of damage, but is able to get the knock and going for the confirmed there before it is stolen.
I like the idea of the spoiled player from him. Melman does manage to steal that point away from 𝗟𝗏, though. I like the idea of the spoiled player, but Daytrade maybe a bit too aggressive on that one. Should have maybe allowed for Na'Vi to help them out more in the fight against GEX.
The problem is, Na'Vi are the ones that are taking the most space. They have the best access for the split that they have. So Daytrade perhaps didn't want to just let Na'Vi have control of this zone.
But that's the issue, right? Because Norens pushes up like that, it forces them to prioritize defending him over containing Na'Vi, and now the push comes down. Another piece, again, playing perfectly in the hand for Na'Vi.
Yuri has to pop heals, and the grenade from 𝗟𝗏 is huge. It's good. Daytrade suddenly are eliminated. Great cover by 𝗟𝗏. Yuri, everyone is coming out fantastic here. However, Yuri has been knocked. It's all onto Zen and the 4 men for Na'Vi. This is surely going to be a back-to-back. Yep, it's a deny coming on in. They don't want to let Na'Vi steamroll this series more than they already have. 2 wins in a row, 11 kills this time around.
3 out of 4 days. We have started the day with back-to-back chicken dinners. And even on the day we didn't, Luminosity still pulled a back-to-back in the middle of the day. There's something about it. Once these teams get on, they get on real big. Huge game for Na'Vi, who wanted to come off strong here in the winner's bracket, and they sure as hell have.
Woo! It's only been 2 games of winner's bracket.
It sure has them. 2 very different but still very similar games. Again, a game where compounds ain't a big thing. We're forcing teams out into the open very, very early on. Kind of opposite of what we've seen in the group stage so far. So loving to seeing these teams being forced to play very different styles of PUBG than what they've done in this tournament so far.
Well, Like I said, we got 2 games down, 4 more to go. We're going to go to a break as you watch these beautiful highlights from match number 2.
Just when you have small doubts in the group stage, you have Na'Vi getting a back-to-back as the world champions coming in and looking to defend their international supremacy. Of course, when we go cast our minds back to PGC, they won every single stage of the tournament here. In the group stage, looking a little bit more shaky than usual, but it looks like we are back to Na'Vi form once again here, Toffees.
Yeah, the last 4 games they've played, if you include group stages, they've gotten the chicken dinner. So these guys are on a high. They're playing incredibly well. We talked about 𝗟𝗚 last time around. This time we'll talk about 𝗟𝗚. He's got 5 kills. He was dominant in the first game. He was dominant in this game. And when you have that many players on a team, that we can point at any point and be like, oh, Example's the king, oh, 𝗟𝗚's the king, oh, 𝗟𝗚's the king. How do you stop him?
Yeah, it's very, very difficult. And you think about this game and how it flows and the way in which they are decisive about the moves that they're going to be taking. If you think about where LG was in that compound,
oh my goodness,
in the trench, trying to defend that against, I think it was FaZe that was pushing on them.
It was.
To start things off. Na'Vi just says, wait a minute, all of you are all knocked. We can clean this up and have the perfect launch pad to be able to get to where we need to in the next
Once we get around to the highlight reel, we're going to see that, because that was honestly probably my favorite fight of the entire match. I mean, to come in and third party that alone, smart, brave, bold. The fight between Luminosity and FaZe was just fun to watch. It was a master's class in gun control, both teams putting in a lot of work. G's with that double barrel. And so that was great, but that was the mentality Na'Vi's come in with. They are looking for fights. They are looking for cleanups. Even in that end game, they weren't pulling a day trade and trying to sort of push together or send out one flyer. They split up. They went around the circle on 2 separate sides. They don't care. They can take a 2v4 if they want to, and they know it.
Really tough for all of these teams to try and deal with when Na'Vi's feeling it. It is a bit of a scary prospect here. There's all the potential in the world here today. The Na'Vi gets another win considering how they actually roll things.
Well, I have good news for everyone. Top 8 is what matters.
That is true, yeah.
So Na'Vi can run away and they can keep winning all of them as far as everyone else is concerned, as long as you finish in the top 8 here this weekend.
Yeah, the only scary thing is that then the barrier potentially gets a little bit lower towards that top 8 here if they're able to keep sponging up the way they do. But it's a great performance by them. Let's talk about some of the other teams in some of these final moments as well, as it is the top 4 with 11 going the way of Na'Vi. GEX, of course, though, getting themselves 8. 8 kills. It's a really good start for them, considering they kind of sneak on through quietly into the winner's bracket.
Yeah, GEX has been, I think that's a good way to put it. They're putting in fights. They're not winning a ton of games, but they're making points when they need to. Also, big to see Twisted Minds coming in 4th. We know they've been involved in some hot drops, and will probably continue to do so. So when they can get a game with these placement points on the board, it's a big deal. Day trade, questionable choices in the final fight, I think, but a really good kill count, so they'll be happy no matter what.
Yeah, let's take a look at the recap here as we continue things on, as we have plenty of great fights to be going down, and obviously we start off things with Example actually being able to get a few knocks here and there. So Example's getting on the board once again to try and get it all working.
It was. So we'll watch the end of this fight, and a lot of this came down to fighting for some shacks, some tough real estate. These hard shifts have been absolutely brutal in this event. Meaning teams are having to make some really hard choices, and smokes are king above all else. Now here we see Durance before he tries to make that push, I believe, across, and Na'Vi. Here they start to do the 2-2 split. They have absolutely no issues with it, and I would say from top 5 on, this was easily their game.
Big shots coming in as well. I do like even just the spray or the taps into smokes here by 𝗟𝗚. He knows that they're wounded. Any potential shot that you're able to hit there, even if you don't hit anything, you've still got an abundance of ammo considering they were able to take a lot of the previous fights as well. You may as well go for it.
Yeah. And basically they get to the final circle and it's exactly like the phase Luminosity push. They come in and get the third party, everyone else who's left in the circle, clean it up, put a bunch of points on the board, and noble for the other teams. But like I said, Na'Vi had position and they had the shots. Here's the team stats for the team. 𝗟𝗚 coming out again. Only 272 damage, but 5 kills. He's the cleanup man for 𝗟𝗚. Because you saw when 𝗟𝗚 was taking all those shots on the crosses, he's using that mini, so he's doing a good amount of damage, but 𝗟𝗚 is sort of cleaning things up for him.
It's like us in the usual host role. We've got the janitorial duty to be able to get everything nice and tidy and neat here, and 𝗟𝗚 was able to do that in this game. 𝗟𝗚, though, I mean, across these 2 games, he's done 1,500 damage here, Toffees. So, I mean, okay, yeah, so 𝗟𝗚's going to take the top spot once again here, despite not being able to convert as many kills. There's not too much surprise. 1,500 damage in 2 games. Woo!
I like the survival time because they haven't died yet. This is their second game in a row. They've gone ahead and win both chicken dinners to start this thing out. And with the confidence they're playing with, the uncontested drops going back into Erangel, I would not shock me if we see for the first time 3 back-to-back here. We've seen it in the group stages with the 2s, but this is a 3.
I have just noticed that man of the match average data was just him twice.
Yep.
So, yeah, okay, so I can see why it was corresponding almost exactly as we have Na'Vi all the way at the top, doing 1,000 more damage than 4AM across these 2 games. And as you say, average survival time, well, they've not lost yet. Right. So, good job, guys.
They haven't, but I will say 4AM, while we see them up there, they have also been playing very, very well. They are working with the substitute. They're doing a great job of putting up tons of points on the board. Take a look at this match leaderboard, because 4AM, despite the fact that they weren't necessarily in the mix of the Final 4, they're still going to find their 6 kills. They're still going to find a way to put points up there. 𝗟𝗚, 7th place, but not very active. 𝗟𝗚,
absolutely not.
I've been watching. I was excited about 𝗟𝗚 coming in here and seeing sort of what 𝗟𝗚 was bringing. I'm not saying it's disappointing, but they just don't seem like they're being very aggressive. Maybe timid for this lobby.
Well, we had GEX push into the position that technically had them have circle favor, and they were not able to greet them at all. Ruinous towards the tail end of that fight as well, not able to get much done, even though he's usually the guy that acts as a salvage mechanism for them. But it's 39 points for Na'Vi, and number 1 right now, 27 for 4AM. You don't want these 2 teams getting a lead on you. It gets a little bit out of hand. Of course, as you say, though, top 8 is what matters.
Top 8 is what matters, but Na'Vi is like a rock. Once you push them downhill, it's almost impossible to get them stopping. That momentum is going to be brutal. Now, 4AM and Na'Vi, if they continue this trend, you do bring up this great point. That is going to create a vacuum at the top, which means we're going to see yesterday, we saw a little bit of it. It's like 4 or 5 teams fighting for that cutoff.
Yeah.
This time around, though, if we see that vacuum, it is going to make that sort of 5th through 10th absolutely horrific tomorrow.
It's scarier in this phase because of the fact that this lobby is the best 16 from the group stage. So there aren't really any huge weak links. There's 1 or 2 that you might think, okay, maybe you're not going to get a chance of being the champion here at PGS, but...
I just have to give a quick shout out to 𝗟𝗚 and the hunt of Sonics, the mime stalking at the start of that game. I've never seen anything like it. Apparently, it's something they plan to do. Paper Thin said it's something that happens in their region a lot, and I think Mime will never forget that moment.
Yeah, very, very sneaky indeed. He did hear him towards the end of the kind of stakeout, as it were, but it was not to be there for poor Mime. All right, well, thank you very much, Toffees. Thank you very much to everybody tuning in around the world. That's it for our first 2 games of PGS1. When we return, we have got another one on the other side of this tournament, sponsored and brought to you, of course, here by Krafton and BSPO.
Now we can be in the game to play PUBG ourselves.
我们设计了我们脑海中一直想要很炫酷的皮肤。
兄弟们，现在登录游戏就能看到我们精心设计的皮肤了。
If I encountered a player wearing 𝗟𝗚skins in the game, I would feel like proud to see that.
PUBG e스포츠가 오랫동안 고민해왔던 지점 중에 하나가 팀들에게 실질적인 혜택과 더불어서 동반 성장하는 모델을 만들고자 하는 것이었습니다. 그러한 맥락에서 글로벌 파트너 팀 프로젝트를 시작하게 되었습니다. 그 시작으로 GPT 스킨을 제작을 하게 되었습니다. 이번 스킨은 팀에서 원화를 직접 제작을 해주셨는데요. 그 퀄리티가 정말 예상보다 훨씬 좋아서 깜짝 놀랐습니다. 팬분들께도 응원하는 팀에서 직접 제작을 해주셨기 때문에 더욱더 의미가 클 것이라 생각이 되는데요. 자신이 응원하는 팀에 대해서 오랫동안 응원해온 보람이 있구나 느끼실 수 있는 계기가 될 수 있을 것 같습니다.
I have imagined what it would feel like to have skins representing our team. It would be like we are actually in the Battlegrounds ourselves in the game. Now we can be in the game to play PUBG ourselves.
We designed the skins in the way we've always imagined, wanted, and thought that would be cool. I hope our fans really love the skins. I think they look really cool, so I think the fans will enjoy them as well.
Well, the big challenge is to create something that represents the brand and it has to look cool so the fan has a desire for it. So you need to find the right elements and colors with meaning.
I'm thrilled that GPT skins will help our fans be united with our team. It's always exciting because you only create these things in the digital world, and it's a great joy to see our fans who will win in our skin.
希望这些皮肤能代表我们17战队，并向大家展示我们战队的文化和精神含义，这样才能确保皮肤能够被广大玩家喜爱和接受。
对我来说挺激动的，能在 PUBG 里看到代表我们17战队的皮肤视频，这个过程让我想要拿出更好、更有说服力的表现，来更好的在电竞领域定位我自己和队伍。
就对于选手来说，在游戏里就拥有自己的那种专属道具啊，或者皮肤，就是非常有意义的一件事。然后希望以后这种合作也能够越来越多吧。
I believe there will be more opportunities communicating with our fans, expanding the global partner team program.
안녕하세요. 저는 PCC 캐릭터 팀의 이준호입니다. 캐릭터가 입는 의상, 총기, 그리고 탈 것들을 제작하고 있습니다. 팀별로 그런 색깔이나 특성이 있는 디자인이라고 생각했고 일반 옷으로 생각해도 굉장히 멋스러운 디자인이라고 생각했습니다. 팬들이 보았을 때 가장 중요하다고 생각되는 부분들 그런 부분에 중점을 둬 작업을 했고요. 팬분들이나 이제 유저분들이 보았을 때 우리 팀의 이 유니폼을 입고 실제로 경기를 할 수 있겠구나 하면서 약간 그런 것들에 대한 만족을 위해서 생각을 하면서 작업을 했습니다.
And I want to thank every fan for your support. It means a lot for us.
I cannot imagine the world without fans.
期待一下我们这款皮肤吧。
所以说，你们的支持对于我们非常重要，也希望大家多多支持17战队，谢谢大家。
Freedom, both teams are landing right in the warehouse. Fire with the shotgun.
Gets this animation cancelled as well to get the gun up quickly. One seen, one taken down. 𝗟𝗏, that was 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 with the AK in hand, reloaded, but able to take him down. More shots gunners in play as 𝗟𝗏 finds the second as well. Pentagram falling in seconds, and there they go!
As the big ones, and now FaZe are trying to get involved. They're swinging on in. This was a hardship for the Northwest, so having a big send towards the middle might not be that big of a surprise. They don't seem to be going so far, but up the steps. Fox doesn't check the right angle. It's all under Rich. He has to go for something big. Does not succeed.
3 players go down. They know the new Epi's fighting STK. This is great recognition. They weren't ready for Hikari's position at the tree. They're out on the road. Hikari finds the perfect time to strike. Takes 2 down. Grenade in hand here for Soul. But he's nowhere near this. He can't get a grenade there. Now he's out in the open. What a spray from Hikari! Only saw 1 or 2 more smokes in his hand there, so that's not far enough to cross that field. Leo, though, spotted Linshu just barely, and the re-peek is going to get the knock through the smoke. Now he sees 2 by the rock. That's information. That should be everything GEX needs to get the job done. Long skirt knocked as well. Leo, only 1 more player to go here. 7-7 wraps to the back.
Don't even need to get the revive on Xenon. They already have the man advantage here, but look at Savior pushing on in with a grenade, trying to confirm every single person that they can. 7-7, last one up. What can he do? 1 versus 3. His position has been compromised.
Here comes Yuri looking to finish the job. 7-7 though, able to at least find the knock. Leo trying to get there to prevent the point.
Claimed high ground in an area that they had no rights to claim whatsoever.
Aldana was going to get backstabbed here by the AWM. Yeah, that's the easiest AWM shot of your life. He's going to be able to flush kick there. Heaven, though, I'm not sure if you can get to that res before Petrichor Road decides to lock the grenades in and finish the job. And welcome back, everybody, to PGS 1. We are 2 games in today, and it's been Na'Vi all the way so far.
Yep.
Paper Thin and Cammy D coming at you for the next 2 games, and it's 𝗟𝗗𝗗 Miramar as we continue our rotation through. But it doesn't seem like many teams are having success rotating around Na'Vi, making some great moves today.
I mean, there are a lot of teams that are showing up to the end game really, really strong, but 2 times in a row, Na'Vi are able to make sure that the chicken dinner goes into their favor. The team, they just seem to always be able to put themselves in a position with the perfect timing to let the other team sort of crumble in front of them. And even though they don't always end with the full 4-man up, they still just win that war of attrition time and time again.
And definitely some good moves in the kind of mid-game to find some third-party fights and those kind of things to set themselves up for some strong positions. So absolutely Na'Vi on a roll. We'll see if they can somehow make it 3 in a row. Very difficult for most teams to do, but if anybody can do it, it's the defending world champions, Na'Vi, as we get ready for our 𝗟𝗗𝗗. Teams are situated, getting loaded, and we are going to be heading out here soon. STK, not a horrible start, I'd say. It's been a little bit slower than they probably liked. That Miramar didn't go their way. They got knocked out a little bit earlier, I think, than they maybe would have liked.
Yeah, STK is, it's an interesting one because, yes, you're right. They have really good ideas when they go into these engagements, but they seem to just barely lose them out, like the 1v1s and even going down to a 1v1 when they might have an advantage is always an unfortunate sign. And previously, even though they have made a roster change, it is still a pretty stable core roster. Previous times, it seems that is really easy to sort of tilt them. So hopefully that it really should be what the new coach Wooly is really bringing to this team, is like making sure that they are able to really center up and make sure that have a bad game, hell, have 2 bad games.
And I think Vegas also brings in some extra attitude. Like, he's got some positive energy to him. So, guys, we are ready for game number 3 here. It is 𝗟𝗗𝗗 once again for PGS 1. Na'Vi off to an unbelievable start. Can they keep it up, or is somebody going to challenge our PGC 2022 champions? Let's find out as we are getting ready to potentially take a look at our playing path. We take a look at the sunken city, the Atlantis, if you will.
I haven't heard that call out in a while.
Yeah, I know. I like Atlantis.
Yeah, I know. Something a little mystical about it. Same thing with Sky
animated movie, right? You know?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, come on, that's it. Of course, that just goes without saying here.
Okay, all right. Fair enough. All right, so plane is up, and hard to tell from that angle, but it is going to start from the southwest corner of Military Island and head up towards 𝗟𝗏. So a very, very fair plane path for this one. Some hard shifting circles here so far in PGS 1. Maybe this one, like our first 𝗟𝗗𝗗, I didn't think was too bad. This one, though, see, maybe we get a 𝗟𝗏 circle.
We actually have yet to go to 𝗟𝗏 Island too many times. And okay, so actually,
other than the one really ridiculous hard shift.
Yeah. There are the only time we ever get 𝗟𝗏 is when you don't know it's going to be 𝗟𝗏 until like phase 4 or 5 or whatever, right? But that's actually a conversation that I was talking to some of the North American teams at least coming into this one. The patch that we're playing on is the same patch that we played on for the qualifiers, and that was just giving us military after military after military. So I think a lot of teams were expecting that trend to continue. Not going to be the case, but surely we're due one at some point.
It's called a gambler's fallacy. It's a gambler's fallacy. You expect something to happen because it kept happening.
But you never know how the algorithm changes. It's not like the way that it works in this game, the way that the circles are programmed. You never actually know, so you can't really blame people for falling into these trends that they see.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is like you have to do a statistical analysis of like 10,000 games to get a good idea of where the circles are going to go. It is going to be an eastern circle, it looks like. Once we get a view of it, Razak looks to be abandoned.
Yep. We just saw Petrichor Road going over to Novo. I was waiting for this. So I had heard that they had informed Twisted Minds and other teams that they actually were adjusting their drop spots, going away from both Power Grid and Razak. I was hoping that was just bait. I was hoping that they were just trying to get in Twisted Minds' heads and fake them out, but no, it does seem to be official. It's no longer a hot drop. We are getting no more hot drops in this series.
Wow.
For now.
I don't know what to do with myself, Kenny.
I know.
This is unusual. This is uncharted territory.
64 still alive, 2 minutes in. This is ridiculous.
I'm very, very shocked. All right,
I'm scared.
Yes, I don't know what to do with myself now. I have the beginning part of the game to talk. Normally, the beginning part is like, let's watch a couple hot drops. And then like it slows down inadvertently during phase 5 because of the hot drops. But we'll see. EXO, a little bit of a slower start here today than, maybe they'd like. But the already getting to this part of the tournament for me is phenomenal for them. I mean, to come to their first LAN, to make it through into these winner brackets here, you know, they're playing to their strengths. Like, you know, I was talking to some of the other teams around them, and it's like, yeah, they don't make flashy plays, they don't make big plays.
Yeah.
But when, you know, things comes at them, they make the most of it. But we got Snakers here from LG. Let's listen in.
Playing here, but yeah, I'm a full-time college student at the same time as playing PUBG. So I have a pretty crazy schedule. I'm kind of doing schoolwork and PUBG like all day, and it really is just wild. Like, I live like 2 different lives, kind of. Like, one of them is just being a pro gamer, and then the other is just being like a dumb college kid, just having fun. But I think it's really nice. It's nice to get away and travel. But the only hard part is that I have to do school like while I'm away, which can get pretty bad at times. Like right now, I'm taking finals when I go back home, at like the 3 days that I get back. So it's going to be kind of rough, but I'll get through it.
Yeah, that is something that we have known about Snakers for a while, of being a full-time student, but we never really bring it up because his performance just never makes us question, what's going on? Because he's always playing at that top level. Even before Kickstart came into the roster, he was the big gun. He was the big guy on the team. And even though he might not be the superstar of Luminosity, he is always going to be a huge threat and can routinely match, if not best, time and time again, stats-wise on Kickstart. So the fact that he is doing that as well as being a full-time student is absolutely ridiculous.
No, and you know, anybody who's tried to manage doing college and anything else knows how difficult that is. So,
and it's not an easy degree.
No,
either. He's not doing like some fancy schmancy like theater degree like me that that I just coasted through. His degree, my understanding, is one that you actually have to do a lot of work with.
That's excellent. I mean, you got to be proud of that. As a player, Snakers himself should be proud, and you know, obviously, us as casters, like, we're very proud of him too, because he continues to give us phenomenal performances throughout his career. And we only hope that he's able to do more. New Happy beginning to make their way out of their loot spot here at the Six Packs and heading in a little bit southwest of the current circle phase at Milta. Again, no hot drops, so this is uncontested for now. The only thing you have to worry about here for FaZe is that now that Petrichor Road has shifted to Novo, is there, going to be some confusion maybe in the early game?
Yeah, and this circle being so far to the east side limits the angles of approach, the vectors of approach for different teams. With no one dying, that actually could be an increased opportunity for certain bridge camps, or at least rotational camps, if not just a full-on bridge. I do see FaZe still in Milta. We'll see if they want to commit to that one. Petrichor Road getting ready to cross. SDK as well, moving in from the north side. We still have a few more teams that need to make their way into the zone. And this one being around Prison Lumber, I think teams are just going to try and center up here.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think the play now is to try to, especially if these circles end up between Prison and Mansion, there's a lot of dead man's land there. Yeah. So those compounds become super valuable. So Petrichor Road is going to be making the rotation across the bridge. I could actually see New Happy almost on a similar timing trajectory to hit the crossroads, so we'll see if something comes out of this.
New Happy have actually been the victims of unfortunate timing with this very situation. I think they're actually delayed enough that it's not going to be an issue for them. In fact, they could even stop and stall onto Petrichor Road, but they spot the caravan ahead, swing to the side, don't want any part of this one. New Happy, they tend to like to play their early games very slow.
And the funny thing is, like, the other part of your calculus is now you have to be like, well, is this GEX? Did Petrichor Road already cross? Like, do we already, since there's 2 teams there on the military island, right? Like, you have to start rethinking your normal preparation and planning you did for today. It is going to be very different now. These teams are going to have to adjust and adapt on the fly based on this new change in drop spot.
Yeah, that's always a thing that you see come globals. In the regional events, drop spots are significantly more established and sort of known amongst all the different teams. Not only do they just play scrims with against each other, really, actually, a lot of it is just the fact that they play scrims against each other even before heading into the events. But not only do you have to adjust what your expectations on rotations coming into this event, coming into the new stage, the fact that we're getting a new confirmed drop spot in the middle of this stage causes yet more improv.
But you're a theater guy, so you like that, right?
Nope. Hard drama. Improv musicals are not real theater.
Yeah.
How dare you?
Sorry,
I'm offended, sir.
I didn't mean to offend you. All right, we have Win here doing some serious damage to Day Trade as they try to get up on this hill. Belmoth already gone. Poochill's under pressure. The tires are popped. It did cover a little bit of the angles. Nurin spotted. Win is really on point with this mini right now.
Yeah, really good job. Really good revenge against Daytrade as well. This is a nice little split for Sonics to be holding out. And now Daytrade here on the hilltop here, able to get the revive, forced to fall back away from this one. This is kind of a precarious position. It's good for info in the early game, especially over towards the east. But if the circle swings onto that direction, it's actually very, very difficult to hold. So Daytrade might be looking for an opportunity to go elsewhere here. Pero continuing their rotation, actually going pretty far north, going towards the Povka. That Luminosity with the wide split, you already saw them pass the southern pair of them.
Petrichor Road all the way up to Lipovka, so able to skirt by FaZe. I think they probably crossed through the beach is my guess. I can see GEX now passing Milta, but FaZe is mostly abandoned Milta for the Lumberyard. Danawa is going to settle up into heaven as they almost always do on these eastern circles out of Yaz. They'll just kind of 2-2 split somewhere. It depends on how hard shifted the circle is, but heaven is always in the equation pretty much unless somebody gets to it before them. EXO and going to be wrapping north of Yasnaya, looks like. And New Happy playing from the edges of Milta Power.
Yeah, again, New Happy playing the early game, really, really safe, making sure the rotation is this wide. I don't know if this particular extreme safe rotation is because of Petrichor Road ahead of them, but also just New Happy. I never recall ever seeing them in a fight in the first two zones. They never try and contest center. They just want to play from the edge every single time. And I think this might be a bit dramatic for them, but I mean, it's worked out for them so far. They're here in winners.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're hitting on some really good points for New Happy because in my estimation, New Happy never wants to start a fight. They want to finish fights.
Yes,
like they're never looking to start fights. It is always, you know, third parties and edge clearing and things like that that they do extremely well.
This has been interesting for Sonics. Daytrade have moved away from that hilltop position we saw them at. Sonics also moving further closer towards center. And so it's almost like a race to try and get to the central position close to Na'Vi and Howl are already holding out. 4AM have an angle potentially onto this as well, though it seems that most of their attention is going to be towards the east where we see Danawa posted up. We got 30 seconds left in phase one, so this is just the time that teams might be readjusting their position a little bit. Mostly it's getting the info and sort of getting a game plan for wherever phase two might go.
Certainly. 4AM there in a 2-2 split from what I think some people call the liquid compound up into...
That is an old call out.
That is an old call out. That's my boomer showing. I'm sorry. I will put that away for now. Tianma into Yasnaya as they are wrapping. This isn't anywhere near EXO. EXO continued pretty far to the east, and wow. Well, it is the hard shifts. It is the tournament of hard shifts, Cammy. It is hard to the southeast, and this is brutal for teams. Oh my! Like Twisted Minds and 4AM, who are in a dogfight. He's down.
Swinging past each other, and now Danawa actually might want to get involved here. It looks like they might just be trying to swing on past this one. Spyro with a bit of a U-turn. Actually, we're going to go for a grenade throw from the side of a vehicle as they go and revive Lu here. Wangzai should be getting picked up for 4AM as well, so we'll see how this fight continues on.
Yeah, Seoul is going to be watching this a little bit. Danawa is trying to third party this fight. They know that both of these teams want to get back to full strength. A decent grenade from Spyro does some damage into the lines of 4 Angry Men, but it is Loki who's going to steal the kill onto Lu. Meanwhile, Shrimzy just got obliterated by Na'Vi. In fact, Sonics are getting obliterated by Na'Vi off screen. Twisted Mind is trying to drive up back around towards the field, but it's right into the crosshairs of Danawa's Loki.
And that's Chiamba off in the distance as well. This is not even in the zone, but because of that hard shift, this is the only angle of approach. So these four teams are really only forced to go in that same direction. And here is the aftermath of the Na'Vi versus Sonics fight. I don't really know what started it, but Na'Vi, they certainly ended it. It's all Tiggleton remaining for the North American team here. 11 minutes.
Why does Tiggleton have an M16? Riddle me this, Cammy. That was a strange one to me. I can't have an answer. Oh, Pow Pow hitting some nasty headshots onto Summer. Puts him down, and that's the 4AM IGL getting run over by Batulin. So what a way to steal a point there. Good job by old Batu to find some value.
Twisted Minds finding a good compound. Unfortunately for them, not in the zone. Sonics do get eliminated in 16th place. Their push towards Na'Vi just completely shut down. And it's a good hold, once again, for the team. But this is going to be Howl, actually, I think, with covering fire, trying to deal some extra damage, try and really shut down Na'Vi before they get even more wins under their belt. Alia does go down. We'll see if that revive can't come through. But we still have a couple of teams that need to rotate into this zone.
Somebody's got to put an end to Na'Vi. I mean, they're just absolutely wiping the floor with some of the best teams in this lobby time and time again. And this time it's the Sonics, who have Pachinki Picado all to themselves today. Would love to get some big points. Would love to find themselves directly into that grand finals. Ix left there. Gets the knock on to 𝗟𝗚𝗃 off screen. FaZe Clan just 𝗟𝗔𝗡 out on his own here. A little bit split from the rest. I'd say call that a 2-on-1. And he is not liking what he's seeing. And I think if he has the read that is the team of the Vietnamese origin, that he doesn't want to get, he doesn't want to poke that bear. That beehive will sting.
Yes, it will. 𝗟𝗔𝗡 are lacking in points right now, but that does not mean they're lacking in potential here. Danawa moving through. They pulled themselves away from 4 AM and Twisted Minds and that whole situation, who are also, of course, trying to get into the zone because the blue is closing at their back. But Na'Vi with more opportunities, Howl with more opportunities to pick up even more kills, and 4 Angry Men also eliminated. This hard shift, I mean, not only is it a hard shift, it's a hard shift towards half of the being cut off by water. So this is going to be cutting out a lot of playable.
Absolutely. It is making things really difficult. So teams that were on the edge are having to fight their way in. Danawa has the knock-in. It's actually the flush going over to Ruin from Howl there. So Howl's position, they're really doing a good job harassing these other teams that are trying to get in through the edges. Relo snuck underneath the noses potentially here of Danawa. I'm not sure if they have sussed out his location based on the way they're moving. I highly doubt it.
Yeah, Danawa, I think this send actually just cut through LG's split. We do see the next circle center up, more or less. There's still a little bit of water in play, but everyone who's inside the zone, they did the job. The main issue was just getting into phase number 2, though we do still see teams like 𝗟𝗋 and Na'Vi have to make their way forward, but it shouldn't be that big of an issue. But Twisted Minds, they've had to rotate around the east side, take down very, very low.
I think Hikerman got the tire there. Perfectix out, Spyro out. Hikerman has a good opportunity here to finish Twisted Minds off, and it is going to be with some help from his friends that Exo Clan finds 3 kills, and Twisted Minds is out.
But Empty got dropped. Gonna want to go for the revive there, but this is an incredibly hard position to hold. The reason why they were so spread is because they needed that in order to have any sort of defensible position here, and Howl moving on top of this, away from their western side, away from where Na'Vi is, and so immediately they're trying to open fire alongside STK to push them back, and that's actually gonna funnel them into Danawa.
Yeah, Danawa now just standing pat. Relo had a abandoned ship from the prison, was able to escape to the northern side. Looks like he should be able to regroup with the rest of his team, so good work by him to escape disaster. FaZe now under pressure from Howl, and then you have 𝗟𝗔𝗡 on the other side. A tricky position to navigate. Let's see what 𝗟𝗡s can do. The opener, excuse me, 𝗟𝗃. Good spray into Schofield. 𝗟𝗡s as well should be able to flank around and help or cover the flank. Gustav up towards the front. Just trying to do what he can. Some nades are out, some mollies are out here for FaZe, but a hard fight to commit to with this ridgeline ahead of them.
Still good for Howl to find that tower as well. Get inside some form of hard cover, but on the minimap you can see 𝗟𝗟𝗡, they're smelling it. They realize that this could be a fight breaking out, and they want to be involved. The FOMO is real for them. But we only have a minute left for phase 3 to close, and actually Howl, they really don't like this spot. They really, okay, no, they're just adjusting their position, just adjusting the vehicles, using it for cover. And it seems that the push is going to get stalled out for now as we wait for the zone to close. This still could shift so hard to the east.
This could be a really interesting battle between Danawa and Na'Vi. You know, Na'Vi just clicking heads all day today, just doing a phenomenal job so far. Danawa, such a good group stage. Want to continue that momentum. See if they butt heads at all near the prison. Day trade on the south. 𝗟𝗋 rolling in. Just behind this, 7-7 is going to stop up short. New Appy 2-2 split just ahead of all this. And right now in a pretty comfortable position as Petrichor Road is a very wide 2-2 split between Milta Mini and up towards the Blues ahead. And GX just vibing in the trenches. Yeah, nothing going on here. Ooh, there was a knock on a Loki there from Na'Vi. I don't know if they're going to try to pounce on that. And I could see LG as well up on the north, potentially wanting to third party this fight, wanting to get some revenge here against Danawa.
Relo was able to hold his breath, stall his heartbeat out, not sensed by Danawa. They move ahead, and now they're being distracted by Na'Vi. This is given an opportunity for this of LG to group up, and they can now push in from the north side, but still not going to be the best of pushes. This circle, however, swinging towards the west is going to be center up on Lumber, where FaZe and Howl had that bit of a standoff, and also a really good spot for 𝗟𝗟𝗡 too, to hold point on that west side. They only need to worry about 2 angles, really, the north and the south.
All right, here goes Day Trade. They are on the move. The circle shifted to the west. AZ gets taken down by Ming, going to be confirmed by Non. Peril now still trying to get their way through this crossfire of New Happy. A tough hill line to drive up because it slows down your momentum when you have to try to ramp it. Mill already down. 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 could be next. Ming here just trying to line up the shots. Basically runs out of bullets, has to reload. 𝗚𝗚 and 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 able to get through 4 now, but 𝗚𝗚's stuck. If 𝗟𝗏𝗏n could find the angle, he could have gotten that. Oh, it's 𝗟𝗏𝗏 though. It's Penta from STK.
Yeah, running through New Happy. They're barely surviving that, but STK are there to clean up the job. It's only Jury remaining for Petrichor Road, and taking damage on a half HP. Forced to swing down to the south, and that's going to be 𝗟𝗓𝗋 waiting and willing. HS, final shot. Pero eliminated in 13th place.
Sort of whoop from New Happy on that one. They're very happy. They need to, oh, I can't believe I just did that. I didn't even mean to. They're looking to really, get some good points here, prove that they are worthy of another title. As Flood gets caught in rotation here by 𝗟𝗓𝗋's savior from the trenches. Snakers as well now knocked by Fex. Relo trying to scramble and cover angles. Grenades abound from FaZe, who want to maintain control of their territory.
Can't really blame LG for feeling uncomfortable with a fight on foot through Danawa and the rest of that northern side. Just instead going to be going for Ascent to the center, and Relo barely able to stay alive. There's an opportunity for Snakers to crawl inside the shack, waiting for information to see what FaZe do. They've actually pulled away from this a little bit. Howl might be giving a little too much pressure, but no, the grenades are continuing to come out from Gustav. They still want to take LG out.
No doubt about it. Gustav there going to set up a smoke line. Has a bolt in hand. Could just end LG's round in one shot, potentially. Going to go for the molly first, trying to see if he can flush Relo into a potential finishing position for 𝗟𝗏𝗋s on the other side. And 𝗟𝗏𝗋s has got the grenade. Well coordinated there from FaZe. The molly into the grenade, knowing that Relo was going to have to abandon ship. Once that molly got in there, very nicely handled.
Really strong position for 𝗟𝗏𝗋s as well, hanging off on the side there. Lumber giving a lot of places to cover, so it means that you're able to spread out like that despite having a bunch of teams so close without too much of a risk of your lone player being separated and taken out. So good for FaZe to capitalize on that. And now here, the standoff between Na'Vi and 𝗟𝗏𝗏. And we're all backed away from that situation. We only have a couple of moments before we see FaZe 5 and who is going to have to continue to move.
All right, Danawa likely to be one of those teams that's going to have to move, potentially XO as well. So they might lean in that direction. Certainly you don't want to be fighting Na'Vi right now. But with the circle shifting to the west.
Hard shifts again.
Yeah, if you go east, it is going to be a lot more challenging. There's going to be a lot more teams in that territory. So let's see how Danawa wants to handle it. 𝗟𝗓𝗋 looks like they're going to have to play defense from their trenches.
I wouldn't mind if Danawa actually tried to wait for XO's push, because there's no way that XO are going to push directly into Howl. And yep, they're holding the line, take out XO, and then swing towards the rest, where Na'Vi might have already done the initial steps of approaching 𝗟𝗏𝗋 and just backfill that situation. But the timing could be a limiting factor in that respect, because who knows who the blue is going to be at that time. We only have 25 seconds before that starts to close, and XO, with that one kill going against them, empty being taken out, have put on the brakes.
Little bit of breathing room for Danawa, but not much. New Happy has to make their way in through. Looks like STK up ahead. 𝗟𝗓𝗋 as well over on their left, but these hills will help protect them somewhat. HS already spotting STK out, able to sneak underneath them enough that he can get close enough for these opening shots with some cover from the rest of his team. That one looks like it's going to go wide of 𝗟𝗏𝗏. The follow-up here could be good. 𝗟𝗋 now harassing this fight as well. That one I thought might bounce into 𝗟𝗏𝗏 there for a second, but the molly's got him, and he just got the first aid off in time. He's not going to be knocked.
Just in time, but New Happy, they are still on the push, and you already saw FaZe could easily third-party this as well. So, it's really going to have to be a hard hold. Penta with the counter nade to take out 𝗟𝗏𝗏𝗏. They just traded knocks between the two of them, and now it is all onto 𝗏𝗏𝗏. How much covering fire could Vegas give? It's not going to be enough, because now 𝗏𝗏𝗏 is all down.
Yeah, 𝗟𝗋 is a phenomenal angle down into this. The hill is so steep, it just funnels vision into him. And he's able to get the flush onto 𝗏𝗏𝗏. Now HS and Ming trying to make sure that Vegas is cut off. The res attempted, not going to come through. Or excuse me, it will come through for New Happy, not for STK Penta. Of course, there was no hope for Vegas to get there. Daytrade now has to fight through this defensive position of 𝗟𝗓𝗋. You already have one down for 𝗟𝗓𝗋. Daytrade under pressure, but so far climbing and doing a good job of it.
Ooh, Vegas getting one to Hikerman, perhaps with the stall against Danawa, not expecting a push from the south side. Trying to go for more, running out of ammo, has to swap to a new weapon, and now with the blue on top of him, down to 1 HP, just trying to go for as much damage as he can before eliminated by the blue, but XO, the damage was done towards them anyway. Only one player remaining, not going to go for the revive.
A valiant attempt. No. Danawa caught out in the open. FaZe here able to maintain control of this compound. So vital for them to get so many kills. 6 already in the bag, and they are doing a great job of making life so difficult for these teams climbing up the hill. But now they have a new challenger. It is New Happy who is making their way in towards this lumberyard. FaZe, though, the steep hill gave them a great angle before, but now that New Happy's gotten here, they're going to be able to sneak ever so much closer into their territory.
Few grenades still left to be used for New Happy. The flash goes out. And we'll see if HS can use those few remaining frag grenades, but the smokes are fading. That means that the line that Gustav and the rest of FaZe are holding, should be an easy enough spray down. It's going to be hard to get to that initial point of cover with the oil barrel. And so New Happy, they're actually stalling on this. They also know that there's potential for third party from the north side.
Yeah, I mean, New Happy wants to see if they can scoop up some points, clear their flanks, and then make this attack onto FaZe. Certainly one of the best in the business at doing that kind of play. Smokes are out as they eventually have to make their way through. The circle will force the issue eventually. Some grenades out, but they're going to come up well short of 𝗟𝗏's position as the smokes are just a bit out of range there of Na'Vi.
Yeah, and Na'Vi, again, really good at being able to take the space when they can find it. They've actually been slowly closing in the grip onto 𝗟𝗏. 𝗟𝗏 have been losing players, losing positioning, only down to 2. Can't push him through Howl, can't easily push him through Na'Vi. They're going to have to go for just a solid aggressive maneuver, but the grenade's already flying in.
Yeah, Na'Vi's aware that 𝗟𝗏 could have gotten here, but the grenades are just a bit delayed, so 𝗟𝗏 might be able to find an opportunity to potentially get a knock, but Example's got a 𝗟𝗏, and he's putting it to good use. The headshot onto 𝗟𝗏. Salute able to find the knock onto Mel, but 𝗟𝗏's already flushed. The grenade right at Example's back. He's already weakened. He is down.
And now it's 1 versus 1 between Salute, Nuba, and a Howl are pouncing onto this. So whoever survives here is going to have to go with the strong defense. It's going to be Salute coming out on top. Na'Vi had such a strong position, but in a second it was removed.
All right, here comes Howl. They want to clean this up. They want to make sure that they don't have anybody on their northern side. Molly's everywhere. Salute is able to get a first aid off, but he has the entirety of Howl bearing down on him. Stuns in his face to make matters worse, and yeah, that is a really well-executed timing hit. Meanwhile, 𝗟𝗏 under pressure here. 𝗟𝗏's trying to do what he can, but 𝗟𝗏 is swarming. 𝗟𝗏 actually getting taken down by 𝗟𝗏. 𝗟𝗏 is so spread out on this angle.
2 versus 2, that spread that you said does get punished, and there's opportunity for 𝗟𝗏 to get the revives. Same thing cannot necessarily be said for 𝗟𝗏. 𝗟𝗏 and Tycon way in the back are pushing forward, but the finishes, the confirmed kills might be there while the 𝗟𝗏 revives are coming on in. 𝗟𝗏 still needs to get picked up. The holding point, they know that the rest of 𝗟𝗏 is going to be following up.
It is interesting to see 𝗟𝗏 this spread out. Usually they're a little bit more of a kind of a clustered fighting team, but they're going to pay the price for it this time as 𝗟𝗏 with full forces able to get those reses. Like you're saying, 𝗟𝗏 is going to be confirmed for 𝗟𝗏. 𝗟𝗏 going to get taken down by the pump shotgun of 𝗟𝗏. Some mollies to try to flush or at least keep the rest of New Happy at bay, keep them pinned against the back of this encroaching next circle.
𝗟𝗏 knocked. Ming pushing forward, FaZe still don't hold the line, and 𝗟𝗏 with the shotgun out in the open is not going to win that fight. Ming with the M4 is going to have the upper hand into that one, but it's still going to be wounded on both sides, and Howl with the high ground.
Yeah, 𝗟𝗏 now putting their position that they just took from 𝗟𝗏 to good use, taking 𝗟𝗏 down, and now New Happy has to get forward. Ming gonna try to eat some blue, and he's gonna pay the price. James with a well-predicted grenade right into his face to finish there with the molly. FaZe continues to hold strong here on the eastern edge, but it's 𝗟𝗏 who has moved away from the position of 𝗟𝗏, and they want to finish off Leo and 𝗟𝗏.
Wrapping on the east side. Don't exactly know how much information that would have, but they're certainly reading the kill feed and hearing the shots. It is the 𝗟𝗏 Leo, though, that could be the unexpected player, but I mean, 𝗟𝗏 with the 𝗟𝗏 in hand is going to be looking at anything, but Leo actually opens up onto FaZe, going to be catching them off guard, finds one, confirms James as well, so that's at least one more point for... Okay, there it is. Leo does get removed. No more after that, but here comes 𝗟𝗏 with the perfect timing to finish the job.
Yeah, no doubt about it. 𝗟𝗏 with the 𝗟𝗏 as well. Looking to see if he could put the pew-pew down, and those are some really good grenades. 𝗟𝗏 right on point. 𝗟𝗏 able to at least find one knock, but he's the last one standing for FaZe. Just the pump shotgun in hand, and that grenade went right in. 𝗟𝗏 finds the timing and gets the finish onto FaZe.
And with the time for the revive as well, and 𝗟𝗏 is just pushing forward. 7-7 is still there on the back to watch for 𝗟𝗏's potential backfill. Howl on the north side, still 4 up. They're going for the revive of their own. This is another 3-team finish with 2 strong squads. It's slowed down for a second, but 𝗟𝗏, he's taking so much center position, not wanting to allow any of these other teams upset their spot.
Yeah, if 𝗟𝗏 can kind of keep Howl at bay here, 𝗟𝗗𝗗 could have a really good chance. Of course, there is 𝗟𝗔𝗡 to play a role in this battle as well. With 𝗟𝗏 still alive, you never know what that superstar can do. And now 𝗟𝗏𝗗 is starting to do the damage to Howl. 2 knocks already. We're going to see if they can find any more. Schofield going to be flushed by 𝗟𝗏𝗗. And that position you just pointed out is proving so valuable for 𝗟𝗏𝗗.
And he's landing the shots. That's the important part. 𝗟𝗏𝗗 with the 𝗟𝗏𝗗 also continuing to make that weapon sing. 𝗟𝗏𝗗 as well. Stare down with the Mad, keeping that player locked on in. Howl perhaps not with full control of all their angles, biting off more than they can chew here. And they've just gotten taken apart bit by bit.
I would love to see 𝗟𝗏𝗗 try to maybe find a pick on the flank here of 𝗟𝗏𝗗, and that's looking like what they're going to do. 𝗟𝗏𝗗 not super close to 7-7. He is pretty much on his own out here, so he is a vital part of the puzzle for 𝗟𝗏𝗗. If he can hold 𝗟𝗏𝗗 off, it will give them that much more control of this circle and this game.
The only concern is that 𝗟𝗏𝗗 seem to be opting into 2 separate 2 versus 2. This is a good circle for them, though. They need to actually pull their bottom half away from this one, focus on the north side. And as long as they just overlook Tycon and Duckmai's potential push, they can try and reign control of this. But as it stands, it still looks like 2 isolated fights, and you never know what those 2 separate 50-50s are going to fall.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, you got to have confidence as 𝗟𝗏𝗗, of course, but it could be tough. And 𝗟𝗏𝗗 did come down to help 7-7, recognizing the weakness of this position, knowing the situation, knowing that it's a 2v2, v4 in their favor, and at least trying to mitigate that as much as they can. We'll see if they can get it done. But for now, 𝗟𝗏𝗗 more or less in the circle. Tycon is going to have to move here eventually, but probably waiting for Howl, hopefully, to make a move first, force that engagement for 𝗟𝗏𝗗 before they try to make any sort of, strike themselves.
Yeah, 𝗟𝗏𝗗's playing this slow does help 𝗟𝗏𝗗. That does mean that as long as those 2 pair, the pair on the top side, they just wait for Howl to be forced into their angles from the blue, take them out, and then immediately they can have that 4 versus 2. So, at some point, 𝗟𝗏𝗗, if they're able to read that's what's happening, might want to try and go a second-pronged approach onto the south side, depending on if they can read the timing of Howl's push.
Yeah, I agree. It really does come down to timing here. 𝗟𝗏𝗗𝗏 going to make the smoke wall and try to centipede his way through it. Going to let loose with some prayer utility of his own to try to cover this, but he just doesn't have any more smokes, able to just barely get behind the lumber and avoid death. So far, the Bad as well, trying to make his way through, trying to see if that position can catch him off guard, but 𝗟𝗏𝗗𝗏's too smart. They know that somebody's likely down here, and they're ready for it. They pre-fire it. 𝗟𝗏𝗗𝗗 able to get the better of it. 𝗟𝗏𝗗 there for the finish. Now they can turn their attention back to 𝗟𝗏𝗗𝗏.
Good job to find the isolated 1 versus 1. They know that they dealt damage to 𝗟𝗏𝗗𝗏 even without getting the knock, that there's the timing that they won't get immediately pushed from the separate member of Howl. And now that they go back, isolate them. 4 versus 2 remains for 𝗟𝗏𝗗𝗏 to wrap this game on up. But 𝗟𝗏𝗗𝗏 running out in the open. Tycon's going to grab that one quick.
That's huge. That's the 𝗟𝗏𝗗𝗏 down and out. 𝗟𝗏𝗗𝗏 going to throw a stun. Tycon trying to reposition, has to prone down, and 𝗟𝗏𝗗𝗏 is still going to find the kill. Now it is all on to 1 for 𝗟𝗏𝗏𝗏. 7-7 out here on the hunt, and Duckmai out in the open, has to reposition after giving his position away. Point going to be confirmed, 1 for Duckmai, but 𝗟𝗏𝗗𝗏 right there for the trade, and it is going to be 𝗟𝗏𝗗𝗏 who's going to take our 3rd game here with a 14-kill chicken dinner.
It wasn't the most clean finish from a full 4-man squad, but they got the job done, and that's the important part. 𝗟𝗏𝗗𝗏 coming out, 14 kills, huge number here. Every single win has been getting higher and higher on the kill count, so who knows what the limit is.
No doubt about it. I mean, these have been just some huge games for some of these teams, and 𝗟𝗏𝗗𝗏, opting for a little bit of a risky 2-2 split, maybe some would say, but it paid off in the end. They're able to really identify, where the players are likely to be, able to hold their angles, able to not give up any space, and do everything that they needed to get the win. So well handled by them. A great game from Howl here. Able to pick up, a few kills, get deep into the game.
It was off of the back of a blind send, so certainly a little bit of luck into that factor, but in terms of them being more proactive with holding their position, it is almost night and day compared to what we saw on the previous Miramar. So hopefully that development continues, because Howl, I think, are probably the biggest underdogs in this winner's bracket. They made it this far. How much further can they go?
Exactly. All right, guys. Well, we have some highlights, and then it'll be the death. Don't go anywhere.
An absolute steamrolling coming out from 𝗟𝗗 here in game number 3. We're looking at some of those final moments with 𝗟𝗗 and 𝗟𝗗 just absolutely pow-powing off. Yeah. This was... don't get in their way. Don't get in their way.
Absolutely. And the confidence, I mean, Cameron sort of said it almost was like they were doing a 2v2 here, but they were. It was, in its own way, they were against a 4-man who just couldn't communicate with each other. Yeah. But they had to split. They had to play opposite sides of the circle, and they did it very cleanly. They protected each other. And honestly, this is good news for them, because when you look back at group stages, not only did they not get any chicken dinners during the group stage, they got more points in this game than they got in their entire second day of play during group. So this is the 𝗟𝗗 I was hoping to see when I got here at the event. I was a little worried about them prior to this.
Yeah, that was deadly, I think, to say the least here. When you think about the way in which they moved into Lumberyard, obviously, you know, you clear all of the south, and once that is done, you can start taking some extremely powerful positions. So there's some rocks in the middle of that Lumberyard that we were seeing 𝗟𝗗 utilize that any other team around them, we saw how got dismantled instantly. 2 people instantly down as soon as they're trying to move towards Lumberyard. Admittedly, maybe you need to be a little bit quicker as 𝗟𝗗 to try and get a more prime spot in there, but they didn't, and they got taken apart.
Yeah, that 𝗟𝗗 SLR was absolutely terrifying. Barrel maybe not as much a few times, but he switched to the SLR and was just killing people. And I think the problem for 𝗟𝗗 was that they saw the massacres on the edge. There was a crazy amount of fighting because there's just not a lot of space to play in that area. And I think they waited it out. They wanted to see the rest of the team sort of go through that combat sequence. The problem was that by the time they got involved, there just was nowhere to do but just hide behind the lumber and hope for the best.
Yeah, there were a few teams that I thought kind of were also in that similar situation. Not only 𝗟𝗗, but also 𝗟𝗔𝗡 again. They've, unfortunately, in the first 2 games, completely floundered. I think they only got themselves 2 points or something like that in those first 2 games. Here, a few here and there in terms of placement, as well as maybe 1 kill, but this isn't the 𝗟𝗔𝗡 we're expecting to show up, considering how powerful they were with kill potential in the group stage. Of course, with their 20-some points in placement, but 70-some kills.
I think the hard part was the way that they were coming up on that hill. There wasn't a lot of cover. We saw kind of a lot of chaos going on the south side. A team that I had high hopes for as we went to those final circles was FaZe. They were playing very aggressive on the edge. They made some really smart moves against like 𝗟𝗏. They just got caught by a really nice grenade that opened the door for them to get knocked out early.
All right, let's take a look at the top 4 then, how the numbers are actually able to roll in for them. It will be 𝗟𝗗 with 14 kills. A massive boost here for them in this game. And look at that, 0 smokes used. Is this a bug?
No, because they got a good spot in the middle. They just let everybody else deal with it. My pain goes to newHappy, who had 1,400 damage. They had almost as much as 𝗟𝗗, but only 4 kills. They were bristling, they were fighting, they just couldn't sort of close it down, whereas 𝗟𝗗 was just executing everybody who walked into that kill zone.
Let's take a look at some of the moments back from this game as well. It's quite the common circle in terms of centering on this hill, not necessarily, though, going into the exact middle of Lumberyard. So a lot of these teams know how to play the compounds around Lumberyard, but not necessarily Lumberyard itself in some of these high-octane moments.
And the thing that really set it up to be such a chaotic end was the zip in phase 2. It was that shift back down towards Milta Power. When that happened, there were only 2 teams even in the area, and everyone else started almost a Grand Prix of our own. I know the Grand Prix is going on this weekend otherwhere, but it's also happening here because everybody jumped in their cars and drove like monsters to try to get back into this circle. And that's where the chaos broke out, because if you're not in Lumberyard early, you're not going to have many options.
Yeah, definitely not. And FaZe didn't have many options as well on this east side, as you were saying. It's for 𝗟𝗏, the way they played this fight out was spectacular. Just completely dismantled FaZe from the inside out. 𝗟𝗏 a little bit cautious about if he was to even be able to go out of that tower. The nade goes in. He retreats back into the nade, so in shambles.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, 𝗟𝗏 was systematic and confident in every moment of this game, and you could see that. It's night and day from what we saw in group stages. 𝗟𝗏 looks every bit the contenders for the World Championship off the back of something like this.
Proper scary when they've got their foot on the pedal. Look at that. The numbers coming in for them. 𝗟𝗏 with 6, 𝗟𝗏 with 5. 𝗟𝗏 gets himself 2, 77 gets 1 off of all of this. But, I mean, the scary thing is that, look across the board in terms of the damage, ultra clinical, surgical precision from these guys. There's no wasted bullet. There's no wasted damage. They were finding a target, taking that target out, and moving to the next target. It was great.
But it's something else we never really talked about. Damage taken, they weren't afraid to take those fights. They went head-to-head on the peaks. They won them every time, but they were willing to suck up a little bit of damage. 𝗟𝗏 does come out as the mom of the match. 6 kills, 6 knockouts. Does a really good job.
Shush you.
I mean, it is the abbreviation.
I suppose. It's like saying rip in peace.
I know, right? Well, good job, Mom. No, but 𝗟𝗟 played really, really well and set 𝗟𝗟 up, I think, for a really good... It's only 12 games, and getting this many points off the jump is going to shake up the entire leaderboard.
No, definitely, definitely. I think it's going to be a stark contrast as well to what we saw in the groups here, as it feels like, you know, I really wish it wasn't me saying this, but EMEA's woken up a little bit because it didn't feel like we were awake in the groups.
Well, by the converse, what happened to Americas? I am like in shambles right now watching what happened in these first games. So hopefully we can wake up too, but EMEA is looking incredible. FaZe is playing aggressive. Na'Vi is making incredibly smart plays.
How surviving?
Yes. How survive? That's a great way to put it.
Let's take a look at the numbers coming in from this game as well. Then up towards the top, a huge game for 𝗟𝗟. 24 points going their way here. FaZe actually on that east side. I didn't realize that they'd taken quite this many kills, but there you go.
Yeah, well, they were out there mopping up that edge, and they worked their way in a couple of times on some hard shifts. Yeah. So they played very well. They did the same thing Donowa did. Donowa walked away with 6 kills because they also realized, I don't have a good spot. I just have to go out there and take some fights.
All right, here's the overall, though. You can't knock Na'Vi off this perch, it seemed. And actually, to speak about Na'Vi here for a moment, I did think up on the northwest side of this circle, because they started mopping up people as well. Yeah. I was like, are they just going to keep going? Is this just going to be yet another Na'Vi big game? It wasn't to be, but I do think they took a few points here and there for this game.
They did. They picked up some good points. Another team that picked up some points finally was Twisted Minds. They are only 10 kills, but 𝗟𝗟 did not hot drop with them this time. 𝗟𝗟 pulled off and went to military, so perhaps that means the Twisted Minds now has Razak all to themselves going forward.
Yeah, of course, as we did see murmurs going on whilst these games have been developing, so that is a big and important note for not only, I mean, this winners bracket, but also for the potential of the future. There are 2 teams that you would expect to get to that grand finals, and if they do find themselves there, I think a lot of teams now understand the severity of those hot drops and understand the severity that they cause in winning your championships, which is, let me count them on my hand, never if you're a hot dropping. So
absolutely, you gotta get that out of your system, figure out where you're gonna go and do that. Now, that's kind of the upside of the winners bracket. I do think no matter how this breaks down, top 8, bottom 8, we're looking at a very good indicator of what the grand final is going to be. There might be maybe a 3-team shift based on sort of what I know about the losers bracket. But some of them are testing some ideas. They're feeling out those rotations, dealing with what teams from other regions that they've seen for the first time are doing at this high level. And so do expect some of these teams to make those adjustments as the day goes on.
Fist bumps all around, fist bumps all around.
That's the best part of that 4-square setting. Some teams have to sit in a line, some get to go back to back.
Yeah, I do like the 4-square, I do. Yeah, it's quite nice. I did see as well, whilst we flicked over to the camera view of Howl, whilst they were in those final moments, they were camping down, hunkering down, constantly checking the map there that you could see with the blue hue on their face. But anyway, thank you very much, Toffees. It's time to get into game number 4 here. So far, so good for Na'Vi up at the top, but China is on the hunt. Let's head on over to the desert here. It's Miramar with Paperthin and Cameron.
Thank you very much. And we are ready for a Miramar. The desk doing a great job there. The games have been phenomenal. And now we move over to Miramar once again for our 4th match here of the winners bracket. Paperthin and Cammy D coming at you. And Cammy, an exciting game there. A lot of great moments. A team that, you and I didn't get to touch on, that I wanted to touch on a little bit was FaZe and the way they're handling themselves there. They seem to have picked it up in that 3rd game.
Yeah, looking really good on how to control their zones, control their spacing. They're still sitting, I say still actually, been able to put themselves into 4th place after that series. And for a team that looked to be struggling in the group stage, definitely a good start to this round. It's a team that has a lot of fans, a lot of pedigree on that roster. So I think to see the struggles that they had during the groups was a little bit heartbreaking. Sounds quite dramatic, but along those lines.
Sure, something in that area, right? It definitely is like, it's like, it just seems like FaZe is always there at the international events, right? Like it just wouldn't almost be a PUBG event without FaZe. So certainly to see them have some good moments here. I thought we were done with this.
It was to get in their head. It was all a fake out. They even committed to Novo on the last round just to get Twisted Minds to think that they were safe. I absolutely love this. However,
The landing timings do favor Twisted Minds. Just a moment. This is exactly what happened for the record-breaking finish against Pentagram.
I tell you what, I will say that Twisted Minds has the best parachutes at this drop spot out of anybody for sure. Perfectix, though, only with a pistol, trying to do something from his position. And Chewy just has the better gun and is going to take Perfectix down. Saiga as well to back this up. So a great setup here for Kui and Petrichor Road to maybe try to contest for this spot. Patu down as well. Lou on the outside, Spiral gone. Now it is all down to Lou for Twisted Minds.
The 2-2 split from Petrichor Road. I was worried that meant that Twisted Minds could just choose one angle and push and have an advantage, but it gets shut down with that first knock, and now the noose is getting closed in. Twisted Minds are out. Petrichor Road win this hot drop, and now Twisted Minds needs to consider, do they continue to commit here?
Certainly a big question mark, as this was not expected. We were potentially going to have Petrichor Road, even on Miramar here, go to a different drop spot, but Petrichor Road with this plane path decided that they were going to make another go at it, and they are oh so successful. Maybe the element of surprise, a factor in there, but that's huge now, and it's a clean 4-0 for Petrichor Road, and they're going to be able to loot up. They're in the first circle. Everything coming up Pero.
Good plane path for them to react off of that. Sorry, I'm just looking at where they're... Yep, it's the plane path. They were going. They had informed the rest of the team that they were going to a more northern position, and this plane path being so far south, I guess they decided that they'd rather hot drop and go back to it rather than try and find vehicles, contest perhaps a day trade or exo for those esports spawns to get up to that spot. Though it wouldn't have been bad considering this circle is up towards the north, but you never know until you see it.
Yeah, we maybe on a more northernly plane path, we might see a different drop from Petrichor Road. Gonna have to keep our eyes on that as the winner's bracket rolls along. And 4 a.m. right out of the top of Hacienda, but Petrichor Road now
going for more.
Wow,
going for more.
Nuren's just trying to find an angle where he can defend himself. AZ, a quick peek. Nuren's not able to get around the corner. He stubbed his toe on the edge, and it's gonna cost him.
Petrichor Road are playing this like they're a group of pro players in a normal lobby where they just hot drop, they fight, and they see and they smell someone else, and they rush for them and try and get those shots, trying to get those fights. They're pretending like this isn't a global event, but they are winning these fights. They're leapfrogging themselves from loot into a strong central position. Belmont is here to try and answer back, but the angle isn't great, and honestly you have to wonder, do you want to push for this?
I think already feeling the pressure of needing more points. Even after 3 games here, you don't have a ton of time in this winner bracket. It's 12 games and then you're done. Belmoth trying to get a little revenge. A few shots land on the AZ, but no knock, as Belmoth is just going to have to peace out. And I don't think Day Trade can really do much else about Petrichor Road at this stage.
Yeah, you just got to take the L's where you can. You don't want to force this. You don't want to give up what's possibly a very, very strong game, considering their drop into phase number 1 to try and go for some revenge. Unfortunate that they lost a player, especially the one, the Venorans, but it is what it is. And now we're going to look elsewhere as FaZe Clan, off of the back of a great round 3, all the way down south. They have the furthest to move here.
No doubt about it. They have a long road ahead, and they are going to have to find a way to group up and then potentially get in there. We'll see how they want to approach their rotations into this first circle. But as it goes very north, it will be tricky for the likes of FaZe, Tianba, Cerberus, GEX, Do Happy. Na'Vi, though, already in the circle, so now they can swing north and kind of decide exactly where they want to go on kind of the northern. I'd say almost half of the circle is completely empty, so they have a lot of space. They have prio on just about everything up there.
Yeah, and considering the plane path, they should know that it is very likely going to be empty. It's just about the timings of, do you want to take the effort to go all the way towards the north? How
just getting another car.
Yeah, you know, it is what it is.
It's a buggy anyway. It's a piece of crap.
Hey, but it's still wheels, you know?
It's true. But those wheels are easy. They're huge.
Yeah, I know.
One
Hey.
Oh, go ahead.
Back in the day, it was said by certain individuals that the buggy is really, really strong because as long as you're driving away from someone, the back seat blocked you better than any other
until people figured out that you could pop tires pretty easy.
Yes, yeah, that was also before the tire popping got adjusted.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the buggy at the start wasn't too bad.
I also don't know how many people took that statement seriously.
I hope none.
That's the other point.
I hope none. That chair is also not always so consistent about blocking bullets, I find. Every once in a while, a few sneak through.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, but no. I totally feel you. All right, Do Happy. They are coming out of Los Leones, just to the southwest of Picado. Sonic's already out of Picado, up into the power grid area that was abandoned by Petrichor Road, as we saw earlier. And everybody just trying to find their way to the south. Now, if you happen to be looking at the map and you're asking yourself, why are none of the teams wrapping really far north? Well, it's not as likely. It can happen, but because of the land ratio terrain, the circle's likely to end up south of the craters. So
it is.
That's generally where they go. It doesn't have to. Again, we've had some hardships, so I don't know. I would like to see somebody try to play for that hardship, to be frank.
One of these last teams that come in might have no other option but to do that, but GEX and the Cerberus, they're fighting each other outside of the zone once again.
This is just the name of the game for GEX.
Yeah.
Usually they're not a team, again, that often fight, at least in my region, in Asia, in the last couple of years, has fought a lot outside of the zone. I will be completely honest, it doesn't happen often. So they've been kind of, I think, having the troubles that you've been talking about a lot here with, the changes in the teams and the lobby and all that other stuff, kind of adapting, even though they've done a decent job overall.
In their defense, these times that we've seen them engage outside of the zone on Miramar, it's just been through timings of rotations. On the first Miramar, it was Chiamba, and now it's Cerberus, so I'm not exactly sold one way or the other on if it's an intentional camp. Certainly once they're in a position in the zone, they then will camp at that point, but here it could just be coincidental. Cerberus have removed themselves from that. GEX seem to have let them go, and now back into the middle. Daytrade still trying to bolster up. They have actually a 1-1-1 with the 3 remaining players, but Wang Zai there and 4AM going to try and get to this high ground, which can give them a lot of information. As you say, though, the circle is going to shift away from this position at some point, likely down towards the south, but they can still utilize that as a really good lever to get into a better position later on.
Yeah, no doubt. New Happy there. Just taking a bit of time to do some scouting with HS, way out ahead of the rest of the team. Sonic's a 4-man strong position in the power grid. Long skirt, just gonna skirt over to the west here, and I think I like what Tiamba's doing. If this hard shifts either to the west or the north, Tiamba is in a phenomenal position to maybe put themselves deep into yet another game. XO is going to be sitting atop the very, very tall mountains that are on one of the craters there, part of the land ratio terrain up here. So this is a good spot to go to the early game, to get some information. And if it hard shifts, it's a great pivot spot.
Yeah, it's what you expect from the El Pozo team with this circle as well. It's so strong for information and getting a little bit of presence in. If it does shift towards the north, they have easy access to just slide down that ramp and down towards the south. Just from the high ground, get a couple of knocks, get a couple of shots in, and then you can just wedge your way through that way.
Yeah, either there or Hook Mountain are kind of the two spots that you'll see Pozo teams go, depending on what's going on. But I'm perfectly fine with what XO's doing there. I think that's a wonderful position for them to work from, to find a compound to just dig their heels in and just kick the crap out of anybody who comes into their territory, because that's what they've been doing.
Yeah.
They have been absolutely phenomenal on defense.
On defense, yeah, that's, I guess, the main point we want to make. On offense, not so much, but here, if they just have the defense at high ground, I definitely put a lot of favor in their court.
Certainly. Danawa able to get to the northwest of Power Grid, able to set up a 2-2 split, 2 out into the kind of the rolling hills there, and 2 in this God plus Shantytown compound. Na'Vi, like I said, they had Prio on the northern side. They opted to go for a high ground position to take some spread along the northern rim of the easternmost crater and just kind of vibe and watch what's going on. I've seen them trade a bit of long-range fire with Luminosity out to their northeast, but so far, nothing serious occurring.
Only a few seconds left before we see phase number 2. GEX and Cerberus still shooting at each other. I mean, this again, I think they just accidentally ran into each other, but there it is. Phase number 2 is going to center up on Crater Mountain, center up on EXO, and that was that Wang Zai rotation from 4AM to give them that leverage into the spot. Daytrade as well also grouping up, but this is where teams are going to have to start making gambles with their positioning, because with the mountains that will be shifted off of this close to center, you can never be 100% confident which direction it's going to go.
Yeah, no. This is a tough one to judge 100%. It could go a lot of different directions. Danawa driving right into Pero territory. Soul took a lot of damage, but Aches left is down. Mill there. Gonna see if maybe he can get any more done. And Onyx gets Mill. It's a 2 for 2. A flush will come through here. Petrichor Road has already found 5 kills. Chewy down to very, very little health. And Onyx trying to hold the line up front for Danawa. Soul still on the ground, but hasn't been flushed just yet. A grenade there, trying to find the finish. Really well cooked, really well bounced. Aches left is cleaned up. AZ, the last one alive for Pero. Oh, no, it's stolen by New Happy.
Yeah. Deep beyond there with the finish on the Chewy. It's all going to be on to AZ down to 18 HP. It was such a good start for them as well, so it's really, really unfortunate that it seems that their game is going to be ending in such a way. At least they were able to get one more kill onto Loki and sort of damage 𝗟𝗏's play, but still, the amount of utility that 𝗟𝗏 are going to have going into this final engagement might be overwhelming, but AZ with the underhand grenade, this one could be good.
Oh, he gets the knock, and now he's going to push out and get another. Looking for the third, looking for the finish. The 1v3 on 𝗟𝗏. Salute is hurt, but he is prone. He's going to throw a molly right on top of Salute. This may be the end. Salute is burning, but I think he got a first aid off just in time. Has to wrap to the outside, but no, the molly was good enough. What a play from AZ.
AZ makes it work, and now they have 8 kills, and the potential for the revive onto Mill. What a round it's been for them so far. To get out of this spot will be a hard piece of work because they're getting third party from the north. I think that's 𝗟𝗏 doing that, and 𝗟𝗏 might also be interested, though. It could just be shooting back and forth between the Sonics, completely unaware of what's happening on the low ground here, and AZ is going to go for the revive. Can he get there in time? Oh, I think he's sticking it. He's got it.
Just barely. New Happy as well wants these points, and they are trying to drive there and collect. It will be Nan who just hits some tires, slows up for a second. Jeez Louise, it's like bumper cars hitting it. They're all just hitting those tires. I guess everybody kind of not expecting the angle from that jump to carry into there. Instead, they're going to have to stop up at the God compound and try to find a crossfire onto 𝗟𝗏 Road's position, but still the Sonics on Overwatch.
But also on the Overwatch against 𝗟𝗏 as well. It's a weird entangling of a couple of different teams, and it's not a bad position. The only bad part is that it's on the low ground, but again, if this swings down the south, which I think it is likely to do so, though not guaranteed, it could be the ending of this entire round, so I don't mind that New Happy, despite loving to play the edge, are going to go for a gamble send towards the center.
Yeah, the circle's most likely path will be to the east, most likely southeast, like you're talking about. That's why if you look on the map, everybody's on the east. That's because it's the most likely. It can hard shift southwest. It can hard shift northwest. It's just not as likely. So that's why you're going to see teams do these things. It's all about percentages, people.
And it's going to be on this next circle shift in the next few seconds to give us a lot better of an idea of where it's going to go.
Absolutely. Yeah, phase 3 will be a strong indicator of where this one is going to end up. And indeed, it is exactly what we expected, over to that eastern direction.
Indeed, it's going to be on day trade, is where I put my money on where it's going to end. So this is great for Cerberus, it's great for day trade, and also great for the Sonics as well. They just need to make sure they don't get backfilled hard by FaZe, who are just to the southeast of them. But with their current spot, they should just be raining hellfire across everyone else. We saw how successful that was game number 1 on 𝗟𝗏. I'm considering a similar thing here.
Yeah, Gustav in a bus, trying to drive through. The bus pretty good on the road, but doesn't have the greatest of torque traction out on the sand, so a little bit tough to get uphill, and that's why that buggy is gonna scoot on by. The nice thing about the buggy, as much as I dissed it earlier, it can get uphill on these sandy dunes very quickly, much better than most of the other vehicles. So in this situation, it is pretty nice to have in the rare situation like this.
Yeah. Nice little slot in from FaZe to get in front of Howl in this situation. Though it does mean they have to worry about a couple of different angles here, but really it's just going to be all these teams trying to make their way towards the east. Most of the teams are already on that direction, on that side, which is why we're not seeing too many wild sends just yet. But at some point, a fight is going to break out. I'm looking at SDK. I'm also looking at Luminosity here as they try and approach this with GX to the north, Cerberus and Howl to the south.
All right, 𝗟𝗏 trying to do some damage there to 𝗟𝗏, but going to get backed off. Just going to reload that SLR and go for the med kit. And there is not really much going on behind him, so he is perfectly safe. So meanwhile, it is still New Happy trying to see if they can find the space to finish off 𝗟𝗏 Road. But with the Sonics still on Overwatch, there's not much that they can really do to get out there relatively safely. You know, 𝗟𝗏ton up there with that mini, that is not a fun place to be under. Oh, kickstart.
The Mad is still in the blue looking for an angle and actually able to get a knock onto kickstart. A teammate is there for the immediate revive, but that it just shows Luminosity that they have still yet to find a safe spot here. The Mad has to leave, though. Again, out in the blue, it is early enough that it's not going to be doing too much damage, but can't stay for too long. Already on the move back here onto 𝗟𝗏. Getting pushed from a couple of different angles, actually. They're in 2 separate positions. At least Rain is away from this group all the way on the north side, but they want to get involved against 𝗟𝗏. The grenades are good.
And that's a Mark 14 down. Once again, a big gun out of the hands of 𝗟𝗏. Now look at alow on the backside of this. Does 𝗟𝗏 know about his position? I do not think they do. Right now, grenades are coming 𝗟𝗗 in a two-pronged battle, and they are losing on both sides. Longsker trying to drive out, but only a sliver of health left. Gets a little bit of help from, actually, it's Hikerman. Gets a knock onto 𝗟𝗗𝗗. And two members of STK still up, but broken. 𝗟𝗚 now spotted and identified for XO. They're taking some really good fights right now. This is some of the best open space fighting we've seen.
It really is. XO's doing a good job of pushing forward, but 𝗟𝗚, this is a big concern for STK right now because they got to get the revive onto 𝗟𝗗𝗗. The other three members on the south side can't really do a lot to support him immediately. However, this circle does pull towards Daytrade's compound, and so does XO stick around here? I actually think they might want to and just play in from the edge, but they got to clean up 𝗟𝗗 Linshu and then see what they can do against STK. But Gustav here on the east side, opposite side of the zone.
And James is able to feed that information over to Gustav to give him that easy angle. Now James can come out, try to finish the job, and he's got a good grenade, but Ruin with a quick response. FaZe has to get hot to trot to take out 𝗟𝗚 here. There are two more members in between them and James if they're going to get back to him. James did his job. He's got a couple knocks behind him. Can they get back?
The Mad and Ruin might want to rush over and take James out, confirm that kill, but they know that they need to hold strong. They don't have any threat of being shot in the back right now, but Corexy's trying to go for a vehicle send to find that separate angle, but Ruin's going to punish it.
They couldn't get the other members up over the hill in time, and then it's actually Snakers from LG who's going to snag that kill for himself. The steal is good for Luminosity. New Happy now finally trying to take this fight to Petrichor Road. Finally feels like they have the space to do so, and they have a lot of utility in hand to try to make this work. Grenades are out. Mill right at the door, but it hits the lip and doesn't bounce in.
AZ with another answer with a frag. This one looks good. Inside deals a little bit of damage to HS, but still doesn't get the knock. These grenades are not finding the mark that they want to for either team. And at some point, New Happy's gonna need to push forward. They have the zone. They're inside the zone, but just barely. They need to try and find some space before Sonics get a bit too curious.
Yeah, I mean, they don't want to commit any more frags. They want to have some in the bag for late game. AZ taking a whole bunch of damage there, able to just barely get around the corner, and Mill's got a good grenade to help him. HS as well is down from Mill. That's two huge knocks. AZ trying to wrap back in, but Nan's got the angle covered, gets the knock, and now it is all up to Mill for Petrichor Road. The flush comes through, and he is the last man standing. Ming trying to do what he can, taking some damage. Now Nan trying to push forward, gonna opt for the molly. I think a stun was attempted to be thrown out from Mill, but that didn't affect Nan at all. It's gonna see the head of Mill right through the door, seeing if he can maybe push through. It's Tickleton.
A lot of pressure there from Nan, but really just to keep Mill engaged so they can get the revive and stay as 3. Tickleton, as you said, is the last bullet, last shot to remove Petrichor Road, but still a good show from then. No placement points, but a good number of kills.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's a great game from AZ. He had 7 kills in there.
Yes.
That's a phenomenal game. No other way to put it. And New Happy there gets maybe bailed out a little bit. XO, what's going on?
We just saw 𝗟𝗚 have 3 up when they were down in a really bad spot, but here though, XO got pushed by Na'Vi, perhaps trying to take too many fights at too many different angles. STK have been surviving in this position, and XO falling apart. 𝗟𝗚 with the angle. Hikerman trying to answer back, but that's against STK, and now Mel with the opposite angle. XO are eliminated. But Na'Vi running in from the blue. This is giving STK more opportunities here to stabilize their position, especially with 4 AM continuing to third party from the north.
Well, STK, if they can get these reses and stabilize, they should be able to do some serious damage to Na'Vi. Plus 4 AM up ahead on the other side. Mel out in the open. Penta not able to find much. It's actually 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 and Sonics now, who've got a great angle from that high ground down onto Na'Vi and got 2 huge knocks. So it's just Mel left for Na'Vi as the res is once again coming through for STK. Here goes 𝗟𝗚. You mentioned him earlier. They're going to try to make a wrap.
They got the revives, or at least one of them, to stay as 3, a good number, but they are going to be sending it into that high ground. How well can Sonics defend that position? Can they deal as much damage to the rest of the lobby with a contest right to their east side?
𝗟𝗓 going to crash into that compound next to Daytrade. Daytrade has been able to rest on their laurels, and now they have the 4-man Vietnamese squad sitting across the road. Sonics is just absolutely demolishing teams. Out goes Na'Vi off to the side. 4 AM has to make their way down the hill, but they've got vehicles, they've got opportunity.
Yes, but their hill is on the downward slope at this position. I don't know how much of a real plateau they can play on. They might just be running down like Lion King into the waiting arms of, if not Sonic, 𝗟𝗓 and Daytrade, but 𝗟𝗚 have been able to sneak on up. Do you like that one?
I did. I like that. Now I'm going to look for an opportunity to make the 𝗟𝗓 reference. Or hanging on.
H1 on Pride Rock, looking for an angle over onto STK.
I'll be the Pumbaa to your Timon. All right, let's get into this. Sonics and Owl right next to each other. Owl, though, well underneath, and 4AM trying to find their way down this road as best as they can, just kind of shooting and scooting and getting it some information, watching the movements of teams like LG who don't have a ton of space, so they have to cut across the road, try to come up into this high ground right underneath 4AM. Certainly both teams aware of each other, but a ton of damage being done to LG despite being 4 strong. They are going to be severely weakened if they have to take a fight.
They're going to take a fight at some point. And now that 4AM have an even better angle. I'm surprised no one's been knocked just yet, but I imagine it is only a matter of time. Yes, indeed, Relevant Sinkers do go down. It's all Flood and Kickstart, and they were able to find a position to prone down on, and I don't exactly know what angles the high ground threats of Sonics have, so they could be surviving for a few moments longer.
Well, they got somewhere. I mean, that was, I thought they were donezo well before that, so hats off to them for at least getting somewhere relatively safe. The Mad gets a grenade so far uphill, I can't even believe it. He has got the knock onto 𝗟𝗔𝗡. Right there is 𝗟𝗗𝗡. Should be able to grab him and then get him into safety to go for the res. And then the Mad is going to pay the price out in the open. Crazy, the superstar from 4AM during the PCL, during the spring PCL, finds himself some extra points, but it's actually going to be HS off screen, wiping out Luminosity. We're into the placement points, Cammy.
Yeah, Luminosity, that position was way too precarious, dead center. And that means that no one's really going to be able to play for that spot, at least until the zone closes. This is going to be another game where everyone's hanging out around the edge because there's nothing to play for in the center. Sonics have stabilized a little bit. Howl have taken a lot of damage from 4AM to the north side, but at some point you saw the lack of cover that 4AM had. At some point an angle is going to be found by STK or Sonics most likely, but Sonics need to remove Howl first.
Yeah, I like what the Sonics are doing. A great grenade from 𝗟𝗟𝗡 is going to get the flush onto Apocalypse. Now looking to finish the job onto Ruin. H-Win out ahead, doing that scouting, doing that oh so important IGL role for the Sonics. As Lime way out in the open, or not out in the open, but way up high. Summer trying to see if he can get some shots to connect with that mini. Ruin here, still alive, but it seemingly not much left in the way of health considering he hasn't healed in a while.
Yeah, it might be out of meds at that point. New Happy slotted below on the hill. In tandem with STK, removing Luminosity from a similar position here. Now the blue is closing on in. Ruin needs to go big, needs to go hot. The health is going to be a concern, of course, and that's why he just needs to go aggressive. 𝗟𝗟𝗡's going to cut that down before it gets too bad, but Mime now removed from Ruin, from the grave, and there might not be time for that revive.
Yeah, some phenomenal grenades from Owl to get up that hill onto the Sonics. I think Mime is done. I don't think there's any way they're going to be able to get back to him. Sonics likely, I think, have to shift west. I don't know if the east side is going to be viable due to that compound of day trade.
Yeah, Non actually with that shack is huge because Sonics would have liked to have taken that, but Howl took so much of their attention for so long. New Happy just slid on in and took it right from under their noses. But 4AM, they've lost their own high ground. They're going to have to send it on in, taking up Luminosity's previous position, but that just means New Happy and STK, they could repeat the exact same maneuvers against Luminosity.
Yeah, I think the Sonics, if they can find a timing, they might be able to take some space. There's a lot of battles that might be brewing here on this western edge of the current circle. New Happy continuing to crawl on in. Penta there trying to find that oh so narrow angle between the vehicles. 𝗟𝗡𝗗 just maybe barely revealed. Hard to say if he's going to be able to get the shots to go through. Now Hwin sneaking towards this shack. Great timing on that molly. That is going to be the knock on to Non, surely, unless he somehow gets the heal off. Okay, finally, Vegas is going to shoot him. Non is going to be flushed by Hwin. Nice piece of work from Hwin.
Yeah, really good job for them too. Relatively easily without really being taking too much damage, taking that shack away from them. FaZe are eliminated in the meantime. We're now ticking up even higher in those placement points. STK have survived for now. 4AM have survived for now. Daytrade and Servius have actually stayed relatively quiet because they've been in the hard cover on the east side, but unless we see a hard shift that direction, they're gonna have to leave.
This has been a really well-handled game so far for the Sonics. Some phenomenal leapfrogging here to get into this position. New Happy, though, stuck on the edge, stuck on a road, and 4AM wants to pin them down. The grenades are ringing out towards Ming Ming and company. They are doing damage, but they haven't found knocks. The Sonics doing some damage to them, and it is going to be the finish here for 𝗟𝗟𝗡. 𝗟𝗟𝗡 told me behind stage that 𝗟𝗟𝗡 is just beaming people today, and he's going to find the collapse of New Happy.
4AM were only able to get away with that because of the damage that Sonics did towards the SDK. They got in, they threw the grenades, and they backed away. And it was the Sonics that finished New Happy, but 4AM are still back behind the cover, and it is the hard shift towards the west. So Daytrade and Cerberus need to make a move. Daytrade might be looking to go towards the south into the Sonics angle, but still looking at each other, they're going to be running essentially in tandem. Unless we see an entire wall of smoke blocking the lines of sight off, they're going to be fighting while the blue is at their back.
Yeah, it certainly looks that way. As you know, it's kind of like a standoff here between Cerberus and Daytrade. Whoever moves first might pay the price. At least for Daytrade, 𝗟𝗡𝗗s is getting a little bit out there onto the mountain, kind of at least gaining a little bit of information, maybe finding that angle down onto Cerberus as they exit the compound with their vehicles.
And for 4AM, this means that they're not going to be under that much of a threat because SDK and Sonics are just going to be focused on the relatively easy kills available coming in from this east side. So they can just play it low, play it safe.
Wow, this is so tough for Daytrade.
Yeah.
Grenades, shots, everything in the kitchen sink coming down on top of them. 𝗟𝗡𝗗s goes down to the blue. Out in the open is 𝗟𝗏. Wind cuts him down. Only one left. It's Flash on the edge of the smoke. 𝗟𝗏s has got the angle, has got the sight line. Gonna go for the flush. Soft Flash. A lot of damage done from 𝗟𝗏 though, and 𝗟𝗏s he's gotten knocked, so he's gonna have to back off while the rest of the team trying to come in to save him. I think it's just 𝗏𝗏 left for Cerberus.
It's very, very low. Daytrade do go out. Then we have Cerberus into the top 4, but how much longer can they last? Because as you said, they're actually reviving out in the blue. There's going to be 4-point denial here. Cerberus are surely going to be going out. It is the top 3 teams remaining. SDK down to 1 because 4AM and Sonics have both been doing really good job. They're just constantly trading damage.
All right, now, oh, what a grenade!
Oh my God!
Crazy. It gets 2 of the Sonics right on point, right on target. Now 𝗟𝗏𝗄𝗗, he's got 6 kills already. He's gonna have to do a hell of a job here. Gets the first one. Summer is going to find the finish. SDK trying to see if they can get some kills. 𝗟𝗏𝗄𝗗 just drives right at 𝗟𝗏𝗄𝗗, trying to distract him from Summer and gets the drive-by, gets the kill. But it's a 𝗟𝗏𝗄𝗗. He's gone deep into the blue. Is he gonna be able to get back in? No, he's just gonna call it. And it is actually going to be, after all of that, SDK that gets the win.
Listen, it wasn't very flashy, only 6 kills to their name, but SDK, they had a hard game for themselves. All these teams that made it towards the end, Sandswell, Cerberus, and Daytrade, had a very difficult game, but yes, it's Sonics with the most stats on the board here, 13 kills and a bunch of damage, but still SDK, a much needed win for them. They struggled through the group stage. They had a couple of struggling games in the early part. We'll see if that can't give them the momentum to take it even further.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a well-handled win. I mean, SDK was knocked so many times in that game. So many. Like, from the beginning, they were fighting like 𝗟𝗏𝗏 and XO and all these other teams, and they still are able to survive long enough to get the win. Credit where credit's due. They fought hard for this win, despite, the ending maybe being a little anticlimactic.
Yeah, even they don't seem to be too happy about it. I think because they realize that they're still in a process of trying to reclaim their position up that leaderboard. And also perhaps still trying to work out
Keenan's
your
happy,
little...
though.
Listen, Keenan is always happy. He is always pumped in any situation that he's in. He's a great addition to your roster, even if he's only the supporting staff as he is here right now.
No, I don't give him a high five. Purdy's like, nah, dog, that one's not worth the high five. Oh, man, so good. But what a game from the Sonics. 13 kills in that one. 𝗟𝗏𝗄𝗗 putting up some huge kill counts. 4AM having a solid game for themselves. Daytrade took that center spot. You called it. It was very close to Daytrade's compound. After that phase 3 shift, that's almost where that circle ended. So they're able to sneak through with some more placement points, but still not big kill numbers.
Yeah, again, it's looking at a high risk, high reward with the high ground that we saw 4AM, XO, and Sonics take versus the low risk and, low reward of the compounds.
Yeah, that's the way it goes sometimes. Sometimes you just don't have any better option necessarily to maximize your points other than to play a center circle.
And Daytrade went there early, so they actually had a very good shot at being in the late game from the very beginning. You're going to take that chance. You're not want to give that position up even for an opportunity for more kills, because there's always the risk.
Yeah, all right, guys, some highlights and then the desk. We'll be back shortly here at PGS1.
Ah, yes. 'Twas a silly game here at PGS, as we have
It was a silly game.
It was a silly game. We have ourselves STK getting themselves the victory as they just sort of did lost and trying to figure out where they were. Yeah, that was...
I won't say they did nothing, but at the end of that, I guarantee they were watching going, well, that's interesting.
Cool.
I mean, using a car to hunt down 𝗟𝗔𝗡 in the end, it was... the wheels came off pretty early on this one. 𝗟𝗔𝗡 pushed the compound, and then it moved away for the first time, and I can't remember how long that compound wasn't actually in the end game on that circle, and it was strange. I think there's no other way to say it.
I do really hope from STK's perspective there was a glorious moment where they did watch a car disappear over that hill and then try and run him over, kind of missed, and then they saw 𝗟𝗔𝗡 in the kill feed, and then the car just never came back.
Never came back.
Where did that car go?
You got the drive-by. Escargot. STK 6 kills, does get the first place. They did 1,700 damage. They put work in. They used smokes like crazy because they had such a tough position up there on the hill. They just were able to lock in and just let everyone else fight around them and throw to that end game. 4AM with 6, and then Sonics with 13. Because no one came off the mountain. Everyone wanted to play that high ground, and that side was just brutal.
I mean, that's the success story right here, right? Looking at how 𝗟𝗔𝗡 was able to absolutely mow down the competition on that side of the circle. Let's take a look at the recap from this game as well as, yes, I'm looking forward to talking about these highlights.
𝗟𝗔𝗡, my goodness. This is a player who was, I think, 10,000 in fantasy. I know your fiance picked him, and we were all like, oh, that was a nice pick. And then he goes off and is playing out of his mind right now.
Yes, 'twas a cute pick. And then all of a sudden, 7. That was ridiculous. I mean, of course, he got all 4 on Twisted Minds, which, by the way, we thought they were going elsewhere. Okay, so there's something about that. Technically, yes, the plane wasn't favorable to the 𝗟𝗓𝗏, where they'd say their claim over in the Discord. That's how things have gone. And then they just decided to go to Power Grid anyway.
Yes.
You could have technically taken cars up that west side, but they decided, maybe it's just too far.
It's funny. When the day started today, I said I expect that hot drop because both of the teams had players tell me they were doing it.
Yeah.
I feel like maybe the posting inside, people are getting a little cheeky with those game Discord saying, we're not going there.
Let's put it this way. There's some psychological warfare going on in this tournament, and I'm kind of all for some psychological warfare because this game, it's about having strong mental attitude towards any situation you can be put up against. And Penta, 𝗟𝗏, Vegas, and 𝗟𝗏𝗏 here able to live out the rest of this lobby, it felt. I mean, yes, they were in a little bit of a haphazard situation, but once teams are kind of rocking up below them, they still had some nades. They were able to dislodge LG very nicely. Not quite the next team that comes along, but they didn't need to.
I mean, at the end of the day, they bristled, they did damage, and they used 24 smokes to maintain that position as long as they possibly could. You can't argue against that. Penta does come out as the MVP with only 3 kills. We take the MVP off the winning team.
Yes.
And again, sometimes you get a win that you don't feel the best about, but you take them where you get them because that's how you make the top 8.
I mean, yesterday I said there was a man of the match, which had maybe not as much compared to somebody that had done better. I feel for this man of the match, yes, I feel like 𝗟𝗔𝗡 was the guy.
Yeah. It's hard to take that away with how aggressive Sonics was playing up there. But they were playing very well as a team. And remember, they were only 3-handed for most of the end of that match because we saw Mime go down pretty early in that fight. Take a look at the total kills, total damage, and average survival. Na'Vi still up there on average survival after those first 2 chicken dinners. Sonics, though, managing to climb those charts after a slow start.
Honestly, what a wild roller coaster so far to start off the winners bracket. This is just not what a lot of people expect coming in after watching the performances in the group stage. I can't tell if people were saving things for the winners or we're just in topsy-turvy land right now, but teams like LG, teams like 𝗟𝗏𝗏, teams like 𝗟𝗏𝗏, who blasted the group stage, haven't had a foot to land on at the moment.
It's funny, though, because prior to this game, we were up here talking about, hey, EMEA woke up, and I was lamenting America's not stepping up at the start of the day, and then we come to our 3rd match, and both Sonics and STK show up. Luminosity, only 3 kills, but they did manage to get at least halfway through this lobby this time around. But SQ, 13 kills, coming out of 𝗟𝗏𝗏, it kind of makes sense. but they fought really well up there on the hill.
You can't give them the SQ treat. You good old Sonics, man. For you guys, I mean, as I said, 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 looking fantastic throughout all of this. But yeah, so here we are right now with the standings. We have Sonics joining that top pack at the moment with the 33. I will say, though, still Na'Vi with the 2 wins at the beginning of the day really lent them such a buffer zone here to be able to keep them at #1.
But this outlines why you can't get too excited too early when it comes to these events, because Na'Vi last 2 games, 10th and 11th place, a bit of a slide down. And just like that, Sonics, who had a rough start today, is right up into the contest. So with 3 games out of 12 played, I think it's still wide open.
Yeah, definitely so. All right, well, that is how things have gone here so far. And with, how many games remaining? We have 2? Was that game 4? Am I?
That was game 3, I think.
No.
That was game 4. You're right.
I'm like lost in the miasma of craziness that we've seen so far.
Honestly, in the green room watching that and trying to figure out exactly what was that shift, how do you even adjust to it? I mean, the compound, the circle was so perfectly centered on the compound that all 3 of those hills were essentially, no one wanted to give it up.
Yeah.
And there were it was a tough place to say, like, well, I guess I gotta make a decision. And I was blown away by 4 AMs somehow miraculously getting into wherever that was and lasting to the end by that one broken down car.
I mean, again, it kind of, to a degree, makes a lot of sense if you're thinking about, okay, that compound, yes, it was in the middle and stuff like that, but there's so many hard shifts at the moment. Anyway, that would have gone when we were trying to say, okay, maybe people should commit to the compound. It still would have been way out by the time the hard shifts are finished, regardless of which direction they would have gone. So, I don't know, something happened in the circles. We had it in PC as well. There was so many hard shifts, man.
And there was just no way out of it. We saw everybody who did drop into there just couldn't get back out. So it was a crazy game. Also, the last one with the shift to Milta was really tough. So I think a lot of the teams maybe can take away, those were 2 games that were incredibly challenging. Maybe this next one will give us a good old-fashioned average circle.
All right, well, I was told ages ago to go to break, but I just want to keep talking. So, but anyway, we are going to go to that break here at PGS 1. We have a few more games remaining here in that winners bracket here to determine who's moving on into the grand final. Of course, this event is co-hosted by Crafted and VSPO, so we'll see you in a few for more PUBG action.
both teams are landing right in the warehouse. Fire with the shotgun.
Gets this animation cancelled as well to get the gun up quickly. One seen, one taken down. 𝗟𝗗, that was 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 with the AK in hand, reloaded, but able to take him down. More shots gunners in play as 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 finds the second as well. Pentagram folded in seconds, and there they go!
As the big ones, and now FaZe are trying to get involved. They're swinging on in. This was a hardship for the Northwest, so having a big send towards the middle might not be that big of a surprise. They don't seem to be going so far, but up the steps. Fox doesn't check the right angle. It's all under Richie. He has to go for something big. Does not succeed.
3 players go down. They know the new Epi's fighting 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗. This is great recognition. They weren't ready for 𝗟𝗗's position at the tree. They're out on the road. 𝗟𝗗 finds the perfect time to strike. Takes 2 down. Grenade in hand here for Soul. But he's nowhere near this. He can't get a grenade there. Now he's out in the open. What a spray from 𝗟𝗗! Only saw 1 or 2 more smokes in his hand there, so that's not far enough to cross that field. Leo, though, spotted Linshu just barely, and the repeat is going to get the knock through the smoke. Now he sees 2 by the rock. That's information. That should be everything GEX needs to get the job done. Long skirt knocked as well. Leo, only 1 more player to go here. 7-7 wraps to the back.
Don't even need to get the revive on Xenon. They already have the man advantage here, but look at Savior pushing on in with the grenade, trying to confirm every single person that they can. 7-7, last one up. What can you do? 1 versus 3. His position has been compromised.
Here comes Yuri looking to finish the job. 7-7, though, able to at least find the knock. Leo trying to get there to prevent the point.
Claimed high ground in an area that they had no rights to claim whatsoever.
𝗟𝗏 is going to get backstabbed here by the AWM. Yeah, that's the easiest AWM shot of your life. He's going to be able to flush kick there. Heaven, though, I'm not sure if you can get to that res before 𝗟𝗏 Road decides to lock the grenades in and finish the job. What's up, everyone? We are back here at PGS1. Only 2 more games to go. And that means that we are going to bring Toby on to join me for these final 2 games. 1 more Erangel, 1 more Miramar, and then we are halfway through the winner's bracket already. Can you believe it?
I can, and it's been absolutely phenomenal so far. We saw Na'Vi back-to-back to start the day off. A little more quiet since then, but other teams sure as hell have stepped up to kind of try and claim their spots. To one of the teams, 𝗟𝗏, AC, 7, almost 8 kills in that previous match.
Disgusting.
Does that mean that we might see 𝗟𝗏 back in Rostock again now that they're feeling it once more?
Yeah, I mean, it may be something worth considering for sure. I mean, it seemed like they were going to go for more of a discretionary play, which is not the usual.
Yeah, 𝗟𝗏 is it?
Never. I've never seen it in a lot of casting them in Asia. Never have I seen them give up much. They're a very stubborn team.
I feel like it's just the Chinese way really of global tournaments so far. It's been very rare, if not at all, that we've seen them be the ones to end up backing off. Usually 17 alongside Petrogor would be the ones to claim the spots by the end of the tournaments. But this time around, 17 early on forced out of 𝗟𝗚𝗡𝗗 by Sonics. And now, for a brief moment, we did see Petrogor go elsewhere, but off that previous game performance, maybe, just maybe, we'll see them go back again.
Pretty curious about it. EXO, a better game that time, I thought. They had some good fights out in the open.
Yes.
And that's, it's a step in the right direction. Leaving Rain is that anchor position, he's just vibing as well.
He was a little traumatized too.
I had a great lunch with Rain today. It was very nice. We got some Korean food. And we just chilled and had a good talk. Super nice dude. Super interesting kind of story about how he got here and everything. But anyway,
he is a very nice guy.
Super nice.
These guys, very nice guys too. I gotta say, the vibe on FaZe ever since the roster change, they seem more loose. They seem more down to earth. They seem to be jumping around, having some fun every now and then. I mean, that alone, having the dragon put a smile on his face, that is an achievement of its own. For him, not so much smiles, not yet. They're all about business. They want to go out there, they want to perform, they're not done yet. In the meantime, here as well for 𝗟𝗚𝗏, a team we could not stop talking about through group stage. Winners bracket today so far, haven't really seen the same 𝗟𝗚𝗏 we saw the last couple of days.
Yeah, they felt a little bit off here today. A few good fights here and there, but some tricky ones where they've been caught up in some third parties and those kind of things. But it is time here for our final 𝗟𝗚𝗏 of the day, guys. It's PGS 1. We are going to hop on into the plane and go to the grassy pastures of 𝗟𝗚𝗏. I didn't say it seriously. There was some sarcasm in there.
Was that your James?
No.
Wait, can you say it as James? You've got 8 seconds.
Oh, say it as James. To the grassy pastures of 𝗟𝗚𝗏.
I'm all for it. I love it.
There you go.
I love it. Playing path this time around, as you see in just a second, incredibly similar to our first 𝗟𝗚𝗏 of today. And what did that game serve us? Not only a Rosok hot drop, but also a lot of altered drops altogether, because East Coast in this playing path, somewhat difficult to reach. Now we can pretty easily travel east to west on 𝗟𝗚𝗏 due to the way of both terrain and roads, but a lot of teams had to kind of alter the drops, but would expect to see similar things happening this time around.
Yeah, certainly. It should look pretty similar to that one. I think you're right on the nose there, as 𝗟𝗡𝗏 out early towards the 𝗟𝗏𝗏 and the other splits. All I gotta say is this is going to be a much more interesting drop once the gliders make their way.
I know you had a very brief talk with 𝗟𝗡𝗏 in the break here, because we were all confused by why are they not engaging on 4AM, but I know they had a brief chat with them.
Thank you for bringing that up. So I had a brief chat with Vegas back there, and he goes, because 𝗟𝗏𝗏 and I were first talking, and then he comes in, he goes, we had nothing. We had literally nothing. We had no heals, we had no vests, we had no helmets, we had no guns, we had no bullets, we had literally nothing left. That's why we were just sitting there. He said they had a barrel with a red dot that had some ammo in it.
And we were all sat there looking for him and fighting. Why are you not shooting them in the back? But there you go. And honestly, in a scenario where you have nothing, what better than have the last team right out into the blue and just serve it to you on a platter?
That's the way things go sometimes. I mean, 4AM made a risky play to try to clear 𝗟𝗏𝗏, and this circle, well, this one's much more likely to go to the military island than the other one we had the other day.
So where does it go?
Ooh. How about this?
Novo.
Novo?
It's just exactly outside the circle.
How about this? How about we're gonna go south of Potato? That's right.
Well, then you were just feeding it to Na'Vi. They're already in the top. That's no fun. That's no fun.
Well, that's fair, but
I'm saying Ferry Pier ending.
Ferry Pier? I like Ferry Pier.
Yeah, in Ferry Pier.
Oh, those are great.
Ferry Pier. And as rare as can be, especially with ranked settings. But we'll see. We'll see what's going to happen. We are kind of alluded to it. You're not seeing it on the main feed right now, but that is just yet another advocate to always make sure to have the map stream open as well. Because while it's all great to watch the players run around in their schools and apps and get their loot game going, it's also pretty convenient, especially for the teams that want the little more in-depth analysis style or approach to PUBG, to have that map feed open. See where are the teams on the map, how they're planning on rotating. And maybe if you want to try and teach yourself to get better at watching PUBG, try and predict where this specific team. Like, look at one team for an entire game. Go try and see if you can predict, okay, they loot there, they know this team is there, what would be the smartest place for them to go to? Follow that team for the entire game. See if you can always be one step ahead of them. That way, you learn more about the team you're following, whether you get it right or wrong. And who knows, maybe you get to learn to enjoy watching PUBG even more than you hopefully already do.
Absolutely. Well said. Well said. There, that is the.
I say some right things every now and again. Every now and again, they're when the stars lie.
The ultimate PUBG esports monologue right there.
There you go.
Enjoy this game to its fullest because we have
There's
so much.
There's so much. It's not just running and gunning and shooting and cars and explosions. Well, it's also that.
Yes.
It is also that, and wild circle shifts and all that.
That's part.
And it would be true, but there's so much to it. There's so many layers to this amazing cake that we want you guys to taste all of.
It's the definitely a thinking man's game, a thinking person's game.
Sure is.
Just a wonderful esport we have here. And EXO is just still in North George, still 𝗟𝗋 underneath them. They haven't really butted heads too much up there.
No.
So far that's been kind of a DMZ. Sometimes you see the South George teams try to bully the North George teams because generally the North George team is kind of the weaker quote-unquote team than the South George team. You know, usually it's like a 𝗟𝗋 or a 𝗟𝗔 or something down there.
They usually, I tend to use the term of punching bag and like boxer, but we do tend to be able to split it in half, where we say half the teams in this server are the teams that like to dictate the flow of the game. Like they come out and do something, the other teams respond to it. The other half are teams that do things based on what other teams do or allow them to. South George, usually the dictator. North George, usually the opposite side. 𝗟𝗋, plenty of kills previous game. This time, trying to see if he can continue that by finding James. But while he did see the vehicle, did get a tag in, it did not get any knocks.
He's got to be careful here. If FaZe figures out that he's alone, they could potentially do something about this, or whoever comes next, maybe. This is I've seen too many players in this exact building by themselves get wrecked because they try to like mess with people trying to cross that bridge.
I will give a quick shout out though to the game designer or level designer who added those walking path catwalks on the bridge, because what you didn't see happened just off screen. Teams got to take the car. Normally you've always been like one shot at the bridge. Well, kind of got full committed to it because there's only one end to the bridge on the other side. But now you can take the car off the side onto the catwalk or pathwalk, drive it under the bridge and actually exit underneath, where that guy in this position, 𝗟𝗋's position, can't really do anything to prevent you from doing so. So thank you, man, who built that bridge. If you're watching, I'm sure teams appreciate your effort.
Thumbs up, hats off. We salute you, man, who made those side walkways on the bridge.
Now we need a name. Who came up
I don't
with
know.
the sidewalk?
I'd love to know. I mean, I'm happy to give whoever it is credit.
Yep.
Some level designer.
Some level designer.
And they are brilliant. All right, 4 a.m. in transition, just to the east of 𝗟𝗋 here, south of where I think the circle is going to end. Go
the other way. Paperthin said it's going potato.
I'm just predicting hard shifts.
Oh, it's
That's all it is.
True.
It's like the tournament of hard shifts so far.
It really has been. It really has
I'm just sticking with it until the game proves me otherwise.
The thing is, when we see the simple phase 2 shifts, we just know phase 3 is bound to be absolutely brutal. In the meantime, of course, as we've been entertaining you for the last 6 minutes with no kills, love to see it. It's I do. Because we just know that it just means the inevitable. The chaos will commence eventually.
Yeah,
it's just going to be a matter of when, right?
It's going to be at the right time.
The less people die early, the harder the explosion will, the louder the explosion will sound once we hit the mid to late game. No, but the teams are slowly maneuvering closer to one another, a lot of whom have opted to cross over to military early, understandably so, but still quite a few who haven't. And then, of course, some of these teams that have still yet to make their way fully towards the south. We talk North George, South George. Well, here they are. 𝗟𝗋 were the first ones to leave, but EXO kind of backfilling them. I don't know if 𝗟𝗋 set up a intended camp or if this is just EXO kind of backfilling on their scouting path, because 𝗟𝗋 is nowhere near the remaining 𝗟𝗋 players. But it's kind of interesting. In the meantime, down towards the south, Na'Vi creeping in towards the center. Have got FaZe right next to them.
Yeah, Na'Vi's pretty close to FaZe territory, and this one, you know, Cammy mentioned it earlier that maybe we're due for another military circle. We've only had the one, and it was absolutely bananas.
It was pretty insane.
So maybe we're due for like a more legit one. Maybe we'll get the phase 2 shift. Summer out in this boat with Salute trying to go for the spray. It's ambitious, but you know, sometimes you can find those shots. It is tough to shoot at those boats. I find, you know, with the water and everything, it is hard, and especially at that range.
This could end up being pretty crucial, though, because as you can see, usually when you take a boat, it's because you want to sail it to military, but someone just went over and took it and sailed it back towards his teammates. pretty smart for them to get an extra vehicle in case they do have to cross eventually. And for Danoa, that was their one naval option of okay, unless if they take the ferry to Novo. But that was their one naval option of crossing Novo. So now they're going to be forced to go up towards the bridge.
Yeah, and there is Howl, who has set up shop on the other side. So it could be tough. The Novo rotation is going to be coming through for STK, and they are in, and they are secure and safe. Nobody there. The Mutant...
It's not meta yet.
It's not the meta yet.
Wait a patch. They have Mutant and double as a 𝗟𝗗.
I was going to say.
I feel like 𝗟𝗗...
How do they not have the loot tab?
Loot a bit more.
Better than the Mutant.
Yeah, I mean, you're not in a hurry, guys.
The playing path was not unfavorable to Novo.
Yeah, it was
George,
a bit of a stretch, but even then, you're not going to make the circle like early anyway. Might as well just
really bad
run
luck,
through a building or two. Yeah, I mean, happens to the best of us.
Certainly. Danoa here is going to probably be taking their time to scout the other side of the bridge to try to make sure that if they cross, it's relatively safe. It depends on how dug in Howl actually is. They've moved out to the hills a bit. As you can see there on your screen, they've got two just to the right-hand side of where Danoa is driving in from.
And part of the reason why teams now bridge camping tend to play the hills more is because what we just talked about with teams before, because opponents can now wrap underneath, if you're sat in that hillside, you can actually still shoot at them once they come out from underneath that bridge, unless, of course, if they opt to go east after getting underneath the bridge. So smart that they're kind of putting their main force, so to speak, up on the hills rather than inside the crossroads itself.
Yeah, you'll see a lot of teams off of contact from that bridge either drive hard left or hard right the exit. So yeah, that's really smart. Kickstart here on the backside of Danoa, putting some Mark 12 shots in towards their lead player. I think it's either Soul or Anonix, hard to tell for sure. 𝗟𝗗, just we're really keen on watching them drive out of North George. They need more loot.
We found one AR. There's an M4 in there, so and that is a lot. Okay, things are going pretty good now. In the meantime, FaZe and Na'Vi, we saw them earlier, sat close to one another. Na'Vi knew that FaZe had pulled up, and we saw Jeems on the roof just before they wanted the knock. They waited for the right moment. Now they find it, and here comes the push.
Na'Vi's got an ump in the middle of all of this. You don't see that every day from 𝗟𝗚. He's got a mutant in him.
6x mutant as well.
Okay, Vex gets a nice shot here on the Mel to trade for 𝗟𝗟, and he's able to clean that up with some great AK shots from Example. Find the headshot onto him, and now FaZe is in tatters. It is just Gustav left.
Yep, not optimal at all. Nice collapse by Na'Vi. You could see that they got the info early, didn't pounce immediately, used that info to spread further around, and once the first shot was fired, once Jeems was taken out, instantly they reveal their positions, catch FaZe off guard, get a double. They do lose Melman in the midst of it, but still very, very nice execution by Na'Vi with suboptimal weaponry, to say the least. They're able to take out 3 from FaZe, claim what could become absolute prime real estate for a late game position, and
because this circle is bad.
Whenever they go there, it's safe to say that the teams with that compound tend to come out at least in top 3.
Yeah, and the other thing about this for Na'Vi is now they can upgrade. I think this is why they made this move. Not only is it the position and all the other things, but also the gun upgrades. I mean, this is a great, smart decision from Na'Vi given their situation.
I love that the game waited till phase 2 before it committed north. You know?
Well, we're just
let's make it let's make it a little less likely before we go north.
I'm telling you, we're ending south of Potato. It's still possible. It's very unlikely, but it's still possible.
Imagine.
I can, and I want to. 𝗟𝗟 is going to load up on a
no one else does.
From where you thought it was going to end, but you were wrong.
Yeah. Oh, long skirt. Remember long skirt? Oh, you don't want to sit all these guys on the boat.
It's fine.
But there's no one on their side of the circle. Little do they know. That should be all right. In the meantime, Danoa, they're believing in the Northern Hard Shift. Trying to bid Luminosity farewell as they cross the bridge down towards the south. In the meantime, 4am, we saw just before they made landfall, committed to the southern side. Got Petrichor in the nearby vicinity, but other than that, not really any commotion in their whereabouts.
Yeah, no, this little kind of miniature valley is completely open for 4am. 𝗟𝗟 still at the gas station, still kind of harassing and trading long range shots with Danoa. There is Twisted Minds rolling up behind that bridge late to this particular circle, but they have a little bit of space up there still by that crossroads compound to kind of just wait all of this out. 𝗟𝗟 is already over to the other side, so not wasting any time. Once they got 𝗟𝗟 in there, they're just going to go right into this compound, find it's open, and then try to make their way probably towards that area, that hillside, that weird kind of double hill or that double mountain. You know what I'm talking about? The one to the north of military base?
Yeah. Meantime, they trade up to rep far south around, coming in through the military base itself. Should be just fine because they are the only team in that position. And Twisted Minds playing it very slow out from the blue. Not a typical Twisted Minds military game kind of tempo. But again, instantly out in the previous game. They want to get points in this one. So playing it slow, but this time around slower than what we normally see them do.
Yeah, Twisted Minds needs some points. Yeah. He's still getting in the mix of these
14
hot
points
drops.
currently.
Yeah, it's painful, to say the least. But let's see if they can get something going in this one. You know, it is rough to have this kind of start because of the meds you have to burn through to get in. But these days, you know, it's a little bit easier to make those rotations due to being able to carry some extras.
Yeah. Seeing all these teams make their way closer. Circle will go south. Unlucky for Paper. Didn't get the northern shift from that one. Luckily for, I think, everyone else, to be honest, other than the other crazy people that wish for absolute mayhem.
That's me.
That is you among, I think, a lot of people. Exactly. Circle send us up, but does include a lot of water still. So military is pretty much all out, which really limits the opportunity of where people can go. In the meantime, as you can see here, Flood.
Oh, he should have Penta.
Good eyes on Penta, yeah, but he's not running in the direction we would want him to. Easy peasy for Flood, finding Penta in the open. That's the first one, but 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 ain't gone just yet. Still plenty more SDK players around.
Yeah, that's easy does it for SDK. No problem to clean that one up, even though it took a few extra shots. 𝗟𝗗 has found a kill onto 𝗟𝗔𝗡. Where in the world was that? I'm like looking at the map and I can't see it, but it is what it is. Gustav goes down and FaZe has been eliminated off screen, so a rough go of this one, despite some decent games in there for FaZe. So far, it hasn't gone so great. Here is 𝗟𝗔𝗡 and here's 𝗟𝗗.
Westbridge is where they were all having fun. Heikeman needs to get picked up, or do they say, you're on your own? I think they do. They don't have time for this. It's phase 3 already. They gotta get going down towards that south side. I don't think there are any boats left in Ferry Piers. Not sure if I like them going all the way west. In the meantime, saw 𝗟𝗋 just for a brief moment. They're running on over, and now over towards Howl we go as Ruin, bolt action in hand, trying to pufferfish and force 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 to go elsewhere.
All right, let's see where 𝗟𝗔𝗡 can find their destination. This has been their MO. What a shot from Schofield. The finish from Ruin onto Flood. But 𝗟𝗔𝗡 has found a wizard, and I think they're going to get 3 there. Yes, they will be beat up. Oh, off the backside, though. No, there's 2 knocks.
They can't get in.
Again, they're just done. The crossfire for 𝗟𝗏𝗄r, Road, and Howl has destroyed Luminosity Gaming, and they are out early.
And it comes off of the double headshot instantly onto Rello, I believe it was. What a great shot, taking him out. Easy peasy does it for him. Na'Vi in the meantime now continuing their fight, trying to now hold off GEX as we take a look once again towards 𝗟𝗗. They want to get into the circle now. They finally found another vehicle, but they're coming in straight into a Sonics split.
Now let's see if they can manage to get through it. 𝗟𝗋's just going to watch them and probably try to pin the tail on the donkey here. Just get in the backside and see if they can, you know, third party this fight. Maybe find some points at the very least. Maybe if Sonics and 𝗟𝗗 really beat each other up, come through with a big one. The opening shots begin. And it's just Mime out wide, and that opens up some space here for Tiggleton, trying to go for a long-range spray.
Bold action on Tig as well, not something you see. I mean, I think a lot of people...
He's been streaming with it lately.
I do know, Strimsy as well. M24 in hand, finds the first. Mime as well with the bold action, triple bolt for Sonics.
Yes!
Not sure if that's the strat to be played by, or if that's just them rotating early and therefore not getting the weaponry that would have wanted. See, Mime forced to back further off. They want to get closer to the circle. They've seen the new one shift, and I think Sonics now has to really prioritize. Do we just openly go into war with 𝗟𝗗, or do we try and reposition? I like this counterplay, though, as they felt like we can't sit there in the open. They can get off angles, backed off, and now playing from a new spot.
But now 𝗟𝗋 is starting to loom here on the south side of the Sonics. As big of a fan of the bolts as I am, certainly at the pro level, they're not the ideal guns as 𝗟𝗗. Really starting to lay it down now into the Sonics as they drive away. Plenty of damage done. Battle between 𝗟𝗋 and Na'Vi, and 𝗟𝗋's just done. They're just dead.
𝗟𝗋 was slow creeping up behind this fight, and while doing so, both Na'Vi and GEX spot him in the middle of the open. I guess they just weren't sneaky enough in the end of it.
Well, they tried. I'll give them credit. I like the idea. Just Na'Vi was there to clean it up. 𝗟𝗏 is going coast, but 4AM is going to be watching this certainly as the boat is going to land, and there's a lot of shots heading their way. Getting in towards here is really difficult, Toby.
Perfect angle, though, as they have that truck for cover on the shoulder, and now the boat for cover as well to get a few smokes deployed, but Crazy all the way up close. Damage done towards Soul already. We'll see the second one. We'll get anything done. That one should be Soul down, and indeed it is.
But these smokes are giving Crazy so much space to work with here. Oh my god, I thought that boat was going to just match Soul into the ground. Oh, that grenade from Crazy. The follow-up is perfect. He finds a great angle right over the boat. Now Loki trying to hold on here. He is going to get a knock, but Wang Zai right there to trade him out. Summer and Wang Zai alive. The final member of Danawa in Narnia. It's a Nonix, and there is not much he can do.
Nothing he can do. Maybe get a knock or something, but not a whole lot more. Expected Twisted Minds in the meantime. Tried to grab on through. They came in very late. And while we thought the push-up was going to be on the other side, Sonics will be there. Butchers, it seems. 4M fall as well, though, so while it did a lot of damage to Danawa, they were the first ones to be taken out.
A lot of teams shooting at the Sonics here as they try to get up and get to Shrimzy to try to get him back on his feet. Mime as well has been down, and here comes Na'Vi finding the perfect opportunity to third party this. Quinn was on his last legs after that grenade. 𝗟𝗚 now going to smoke off the angle of the other teams to see if they can maybe commit to and finish this fight.
And again, Na'Vi 18, not make that 90 minutes in, already at 8 kills. They have been farming today. First 4 on face, of course, and then from there on, they've just been picking player after player. Helped a lot with the takedown of 𝗟𝗚 too. And there you go, 2 more added to it. A Sonics fall in 11th. Just 30 players left, and we're only in phase 4.
𝗟𝗚 is just having a absolutely monster day once again. All of Na'Vi having an absolutely monster day. Example, watching 𝗟𝗚s. 𝗟𝗚s there, just going to duck behind the rock and just kind of wait things out. EXO over towards Cerberus, trying to maybe finish what they started on the other side of the bridge.
I just noticed that Example has 4 kills and 150 damage. He has been stealing.
That's some stealing.
And you know what? They ain't gonna be complaining about that whatsoever. Lou, solo player left alive on Twisted Minds, gonna make himself as small as possible, similar to what I believe Salute and the Nonix might be trying to do up towards the north. In the meantime now, Howl, as you were saying before, very centered, and EXO. Love this attempt at suppressing inside, because here comes the push.
Yeah, 𝗟𝗚 with a shotgun, trying to see if he can get lucky on the drive-by. Not able to do so, has to switch over to the M4. 𝗟𝗚 gets both with the drop shot. Great play from him, and now he's able to buy some time to reload this shotgun. Spots the head here of Hikerman. Goes for the shots, whiffs. That gives a lot of damage, a lot of opportunity for Hikerman there, as he is able to find 𝗟𝗚. 𝗟𝗚 all but down and out. It is a 1v1 for all intents and purposes.
It was a 2v4 though, so absolutely phenomenal. 𝗟𝗚 is able to withstand as much pressure as he does. That nade, well, damaging himself, suboptimal at best. But Hikerman does opt to fall back. Didn't see what he liked now, knowing that it's a 1v1. You could go for it, you could also try and back off. Only 26 alive, you're probably expecting to be close to placement points at this point.
Yeah, 𝗟𝗚's here trying to play defense against 𝗟𝗚, and the confidence for Na'Vi must be high. Example takes a headshot. 𝗟𝗚 trying to let loose with some stuns, trying to pin 𝗟𝗚's down. Now Flash, you can see him at the very bottom of the map screen trying to come down. 𝗟𝗚s has a pretty decent angle here from this tree. Can see down into a lot of Na'Vi. Now you still have one member of Na'Vi. Oh, now you've got one knocked. 𝗟𝗚 and Example way spread out.
I love this positioning from Daytrade, because the reason that Na'Vi is spread out is Daytrade peeking over, not at the same time, but one after one after one, just forcing them into a buttload of hurt.
Yeah, here comes nuappi though. They're third-partying this fight. They're stealing kills. They've already got a knock as well. Yes, Example's running away. There's something a little more important. There we go. Thank you very much. Now over towards nuappi, who has a great angle on the retreating Daytrade. Belmoth trying to use that tree as best as he can. There's a smoke as well. Alya is going to succumb to the blue. 𝗟𝗚's in the blue himself, trying to work his way back around towards this hill. 𝗟𝗚 just going to have to back off, and they have to drive into this next circle.
4-in-1 vehicle. I don't think that car is going to take them very far, though. I would hope that they only go to the edge and then jump out of the car. Just, you know, get away from the blue a little more comfortably. Then what else? As I say that, though, they seem to be going full speed forward. Not sure where the journey ends. In the middle of the valley, in the middle of the open, Belmoth finds the first.
Surprising stopping spot, but I guess they just want to kind of cut off Daytrade as they come down the hill. Belmoth, though, got a knock. Not a lot of damage being done here by Flash. I don't know. I don't like this spot much either. And 𝗟𝗚 and Ming still alive, but out in the open. Flash gets the headshot onto 𝗟𝗚. Flash himself taking a lot of damage. Ming good for one. 𝗟𝗚's molly finds another, and just Flash left. So just barely 𝗟𝗚 is hanging on, but Flash is able to get his heal off and finally taken down.
And it's 𝗟𝗚 who finds him from down below. The one to lose all his teammates to the opposition, and now he peeks over the top, finds plenty of kills. 6 for himself, 12 for Na'Vi as they make their way closer to top 5.
I am befuddled by that stopping point for 𝗟𝗚.
It made no sense.
Yep. Example, though, able to profit even more. I mean, the rich get richer here as Na'Vi continues to wrap in towards SDK. Well, just example, 6 kills in this one, half of Na'Vi's 12 in this game. Vegas and 𝗟𝗚 don't like what they're sensing here, and seem to be peeling off.
I know it's a solo, but it's Na'Vi. Should we get away?
Yeah. I think yes.
With how they've been playing today, 63 points on the day so far, with a match and a half still left to be played. That is absolutely phenomenal. Joey, though, nice shots coming through, finds the meta. In the meantime, 𝗟𝗚, this might be him singing on the last verse, but he ain't done yet. 𝗟𝗚 falls, 3x sprays. 𝗟𝗚, you absolute beast.
This is absolutely nuts. One of the best in the business, showing you why, folks. AZ out in the open, Mill up ahead. 𝗚𝗚 trying to get into AZ's smoke so he can get the res. He got it. Example did end up going down to the blue, but not before he ruined 𝗟𝗚's round. Schofield and Owl in a nice position in the center of this circle. Res coming through for the Mad, but I think 𝗚𝗚 as well should be resable here in a second. Oh, wait, I spoke too soon.
Howl haven't been too noisy this game so far. They helped out in taking out Luminosity, but that has been a bit quiet. I love how they've been spreading out, how they've been taking control of the area. And now, later on in the game, they can start really going aggressive on the wounded teams that are left alive. Howl already, with 4 still up, now starting to find their kills. I believe that was number 5, and they will be the only team, potentially, with all 4 on their feet here in the 3 teams left alive.
Donawa's still kicking. Can you believe it?
They've been chilling.
They've just been chilling. I mean, that's what they had to do, right?
Also, after 4 AM died, Anonix somehow ran down to the beach and rest salute.
Yeah, I don't know how he got there. I was just thinking about that too. I don't know. I was literally just thinking the same thing. I'm like, how the hell did they get salute? But whoa, Vegas with the 𝗟𝗚 gets one, looking for another. Spots 𝗟𝗚, trying to call in the grenades there, but it's actually salute who's going to find the knock, looking for the flush.
Well, the 2-way split for Howl worked really well for a while, but then as Vegas peeked on over, he was dealt with, or they were. There they go. Both of them go down. Schofield now holding the flank. Ruin trying to fend off against 𝗟𝗚 up close as well. Nice shots connected from Schofield. Don't think he's aware of Ruin's position. Vegas, though, again. Pops up, double headshot connected. Schofield falls. But Vegas falls in return.
Here comes the grenades from Ruin trying to get to 𝗟𝗚, but 𝗟𝗚 senses it. He's going to reposition off to Ruin's right. Ruin's going to prone down. Maybe expecting this push, this angle, stands up, and he's totally ready, but Vegas right there, excuse me, 𝗟𝗚 right there to trade it down. Now it is 2v1. 𝗟𝗚 going to stick for this res, and 𝗟𝗚 and Salute hot on the press to try to finish the job, but the res is going to come through. That's that 𝗟𝗚 back up and firing. Vegas going to go right for the heal. Looks like he might have enough time.
Yeah. Able to get the first aid up. Huge that Vegas gets back on his feet here. 𝗟𝗚 was slaughtered on the shorelines of Sosnovka, and yet here they are with 2 alive in the most unlikely end game we could have ever expected to see. Salute broke down my spot. The first dose, exactly that. Salute able to take one down. Now 𝗟𝗚 around the side. A little peekaboo with him and 𝗟𝗚.
𝗟𝗚 gave his position away, but somehow Salute isn't expecting 𝗟𝗚 to keep rapping. Bit of a strange one there. Here comes Anonix trying to do what he can. Is going to find the flush. Is going to have the point. It's a 1v1, and Anonix gets a bunch of damage in. Now beginning to wrap around. Confirms Vegas as well. 𝗟𝗚, and they both just prone right away. This is so cute. It is going to be 𝗟𝗚 going for the heal.
Anonix had 16 bullets, no spares. Prones down instantly, 120 in the back. These guys are so fast at looting, and this is exactly why. Don't look at everything you can pick up. Just get the ammo, and now the repositioning begins. The mastermind plays come through. Who gets to bait the other?
Anonix has a bit of a tree, but he gets spotted by 𝗟𝗚. 𝗟𝗚 doesn't pull the trigger. 𝗟𝗚's going to hang on to it. Spots him again. Has him out in the open with that 3x spray, but can't find the knock. And Anonix just spins on him and takes him down. Donawa is going to get the win.
180 double headshot confirmed. Anonix, you absolute mastermind. He got seen. He had no rights of coming out victorious here.
Time and time again, Anonix is able to pull these wins away from these other teams when he's just in the worst position, when it feels like he has no hope. The just absolute mastery comes alive. He's just unbelievable in the clutch.
And ironic as well for STK. Previous game we were saying, how the hell do they come up victorious here? This one, a lot more I would say a lot more likely for them to win. Unfortunately, could not bring it home. How great job of trying to prevent them. But let's take a look at the highlights here from the second to last match of day number 1 in the winners bracket.
You don't beat 𝗟𝗗𝗡 in a 1v1 here. Absolutely clutch. And even with 𝗟𝗏 taking the off angle, being kind of holding the trigger just a little bit here, 𝗟𝗗𝗡 with the flick of a switch.
𝗟𝗏 tried to go to a high position. He could not close the deal. He did get the first knock and flush. It was a beautiful fight, and honestly, one of my favorites to watch. I love when we get to watch these sort of 1v1 by top-tier players, but 𝗟𝗏𝗡, man, he even got shot first. 𝗟𝗏 had the opening shot, and it was just the turn and the blowdown by 𝗟𝗏𝗡.
Scary stuff, and you saw the reaction coming out from the boys as well here as they were able to take that win, and that's going to be a boost for 𝗟𝗏𝗡. They were having a terrible day. They were not having the better end of the stick.
You bring up a great point, though. A lot of teams get a win, and we'll see like a coach go running up the stairs. 𝗟𝗏𝗡 got the win, and it was like a whole horde of support staff charging. A legion of people cheering them on and going upstairs. But it's good for them. And we talked about how they need to have a good day. A lot of us expected them to sort of be up at the top of the leaderboard when this thing started. This was a good game to maybe get them back on track.
I can only imagine as well, a lot of people expected teams like 𝗟𝗏𝗡 to do that well, because I'm going to be honest, I looked at my fantasy team.
100%.
I've not done very well.
It's been a bad day.
But I haven't really fallen that much, meaning that clearly people have chosen all of these players, assuming that they were going to be able to kind of get things going from the group stage in a similar fashion here into the winners bracket, but it's really not materialized that much. So again, this can really give 𝗟𝗏𝗡 that boost back up, and especially since they were really late coming to military after not gambling that it was going to be a North shift, because that was never really going to be the case for the majority of those circles. But the fact that they were late, they initially were at that bridge, they came down to try and go for the water crossing, and eventually it worked out.
Yeah, I mean, this was a military circle that shift down south, put a lot of teams in weird positions, and teams are rotating so early to get to military circles. I mean, you saw Sonic, they had 3 bolties. That's a sign of how early they left to get down there, that the late arriving teams are, I think, kind of getting caught in shock of there's just nothing left.
Yeah. Here are our top 4 teams then. It will be 𝗟𝗏𝗡, STK, Howl manages to make their way on through here, and Petrichor Road. STK, though, I mean, they were doing a little bit of work on that side. You laid low a little bit, you know, being kind of quiet for the most part. As were Howl, even though they actually were able to do a bit of damage.
As is their way. STK, I think, one of those teams, you know, last game, they played lay low. They laid low and got to go late and do some good points. This time, they got a little more active, but still, the 6 kills are doing what they need to do. They're getting some points up on the board. Now, recap-wise, this is Navi's day. 12 kills. Did they win? No. Does it matter? Not at all. I mean, I'm thinking the cutoff 70, 75-ish is what we're looking at for this event. Na'Vi may be qualified by the end of day today. This is obscene how many points they're putting up.
Yeah, if they keep doing this as well, they potentially push that kind of barrier lower, which is kind of terrifying for all of these teams that are in this middle pack right now, because then their chances of moving through into that grand final kind of lay on a knife's edge here as we see the final moments coming in from this. 𝗟𝗏𝗡 pushing up against STK's position. They weren't quick enough just to be able to kind of finish it up and then get themselves a win off of 3 kills, but they did open up with 𝗟𝗏𝗡, who was very important in this eventual victory.
Yeah, 𝗟𝗏𝗡 goes ahead and knocks Vegas. Vegas goes up on the rock to give a little information for 𝗟𝗏, and then we get the one-on-one with 𝗟𝗏 versus 𝗟𝗏𝗡, who ultimately comes out with the win. Not a ton of kills. They walk away with 5 on that, but they're going to be happy with the way that it came out. And honestly, if you want to talk about confidence boost, the win is there, but you know the team cheering Iononics on as he went into that 1v1 and coming out as the winner, that is the big confidence boost right there. The camaraderie built off of those moments is intangible and important.
It will be Iononics taking man of the match here for that clutch 1v1, and we can't begrudge him of it. I think when it comes to a 1v1 like that, when your opponent, as you said, fires first, and then you're able to flick around and be able to take that shot and take the win, that is fantastic stuff. Although Na'Vi did get a lot of kills.
They did get a lot of kills.
I don't quite know who actually got all the kills on that, but there are 42 kills.
The big winner might be Paper then. I think he's got Iononics on his fantasy teams because he hasn't stopped dancing since that victory came through. But you're right, Na'Vi, 42 kills have almost, I mean, at this rate, they're going to double the team behind them because they just keep putting these points on the board. Na'Vi goes out in 5th place. 5th place is when they died in that match, and yet they still end up in 1st because they're killing a quarter of the lobby.
The world champions are definitely making a case for themselves, winning PGS 1 here at the moment in the winners bracket, where you think to yourself, we said it at the start of the day, you said it at the start of the day, this kind of is a prelude almost to the grand finals. How do we think maybe the top teams will shape up against one another in a lobby? And it's 65 points for Na'Vi at the moment, up at the top. The closest, a casual 41 points.
I'm not even mad, I'm just impressed. It's like they're just destroying everything around them. They've broken this lobby. And that's what the truly scary thing is. Once Na'Vi gets those points in their pocket, they are an aggressive, cruel team to everyone else. They will go out, they will hunt, they will break up teams, and they will look for those kills. And with this kind of lead, they can just let everyone off the chain. I expect Uber to just go even crazier as we continue in the last game today and going forward into tomorrow.
Especially edge sweeping Na'Vi. If they're having to be kind of pinned up against the edge, and then they're just going to be forced into taking those fights. Well, let's talk about some of the teams before we actually get into the next game.
Let's talk about the bad.
Let's not talk about these teams.
I mean, to be honest, this Luminosity is a team that is supposed to be winning right now. They came out of group stages looking insanely good.
Amazing.
I don't know what's going on. They are not the team that we expected to be here. Now, this is what I like. They're showing us their secrets, but they only print things out in a way that we can't see them. It's very, very clever.
James, that was really dark.
He was showing us, he does. They've got the research from the mad scientists, the analysts they brought with them to this event, but they can't show us. I've asked many times to see these special top secret documents he creates, but they won't let us see what Kova comes up with.
Well, sorry, mate. Sorry. Next time, I suppose. For day trade as well. There's some points on the board. Not the most spectacular day by any stretch here, but still trying to do what they can here. I mean, hey, even day trades here.
I'll say this, and because Na'Vi has put in so many points here, has gotten to the top of the board, not just day trades here, everyone's still in this thing. Because the Hoover at the top is sucking every point out of this map, everyone else is still in it.
Yes, they are here as we're getting counted down for the final game of the day. So, without further ado, let's do it here. As we're moving on to the desert, it is going to be Miramar to round things out. And unfortunately, it seems like Paper Thin is doing all right today in Fantasy. Let's head on over to Paper Thin and Toby for all the action.
Even the casters are here, and we are having a good time. We're having a good day. I mean, not just because of our fantasy. Well, at least me. I don't know about you, but I don't care about you. I'm not going to lie, Toby. I'm in a good day with Iononics getting me a nice, juicy win. And we go over to Miramar for our final game of the day. After this, we're halfway done. I mean, but what can you say? Na'Vi is basically already on a victory lap. They're already like, the checkered flag is already waved. They're good to go.
They sure are. It's pretty phenomenal that you in 5 out of 12 games can lock in a slot to an extent where you could pretty much get 0 points for the rest of your games in winners bracket and still make grand finals. That is unheard of. But it's also just the Na'Vi that we've come to know and love. Yes, they can go out and make it look like they've never played PUBG before, but they can also do stuff like this. And it's so annoying because sometimes you want to doubt them. You want to go, is this not the, they're not there on their prime anymore. Very next day, boom, they come in and do something like this and you wonder why you even question them to begin with.
Yeah, the momentum that they're able to build.
It's insane. It
is incredible.
Insane.
It's just beautiful. It truly is just amazing what they're able to do. And this team has been an absolute pleasure to watch over the last couple of years.
But that's also just what makes global PUBG so much better. Because yesterday, all we could talk about was 𝗟𝗗𝗗 and how much they were the best. Today, we haven't seen any. Okay, they did just win the last game.
They finally came
there. Not in the fashion, in the fashion that we maybe have wanted them to. But enough talk about 𝗟𝗗𝗗, enough talk about Na'Vi, the teams that deserve. I don't know if they do. Do they? We'll talk.
Well, we'll talk about. Look, it's happening. We're here. We have to accept our fate. to be dealing with this hot drop.
Hot droppers.
Oh boy.
Here we go. Here we go.
Oh, there's
One
an EBS.
EBS.
All right.
If there's a gun to find early.
What in the world? AZ is hitting Perfectix. Kui and Lu kind of trading kills here so far.
Mill.
Go, Mill, go. He got, oh wait,
Don't
he got
go so
8 left.
much.
Never mind, don't go.
Don't go, stay back. 2 teammates though. Spiro Perfectix about 15 HP to share. And AK waiting on the other side, just 10 bullets though. For sure, we'll see if we can find anything with it. You gotta piece this together. You gotta time this so well. 3 bullets, there's nothing. Okay, he does get to reload.
All right, let's see what he could do. I got baited by the kill feed. I thought for sure he'd just gotten a double or something.
Go, go, keep it going.
And I was like, yeah, keep it going. I'm like, oh no, that's your teammate. And I'm really not trying to root against 𝗟𝗗𝗗 Road. Don't take it that way at all. That's just me thinking he had gotten another knock. But 𝗟𝗗𝗋's way out there. And everybody's back up and kicking for Twisted Minds. And because of that mistake, all of a sudden, just all the wind underneath 𝗟𝗗𝗗 Road sails are gone.
Yep, finally. A few meds coming through as well. I like that they're not overzealous here, despite the fact that they had a kill already. No, there's a knock as well. They cannot go too aggro before they know what they're up against. And since it's on the other side of the wall, well, it ain't exactly too easy. Credits, though, again, the last game we talked about the bridges. Now, the redesign of some of these warehouse buildings. Yeah. This makes for much more fun early engagements.
You know what I just realized? Something that should have occurred to me a long time ago. The reses are extremely quiet. If they make any noise at all.
They don't.
Yeah, they don't make any noise.
Should there be like a... when they get back on their feet?
This is an interesting question that I just realized. I'm like...
Should there be an audio cue for someone going for a rest or for someone having just rest?
Yeah, I guess right.
They having just rest is someone moving around.
Yeah, you might hear the footsteps, right? If they're moving at all after they instantly res. But
yeah,
a smart player will just like go to the keyboard and be like, okay.
Yeah.
Crouch and move around.
And while we're keeping our eyes on this on the main feed, for those of you guys watching the map stream as well, we'll see that the circle has mega shifted to the north. Something that we will go into detail with, and we might as well do it now that no one is really fighting all that much. We are seeing FaZe briefly appear on our minimap, and whoop, there they were, and they're gone. Making their way towards where everyone should be going, the north, because that is where the circle is going to take us. In the meantime, since shotguns are now a thing, no one dares to peek anything, and that's why this is the case.
I think if Twisted Minds could maybe find a flank, that's kind of what I'm thinking. They have the man advantage, so they can afford to send a player out to try to get an angle.
They sent 2 out to loot, though, and I think that's the period where they're like, did we potentially lose an audio queue? Is there maybe a chance that they're elsewhere? And with Twisted Minds currently set in, I believe, 14th, with 16 points in the day, well, it's simply not worth the risk.
It's mutually assured destruction.
I mean, they
14th
have both
and 12th.
They have
to
both
where they're
got
at.
nothing going today, I think. I mean, nothing. I mean, when you look at Na'Vi up in first, at least, that's for sure. And speaking of Na'Vi, here they are. As I said before, everyone else are currently making their way to where the actual action is going to take place, up towards the north.
Yeah, this one looks like it might be more towards 𝗟𝗟𝗗𝗗. These circles like to eventually drift up to there, maybe to the southeast as well of 𝗟𝗟𝗗𝗗. Who knows? Maybe we get that extremely rare Oasis ending or near Oasis ending. Maybe.
True.
I can only hope.
I do kind of like that now that we saw the spoiler of 𝗟𝗗𝗗 going in and announcing they were going to change their loot spot on Miramar, just like they did on Erangel. They said that 𝗟𝗟𝗗𝗗 was going to be their new spot. In the last 2 games where they've opted to find Twisted Minds for Power Grid instead, 𝗟𝗟𝗗𝗗 has been pretty prime real estate to get off going early on. Had they been there, they would have had Pagan Choice and every compound they would have wanted. And the one game 𝗟𝗗𝗗𝗗's won so far, where was that from? Just southeast of 𝗟𝗟𝗗𝗗𝗗.
Toby, how dare you point out these things? These sensible, reasonable,
obvious.
This is crazy talk.
Logic,
I can't believe it.
Logic,
It hurts. It burns.
The kryptonite of the hot dropper. What can we do? Oh no! Don't you talk to me with stats and facts.
Yeah,
logic.
How dare we?
What is this?
This is crazy.
What is this?
All right. Well, 𝗟𝗏 is going far, far west on this. 𝗟𝗏 is probably going to try and wrap as far north as they possibly can, if I know 𝗟𝗏, and try to kind of come at this circle. From the high ground to low ground, try to probably, my guess is make a dive around phase 2 to 4, depending on how hard shifted it is.
And also curious to see how far north they're willing to rotate. We've seen them come in somewhat early, wrap under 𝗟𝗟𝗗𝗗𝗗, but we've also seen them full on, like proper hard commit way north, and even more so now with the change of Oasis, even up to where EXO currently sits, and then make the send on in. So how passive are they willing to play the early game, especially off of a win, to then go aggressive later?
Yeah, I mean, I think in my opinion, generally, 𝗟𝗏's MO has been calm for the first couple of phases, and then play it by ear. You know, if it's a hard shift, then they play edge and they go for kills. If they see something open in a hard shift, then they try to dive center.
I'm gonna give you like a really, really logical thing again. The longer you're alive, usually, it's not the bigger the chance of winning, but the more opportunities present themselves to you. So if you are a team like Danoa, who aren't in a hurry to get to the circles, but also not far enough away that they can't really capitalize on anything, if you stay put for long enough, if you get a chance to anyway, you get to kind of pick and choose your options. You get to pick and choose the fights that you're up to engage in. And I think that's why we're seeing a team like Danoa succeed and teams that try and play similar strategies, because they don't just have to go for the first option because, oh, that's the only one we have to go now or we won't have a chance. No, they can sit out a fight. They can say, we could third party that, but there's also something going on over there. Or we could wait for something third altogether because we have the time. We have the space. We've scouted. We're prepared. We're under control here.
And the good teams do this, and that's what we look for. Yeah, absolutely. That's well said, my friend. And yeah, I mean, Danoa, you know, they're been very good as of recent, and adding, you know, in Onyx and Loki to their already, I think, sound strategy. We've seen it at the internationals. You know, even though they hadn't won PWS until this year, they hadn't won a PCS. You know, this was their first big tournament that they had ever won, the regional. Why it was so important to them, but adding, you know, the steady hand of an Onyx, the kind of ratty, smart nature of Loki to this team, two phenomenal, storied, historic players in PUBG Esports, has given them that extra oomph that they need to back up the dynamic duo of Soul and Salute, who have been just absolutely brilliant.
Now that I have you here, the undisputed talent representative out of Korea.
Yes.
Is Danoa, because we heard James kind of coin a little while back. I know they're shooting and stuff, but they're not going to push. I know James called Luminosity the best NA has ever been in PUBG. Is Danoa now the best Korea has ever been?
Not yet. Not until, I mean, 2019 Gen G was better, but we'll see what Danoa does here. Chewy able to find Batulins and take him out, so finally this one may come to an end. It's all evened up. Is Kui trying to get around, able to dance away, trying to see if he can maybe bait him into the sight lines of 𝗟𝗔𝗡, I believe.
Oh. Sneaky peek around. Flashbang lobbed on out. And I know 𝗟𝗔𝗡, what are you guys doing? First it's Joey shooting 𝗟𝗔𝗡, and now it goes the other way. You really want the Benny Hill music playing, don't you?
It's unbelievable.
It's twice now.
That is so rare to see that happen. That is so rare, especially with this team, with these players, because these guys are phenomenal.
They are, and it just adds to the fact of them knowing how much is on the line here. It is... these are errors that we just do not see players at this level make, thanks for the -3 Snakers.
Yeah.
It's absolutely insane.
Just before 10 minutes he died.
Yeah, I know.
Big sad for you. Oh, Lou's got a 𝗟𝗏98, or a Mosin, or whatever. It's 𝗟𝗏98. Okay, I was right the first time. Sometimes it's hard to tell with those white graphics, like exactly which
same gun anyway.
It is essentially actually the same.
No way, the audio is different.
The audio is a little different, but that's about it.
Rest does come through again, so I guess 𝗟𝗔𝗡 getting a bit of revenge on that one, and now I'm quite literally just waiting to say it myself. 𝗟𝗏 backed off, Lou backed off, Perfectus is still sat there, but again with the circle so far towards the north, maybe you should just leave. I know you're proud and stubborn and all that, but the fight is over.
I don't think they have any heals. I mean, everybody's really... Yeah, I was just...
You don't? Yep. What makes you think that?
Just maybe Spyro about to die to the blue.
In phase 2.
At least
That is like the worst torture way to go down one tick, one tick, for like 100 seconds straight. That is torture.
It's enough time to go to the fridge and get a drink and go to the bathroom and then come back. Ooh!
Okay, fair enough. Headshot shotgun.
All right, well... Perfectix and Lou
doesn't have any heals either.
𝗟𝗏𝗡 with the VSS. Oh, yes. That's what I like to see, the VSS kill.
Lou, run! 13, 12.
Check that off your bingo
11,
card.
10, 9, 8, 7.
We have 6, fallen to the insanity of this fight.
4, 3.
By the way, the circle did something kind of interesting. It really shifted away from the north.
There's so much. He's dead. So many things going on that we should be talking about, but Lou got into the circle with 5 HP and no heals.
Things are going great.
He's going to get top 3.
No helmet, a little bit of an armor, a shotgun. Things are going great.
What is this game?
It's the best game ever.
What is this game? In the meantime, let's keep our attention now to the things that actually matter. The teams inside the circle. Cerberus in the spot that we saw 𝗟𝗗𝗗 win from yesterday. We'll see now if they can make as much of it as 𝗟𝗗𝗗 managed to do. 𝗟𝗗𝗗 in the meantime, up close with 𝗟𝗗𝗗, up to try and wrap around down towards the south. We asked, how far north will 𝗟𝗗𝗗 go? Well, here's your answer.
Yep, this is kind of what I expected. They like to come through this rail yard side of 𝗟𝗗𝗗. Try to make these circles work. 4 a.m. trying to defend against GEX. Grenades at the ready for Summer and company. Zenon not taking too much damage. And Yuri there, gonna let one loose. I don't think that bounced where well, maybe it did. I don't know, maybe he's trying to bounce it behind that Bronco. I'm not sure. That's what I think he wanted to do.
Yep. Xavier finally making his way to the compound. Full speed forward. Trying to suppress here. Zenon will go down. Crazy though falling as well. Xavier swapping to one. Swapping to the zone of as well as he finds the Wang Sai. And now it's just Summer left alive. This game today has really been absolutely chaotic as 4 a.m. falls.
This is huge. GEX is having a
huge,
relatively solid day.
Yeah.
And now they just wiped out 4 a.m. Didn't take too much damage in the process. They don't have a lot of teams ahead of them in the next circle. They've got a little bit of space to work with, and if they're patient, which they usually are, they can have a decent finish here, I think.
I think Rain is going approximately 3 kilometers an hour up this hill. A two-wheel Bronco. Yeah.
Just get out.
Yep, and here comes Na'Vi. I mean, the one same team in today's games that have gone out and actually done pretty damn decent for themselves. For example, they're able to find Fex, catching them in a kind of a split position. I think Fex was going a bit aggro early, but didn't work for him.
You gotta think like Na'Vi, like his phase here, you gotta be like, come on, guys. Like this 2 games in a row. You already did it 1 game, you gotta do it again.
Yep.
Can you just leave us alone?
Yep. Maybe just don't go where Na'Vi is.
That's Tap's forehead. Like,
winning strat. Winning strat indeed. Phase 3 about to pop. Can of course go anywhere. It's not before phase 4. We're shifting away from some of the bigger mountains.
Likely to go north, right?
Yeah, I mean, at least that's what we've seen in the past. True, going down to blue. Kind of that happens when you stay around in power grid for that long, I suppose.
I mean, Lou's still alive. He got to the edge of the circle. He probably has some loot.
True. One of the interesting things with the circle that we currently have, though, Paper, is that there's such a big difference in like height, in terrain, in altitude, and all of this. So even the short rotations can be practically impossible because of the sizes of like the
surface area.
Exactly, of some of these mountains. We'll see now, though, exactly how this one is going to go. Hard southeast. That is interesting, mainly because you have Crater up on the west side.
South and west side of the Crater is
Mountain and city on the north. How do people rotate in?
Yeah. Well, plus south and west side of the Crater are land ratioed. So good luck. Yeah, Aches left is done. There's nothing you can do for him, Milt. And just leave your friend behind.
Hashtag worth.
Yeah, you shot him in the head earlier. Now you got to ditch him. What a great game for 𝗟𝗗𝗗 Road.
Phenomenal.
Na'Vi watching the teams around them. Nobody wants to mess with this. Certainly once you saw that that's Na'Vi in the kill feed of Sonic's phase, you're like, okay, we're not gonna get any closer to that unless we absolutely have to. Oh, this battle just continues by proxy. Please, Lou, just knock him out. Here he goes. He's got him. Yep, easy spray for Lou.
You know what would have been the best finish to this? if Lou shoots Mill and his Bucky runs Lou over.
Oh, that would have been the best.
That would have been the absolute perfect finish to whatever it is that we just witnessed.
That'd be perfection, my friend. Sadly, it's not meant to be. Instead, we got Lou just putting some farewell shots into the body of Mill. Howl on the move on their horse to try to get north. Again, this is pretty likely to shift like north or northeast. Doesn't have to, but that's neither here nor there, as Howl has found some shanties available to them. And they will maybe settle in there. Okay, Pooch Chills can't really find the range.
I mean, the fact that they get in here, they've done it a couple of times now, Howl. They've just full speed sent it somewhere and somehow gotten out of it without taking any casualties. This one, again, a freebie that should have never happened. And it's not just a freebie, it's a freebie access to what is currently, and taking for granted that the next shift will go up to that northeast side. A pretty good location.
Oh, it's phenomenal. I mean, them or frankly, LG's in a pretty good spot, honestly. Yeah. There's a lot of teams that are relatively unfettered with some really strong positions. Correxy from FaZe, potentially. I mean, FaZe has got a huge split, by the way. Like, absolutely huge. Non under fire here from Tianwen. He's done. Just right into Pow Pow's waiting arms.
Nothing you can do about it. You heard the vehicles coming up, but with New Happy being further down that hillside, nothing they could do to try and assist him. They wanted to, but simply too slow to the trigger. Now they have to drive further towards the east.
Oh my God, headshots galore inside of that Murado. What an angle here. Vegas trying to finish off New Happy with that ace. That's long range, and the ace bounces a bit more than most. Might have popped a tire there, I believe, as well.
Yep. Able to get the safety though, only losing one. Again, in a transition like that, you're expecting to take casualties. The casualty was none on the off angle, and now they trade up above. I mean, New Happy just cannot catch a break on this rotation.
Yeah, Day Trade has a really powerful spot up here right now, able to watch so much of what's to their, especially north and west.
Yeah.
Able to cover so much area. Meanwhile, 𝗟𝗗 trying to make the sneaky rotations through the compounds, but Danawa was already waiting, and Onyx continuing to heat up here towards the end of the day. That's a knock onto Rain. 𝗟𝗗 trying to cross, and Loki, I don't know if Loki got a spot on that or not.
I think he did.
Maybe just barely.
Now the shots coming in as well. Yeah, they've been running shoulder to shoulder. 𝗟𝗗 and Danawa down towards here from the north, and Salute getting the flush and Rain. 𝗟𝗗 not having the strongest performance here in the winners bracket so far. 13 points on the day.
It's not the worst performance.
No, I mean, no, it isn't. No,
there's a team that's doing worse.
Yeah, that is true. The team that won the group stage.
And they're absolute bottom now.
It's welcome to globals.
Yep.
All teams are just good enough to have those days.
Absolutely. Here's GX fresh off of, well, not fresh off, but, you know, feeling good after a victory over 4AM. How about we put it that way? Driving up the hill, and they are going to be able to settle up on that edge on the very kind of sort of the rim of the crater there, as 𝗟𝗗 has gotten at least across the road for the most part, except 𝗟𝗗, who's still on the other side, but Hikerman and Empty at least able to find some level of safety away from Danawa's, you know, deadly guns.
Exactly. And 𝗟𝗗 needs maybe a little bit of help. I'm not seeing all of Danawa kind of peek towards the west, but 𝗟𝗗 is nearby, and they're only getting closer. They heard them cross over. They want to deal with them, because even if they have to leave here, they do not want to get backstabbed trying to make their way out of the city.
Yep. All right, now LG has to move. Circle went, it was going to either go northeast or north, went north.
Yeah.
Kind of chose one direction or the other, so LG, who might have had a phenomenal spot, is now just right into the barrel of 𝗟𝗟. Tries to hold it down, takes some damage. The rest of LG gets out. They feel like they can take a bite here, and they are right to do so, as he's all there, but he gets a headshot. 𝗟𝗟, oh, if he had found one more, but it's actually Yuri from GEX.
Yeah, off angle from the hills, able to assist, but the issue is so much damage has been done already. Phase 4 hurts, and Flood, while he might be in cover from GX for a little while, still has a long way to go to the circle.
Yeah, well, for LG, it has been a day to forget, no doubt about it, and I don't know if Flood is going to get much further himself. He might be able to get back in, we'll see. Na'Vi has to do a little bit of work to get themselves ahead with the rest of their team, with 𝗟𝗏 up front, Day Trade vibing.
That's just to kind of reiterate the difference in performance. LG almost averaged the same points that they've gotten all
so
day
far
today.
Per game.
Yeah, like in group stage. That is insane. Almost. Oh, not completely. I think they averaged just over 10, and now they're sitting on 13 on the day. That is insane. In the meantime, Na'Vi just continuing where they left off. A few more kills added to an already insane performance of the day.
Map to map, Na'Vi is still making life a living hell for FaZe. Howl in between Na'Vi and Day Trade way out in the distance there. Day Trade very safe on, it can end up by Day Trade, by the way, these circles. Ooh. And by the way, it's heading there. It is going to end very close to Day Trade.
That, I mean, we talked about it earlier today, how we're getting usual areas.
This circle is bizarre.
We're getting usual areas, like La Coparilla-esque endings. Okay, we've seen them before. But then the very last circles, they go completely haywire. And this one is no different. Down towards the mountain we go. Mine falls as Sonics try and leave. 𝗟𝗏 able to steal that one win. Thank you, because we don't need to give Na'Vi any more points.
Yeah, Na'Vi's, look, again, rich enough, but Danawa has a ton of work to do here. Yeah, they're going to have to find creative timings to get through this. Now 𝗟𝗏 steals another. Good. Stole 𝗟𝗏, then Flash makes it pay the price for that, but Sonics are just done and dusted. SDK doing most of the damage there. So SDK having a pretty good day here, honestly, Toby.
Yeah, able to turn things around. Currently sat up there in third place with 38 overall on the day. And they're far from done in this match. Still a couple of more teams, though, in the La Coparilla area. How are they planning on getting out? With Na'Vi still set on one side and Day Trade on the other.
Yeah, so it was Soul from Danawa that had gotten the knock, I believe, onto 𝗟𝗏, if I was reading the kill feed correctly. as they will try to get that res. I think it should be good. Donawa's going to have to make a decision one way or another, and it looks like they're just going to choose violence at this point and try to go towards Na'Vi, but 𝗟𝗚 has been rezzed. Mel takes a bunch of damage. Soul really feeling it so far here in this game, hitting some great shots.
Sometimes you got to take the bull by the horns, and I think that's the strategy for Danawa right now. We got to take the fight to Na'Vi, even if you don't want to. Howl, can you help us at least a little bit?
Third party this. 100% Howl should just collapse on Na'Vi.
You would want them to, but I think Howl is enjoying the comfort of hard cover in those buildings and being inside the circle as well.
Well, now the grenades and the mollies begin to rain. Soul is knocked, and he is all but down. Another headshot. 𝗟𝗚, what in the world is that?
Through the smoke, finds the
triple
third.
kill. Disgusting.
Takes out the entirety of Danawa on his own. Absolutely unheard of. This is.
Here's the thing, Toby. Howl might just die to Na'Vi if Na'Vi had chosen to turn around and try to fight them now. Oh my God, 𝗟𝗗. He gets the knock on a Ming. ZP gets empty. Nuhappy in trouble.
These open hillside battles are so incredibly difficult to have to muster through. Now you can see teams starting to die to blue. It's so damn difficult to make the run on through when you're already in phase 5. 𝗟𝗗 commits to the flush, doesn't get it. Can't find the extra point, and once again we said, how are they planning on getting out of here? Answer is, they aren't. They were just gonna take each other down before eventually fall into blue. I think 𝗟𝗗, no way he gets out of there. Trying to see what boy can do. Not gonna happen. How many teams escaped La Coparia? None.
I love the attempt from Hikerman. I love the attempt to just prone it down and see if you get the dumbest long-range M4 spray your life. 𝗟𝗚 and company. Flash, 𝗟𝗏's here. Overwatching 𝗟𝗏's position. 𝗟𝗚 is he is going to die to the blue here eventually.
Now, I memed on it earlier when I said that Lou was going to get top 3. But he's alive.
Yeah.
And he's just gotten a hardship.
Well, don't let your memes not become dreams.
I don't know, but this could actually be a thing where Lou gets to stay put for long enough, because there's no one, maybe 𝗟𝗏, but no one should expect there to be anyone in that ball with how many teams have been fighting now up on the north side.
Yeah, 𝗟𝗚 has to chill behind that mountain for a moment as he got headshot there by 𝗟𝗏. Grenades are out for day trade. There is Nuhappy here right on 𝗟𝗏's left-hand flank. Might be a fight brewing there. I see Ming taking some shots already, and man, if day trade can just kind of maintain some balance here, they could rake in some kills. Ming with the opener on to 7-7.
Important knock as well for Nuhappy. It's so difficult to fight uphill. Someone once told me that high ground is better. We'll see if they can make any say in that, as day trade trying to hold off as well.
If you have cover, the high ground is better.
True.
Otherwise, it's not. All right, 7-7 there. Gonna fall to ZP. Leo takes Apocalypse out from GEX from forever away. That's like a 250-meter kill for Leo. A good grenade from Belmoth is gonna finish off the knock from 𝗟𝗏's onto Longskr. Here comes some more grenades right towards 𝗟𝗏. A flash and a... Why flash there? He's so far away, brother.
I mean, you know, just stay down.
Stay down, stay there.
Don't get up.
I think you should save that stun for later.
Maybe he's gonna throw one more just because you said it. Maybe it's just got enough.
You know what?
Maybe it's just got enough.
That could be.
Yeah. Backpacking getting a little heavy, wanting to release some of the tension on those shoulders. In the meantime, Schofield lobbing it on forward, finding HSMM with that nade. We'll see now if they're opting to make any sort of aggressive play off of it. I don't think they will. Howl currently still just exactly outside the circle here.
Now they're kind of pinned down by Cerberus right now, so...
And 𝗟𝗚 gets the flush just before he dies. Because, why not?
Because why not? They don't need anymore.
Lou.
They've got enough points. Lose. Big sad. 7th place. But still, I guess placement points or something. We'll see if maybe, who knows, maybe tomorrow that actually matters as we get in towards ZP and Ming, the two survivors for Nuhappy, still trying to climb this mountain. And day trade has the sunny side so far.
Well, they've had 29 points on the day, which wasn't terrible. 𝗟𝗏 hasn't really stepped up the way we've seen him do before. Him and Ming, usually when the team kind of doesn't get things going, tend to be the one that really gets the engine restarted. So we'll see maybe here in the final performance of the day if these two dynamic duo here can get something going.
Oh, some good shots from GEX are helping Howl out. That is Cerberus in trouble.
Yeah.
𝗟𝗏 still alive. I believe he's the only one for Cerberus, as far as I can see. Yeah, it's gonna be dire. Day trade now, and Howl trying to finish the job on Nuhappy. They've got him pinched. They push out the blue. The mad, the timing. beautiful.
Huge damage coming through from him. Finds the double as well. Able to get to safety. Able to get the heal on up. But now comes him as full speed forward. That flash might be a bit too fast. Second one going to go over the top as well. Schofield, what can he do from here? 1v1, but there's help coming from above.
Oh, here comes GEX. Let's see if they can scoop up some more points. A really nice blind from Schofield is going to buy him a little bit more time and buy GEX a little bit more time to finish the job. What? Spin from Hevas! Oh, finally, Leo takes him down, but my word!
He has no right to come out victorious in that one. What an attempt from him as to turn that one around. Find the first, couldn't find the second. And now the Mad having to try and defend as best as he can, but they trade up above. They've been sitting tight for a long time. They've barely had to fight anyone up close. So helmets, vest, utility, they've got it all.
Yeah, Day Trade should be in firm control of this one. You got Belmoth in the back, providing long-range cover fire. Might not need it. Nurens and Flash. The dynamic duo for Day Trade. Dominating the front. The Mad trying to get up the hill.
I'm liking that GEX are actually falling back. You
So
and Leo,
smart.
they're only two, but they're trying to go back and backstab. Belmonth is still playing up above, and Pushers is now realizing, wait, something
Matt's
is off
done.
here. Matt is
He's
just,
given up.
yeah, no reason to do anything else. Great day for Howl. Could it have been better? Sure, probably. But again, first day of winners bracket, top 8 is all you need. First place, amazing. Top 8, gives you the same.
Yeah, I feel like there were a few more points they could have maybe scooped up here and there.
Definitely.
You know what? Who am I to criticize? They still had a solid day.
Top 3?
Yeah, exactly. That's nothing wrong with that. GEX. I mean, if I'm GX, I'm fighting this one out.
Oh, yeah, definitely. 11 kills already. Still got 2 people up, level 3 as well.
Get that Mark 14. Let's go.
It seemed red, though. I don't think there's any bullets left.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
I can't blame him, though, because they have been set up on hillside shooting at everyone for pretty much 20 minutes straight. So it's
true.
If he had bullets left, I would be kind of disappointed.
That's true. That's fair. Well, Yuri's probably got some bullets. Just, you know, pass a few off.
Yeah. Sharing is
Just get rid of that clip in that barrel. He doesn't need it. Just give it to Leo. I don't know.
a barrel anyway.
Yeah, exactly. It's not like really good in this situation or anything.
Yeah, exactly.
You're right. He has no bullets. There's no way. He barely has any bullets in his M4.
Exactly. Well, maybe he won't need them too much because Leo is doing damage for him. Finds the first. Pushers, no way he's going to get rest. Seems like Day Trade has committed to the 3-1 split, and here they come full speed forward over the hilltop.
Well, now you don't have any extra players to give up as Day Trade. You sent one out to go for the flank. It was identified and eliminated by GEX. So now you have to go for trades. You cannot give up anything else other than just trades. This has to be a 1-for-1-for-1. Nurens over the top has Leo spotted as the knock. It is just Yuri. He should be done. And indeed, it is going to be Day Trade who takes the final game here of our first day of the winners bracket.
So rare that the team set on that hilltop wins these areas, but when the circles literally end on that compound, which has, I don't want to say never happened before, but very rare. Once in a new moon, they should also be the ones to bring it home. So glad to see Day Trade be able to claim a win, which should be theirs, but where we've seen them fumble it before.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, that was pretty well handled. They did a great job keeping Tiamba and New Appy at bay, making sure that those really, really good teams didn't get up that hill. So for what it's worth, Day Trade, even though that is an unusual circle, they managed it very nicely.
Love to see it when they can bring it home on the global stage as well. Again, we see time and time again when they get spoon-fed to you, they still come up short, especially when you have teams like Na'Vi on the server. But this time around, Day Trade able to bring it home. But GX as well, I believe they finished at 13 kills.
Day for them. GX, one of the better days, and they are having a really solid tournament. That's really exciting because this is a team that we always want to see do well. They're at like every international event ever.
Yeah.
And sometimes they don't do very good, if we're just being honest. But the last couple of years, we have seen glimmers of brilliance.
Yep, sure have. APAC galore, APAC rise as we see GX and Day Trade finish off the day well. But we got to go back to Na'Vi. PGC champions, Na'Vi today looked absolutely insane.
What else is there to say? There's a reason they won PGC just from every point of that event. But guys, we're going to watch some highlights. Then it's the desk to wrap up the day, so don't go anywhere.
see here at PGS. I almost said PGC.
Yeah, you did.
Ooh, we've got Daytrade getting themselves the victory.
acronyms.
I know, there's so many, and they all start with P. A great win for them here on north of Miramar, and actually all of our circles north of Miramar here at the moment. But Daytrade is able to get the win against GX in the final moment.
Yeah, I mean, it was a fun end game. Daytrade came in, got their points on the board. They needed them, so we'll see what that does to the overall standings. But for me, again, the story of this game, despite the fact that Daytrade won and take nothing away from them, was, as Toby said at the end, Na'Vi. 𝗟𝗚 playing out of his mind. They didn't win this one, but they were, again, in the mix, just racking up kills and, more importantly, ruining the chances of some of the top teams that tried to come in.
Yeah, and top teams in terms of the topography as well, because nobody was getting out of 𝗟𝗚. There was absolutely no opportunity whatsoever for anybody to be able to move away from there. We often say it, you know, once you go into a city, you better hope that it's going to be finishing there. Yes, it's hard shifts that move directly south away from it, but even then, even if it was slightly outside of 𝗟𝗚, it was going to be much, much harder for all of those teams as opposed to the ones in the hills.
Yeah, going to the city should always be your last ditch option. Because getting out's almost impossible, and we do see that time and time again, the team that holds the high ground. We saw that in the earlier Miramar match. The teams that stayed on the mountains had a higher chance of winning instead of going into the compound. So we see that here yet again.
Well, I mean, with again, when you have a situation or a finish like this as well, at least Cerberus was able to get a few points on the board, getting themselves a few placement points as well. It's another team that I think a lot of people have high expectations for here, but they are able to get themselves a 4th place finish with the 13 smoke shoot class. Only 2 kills though. It's been a rough day.
I mean, same with 𝗟𝗚. Those two teams came in as survivors, kind of limping into that big four, that final 4. Put up some numbers. GEX though, 12 kills, 1,200 damage. You know, they had some incredible moments in that match.
I mean, for 𝗟𝗚, it's quite the trend though, right? We keep seeing them cheekily pop up in some of these final moments, so not too bad to be able to get yourself a few points. There is a world where they make grand finals, and quite honestly, I'm going to be truly frank with you here. Me, Avenger, Toby, 𝗟𝗚, well, they won PEC, fantastic. However, how are they going to do on land? We have a lot of question marks around them.
I think a lot of people asked how will they do, but they're like alligators. You know, they just sort of wait for their chance to attack. They lay low, they watch everyone, and then they sneak in at the end and cause a little bit of trouble.
And the highlights here as we finish things off as well. You know, Himas trying to make something happen towards the end. It is not to be, though, here for the team as a whole. 𝗟𝗚 caught down towards the bottom. And Daytrade did a good job in terms of flexing out from the position of power that they had, making sure nobody had any breathing room up on the north side of this circle, because it was already a hard transition out of 𝗟𝗚, never mind a hard transition up this hill.
Yeah, I think Daytrade, everyone besides Daytrade came limping into this final circle. Himas, up for them. That flick that he had there at the end was absolutely brutal, and I think they almost made something out of it, but Daytrade was just too strong with that high ground. There was no chance that they were going to lose that one.
Big power coming out from Daytrade here, as they are always a threat in the lobby, as we have 3, 3, 3, and 0 here for 𝗟𝗚's Flash and Pushu's. Even though 3, 3, 3. So 850 damage coming out from 𝗟𝗚's though. I mean, he is not exactly the heavy hitter, but I think a lot of people put stock behind his name when it comes to this.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the damage, 854 and 730, this shows you how Daytrade's position was just so dominant, because they only racked up 3 kills each, but it means that they were just bristled out, stopping anyone from coming up the hill and sort of slowing down everyone else's progress, and ultimately that resulted in their win.
Yeah, always when damage looks like this, it's the impact on the lobby that they're having, which is causing these waves, these ripple effects through the lobby that, you might not be getting all the kills, but you're certainly impacting the progress of all these other teams that can't necessarily get up the hill.
Yeah, especially when you're talking about that kind of ground. You want to push them away, say send them to fight somebody else, and that's where you end up with the power of just larger numbers in the end. Let's take a look at the end of the day today. Team summary, Na'Vi still up on top with total kills, almost doubling their nearest competitor when it comes to total kills on the board. Their damage, 8,000, incredible.
And quite a glow up for Daytrade, let's be real. I mean, this past game here has bumped them up in every facet. 19 points go their way, but GEX, 18. Very very important point. If GEX makes top 8 off winners here, considering the strength of the lobby, that's a win in my book.
Also worth noting, STK, number 6, gets 5 points off of that one, but off the back of a win and a second place, a team that started the first 2 games today looks completely out of sorts. So a good comeback for a lot of teams who started slow today.
Here we are, the total leaderboard. You basically may as well ignore number 1. 75 points. Congratulations making the grand final.
No kidding.
The boys in yellow just absolutely smashing day number 1 of the winners bracket.
Go out tonight, have a nice dinner, relax, come back, get 5 points tomorrow.
But you brought it up in terms of a team that you would fear in day number 2. It's a team like Na'Vi who's just gonna absolutely massacre the lobby. They're not gonna feel any pressure.
And they're gonna come in, they're gonna play their favorite kind of PUBG, which is just sweep the edge and destroy teams. And we saw that in the last match. 𝗟𝗚 was in the blue, just ruining people's rotations as they tried to come in. And we're going to get more of that tomorrow.
Terrifying, and terrifying for the team sat in the middle pack right now, who are currently, as I said, sitting on the edge of a knife, trying to qualify for that top 8. The point differences between what is going to be 8th and 9th, I imagine, are going to be razor thin.
You say terrifying for the teams in the middle pack, which is everyone but Na'Vi.
Yes.
Because they've taken so many points that the entire middle pack is incredibly tight, which does mean that tomorrow is going to be a very exciting close race for that top 8 position because Na'Vi has sponged up so many points.
Yep, very, very scary. But I mean, beyond that, of course, a great day for some of these other teams being able to get themselves towards that kind of 45-point mark, etc., and things like that. That means they're going to have a bit of an easier day tomorrow, considering how much was sponged up by Na'Vi.
Absolutely, and I think easy day is going to be an interesting way to put it. We got a lot of teams, too, on the bottom that need to go back to the drawing board. I can't see Luminosity having 2 back-to-back terrible days. So there is going to be some glow up from these bottoms that are going to make it really hard for the teams that are in that 30 to 25 pack right now.
Well, my fantasy team today was in shambles. So for even just my sakes alone, all the other teams that probably pick Kickstart, which is a lot of them. Yeah, we hope that maybe they do a little bit better. Anyway,
come on, boys.
Thank you very much, Toppy's here for the desk as we are done here. But before we finish things off for PGS 1, let's head to some interviews here to find out what the thoughts are from ranks number 1 and 2.
Hello, this is Bella, and welcome back to the main stage here at PGS 1. We are done with day 1 of the winner stage, and we've seen some very, very exciting matches. So let's get down to our daily interviews. So for his amazing play, please welcome Na'Vi's 𝗟𝗚 onto the stage. 𝗟𝗚 needs a microphone, so we're just gonna wait for a minute. Hello, 𝗟𝗚. Congratulations on your amazing play today.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so I have a question for you. You did so well on last year's PGC, and you're doing so great for this year's PGS 1. Do you have a secret method behind doing so well on such a big stage?
I don't know, if you just put together like Melman, XMPL, and Alia, everything gonna work out. Especially on like LAN tournaments when everyone's having pressure, we are not. Because we don't care. We're gonna win anyway.
Ooh, the confidence and the faith he has in his team. Okay, I like that. And for the second question, I'm getting a little bit more specific. Walk us through what happened after match 1 when you were in a situation with the Sonics and 4 AM, which is basically a situation where like no one thought you could get out. So walk us through that.
I think all we needed like just to delay the fight and force like Sonics and 4AM to fight somehow, which they did. And we just went slowly like with the smokes, with the cars, like with the cover, and eventually won it.
So this is 𝗟𝗚. He just does it. Okay. Your fans must be so proud. So let's have a word to the fans supporting you from home.
I want to thank like everyone supporting us, and I've seen a lot of people like buying Na'Vi PUBG partner skins, which like we appreciate a lot. And yeah, thank you very much. We get like your support. Thank you.
All right, thank you for the interview, and good luck for tomorrow too. All right, we'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah.
Bye-bye. That was 𝗟𝗚 from Na'Vi, and for our second guest, we're gonna have House the Mad join us onto the stage. Please welcome the Bad. Hello. Oh, good. Congratulations on doing so well on the day one of the winners bracket. So you're done with day one, and to make it into the top 8, like to stay in the top 8, what else are you going to do differently for tomorrow?
Yarın için farklı neler yapacaksınız diyor.
Oynadığımız oyunu oynamaya devam edeceğiz. Sadece yarın daha az hata yaparak daha iyi bir sırada bitirmeye çalışacağız.
We will do tomorrow everything is best and we don't want to do any more mistake tomorrow.
Oh, so to correct the mistakes and just do everything great.
Yeah.
Yes, we will just care about our mistakes.
That's good. That's good. Okay. So from your day one of the winners bracket, which team's play was your biggest obstacle?
Yarınki takım için en büyük sizin için engel hangisidir diyor. Hangi takım sizin için en büyük engeldir diyor.
Özellikle bir takım tarafından bir sorun yaşamadık. Genel olarak lobiye ayak uydurmaya çalıştık. Yani herhangi bir takımla ilgili bir oyun planında bir sorun yaşamadık.
There is no specific teams. We are not any problem. So we will do tomorrow best thing.
Okay. So finally, a message to the fans at home watching you.
Elimizden gelenin en iyisini yapmaya devam edeceğiz. Bizi desteklemeye devam edin.
We will do everything. Support us, please.
All right. Thank you for the interview. Good luck for tomorrow too. We'll see you. Bye-bye. That was How's the Mad joining us for the second interview. And that is a wrap on day one of the winners bracket here in PGS, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. We'll see more PUBG action, and we're going to figure out the top 8 teams that will make it into the grand finals tomorrow. We'll see you tomorrow, same time, same place. Bye-bye.